80 miles an hour, you're still going to get the same kind of damage to the structures and to the power grid. So expect it to remain a Category 1 hurricane. And if it follows this path, there's a chance that it makes landfall on Kauai. So at last check, this is as of this morning, Category 1, winds at 90 miles an hour, gusts to 115, expected to weaken ever so slightly, an inconsequential weakness. And then it's expected to stay within this cone, and as such, it's expected to threaten Maui County, Oahu, and Kauai with hurricane conditions, and that's why the hurricane warning remains posted for much of the state except for the Big Island. Steve, back to you.
I know this is something you mentioned with Bob Ballard earlier and even with Ben yesterday, but it just, until you're in it, you don't realize it. I mean, it is moving pretty quickly compared to some of the hurricanes that we've seen in the past. And that, I believe Bob had mentioned that it's advantageous to some degree, but also disadvantageous in another. Can you explain just how this is going to affect the impact that it's going to have on certain islands? Okay,
obviously, with it moving quicker, that means we'll be under duress for a shorter amount of time. Think about it. To use a boxing analogy, a 3-round amateur fight as opposed to a 12-round championship match, right? So we're somewhere in between because it's not stepping on the gas. But in terms of a hurricane, moving at 16 miles an hour, that does limit the amount of time that we'll have those severe weather conditions. But as such, as it's moving along at a good clip, that will change the weather conditions even quicker. So we'll get northerly winds ahead of the system. But as the system moves, we're going to get winds start to change and start coming up from the south. So if you're experiencing winds coming from one direction in 1 hour, it could be in another hour the winds will totally shift, and the other side of your house could get hit with those severe weather conditions, as well as rain coming from a different direction. So that's the impact of that thing moving along at a good pace.
Yeah, since we're checking in with Ashley on Kauai in a little bit, is there any chance between where it is now and by the time it gets to Lihue that there's something in its path that's going to eat it up a little bit, whether it's the water or the shear, and weaken this as it goes along?
Not likely, Steve. Not likely to impact it in any significant way. Remember, the computer model is very, very reliable in the short term. We're talking in the next 24 hours. It's very reliable from say, here to here. That's why the cone of uncertainty is very slim here, right? And remember, look how big this thing is. So if it wobbles, and this is where the eye is, if it wobbles in any particular way, it's not likely that Kauai will escape getting roughed up. Obviously, the more north it goes, if the eye goes on the extreme end of the forecast to cone, and that is possible, they'll see less severe weather. But more and more, it's looking like they are in, like the rest of us, in for a very rough ride over the next 24 to 36 hours.
That's right. And Guy will keep us posted all the way along the way. All right, thanks, Guy. Hey, Ashley Nagaoka is in her hometown, her home island of Kauai, and she's now in Kapa'a. Good morning, Ashley. What's going on there?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Yes, we made our way from Lihue to Kapa'a, still on the east side of the island. I want to show you the view. This is down the east coast of Kauai. Check it out. You can see the waves rolling in. There's some blue skies, but I want to show you, we're going to swing around to the north side. You can see that it's already gray and cloudy, maybe a sign of things to come earlier. From the drive from Lihue to Kapa'a, the road was pretty empty for a Sunday. We saw some long lines for gas. Some updates from the county. The county says because of the anticipated weather conditions, the Kauai bus will suspend service early today. The times of the last runs vary on each route, so check the county website for social media updates for the specifics, but it looks like routes will start shutting down as early as 9:20 a.m. Again, this is for the Kauai bus. The county also says trash pickup has been postponed until Friday. So don't leave your bins out, guys, because those could be projectiles if the winds get bad. So again, the trash pickup has been postponed until Friday, and additionally, the landfill and the transfer stations, the refuge transfer stations, will be closing at noon today. So if you have trash that you need to clear from your home, get that over there now. We were at Walmart earlier. We might have some video. There was a line this morning before the store even opened. I would say more than 50 people were waiting to get those last minute supplies. A lot of people buying ice for their coolers to keep their food and supplies cold in case the power goes out. There was an ice truck there early this morning at 4:30 a.m. to restock the shore. And again, Walmart is closing at 5 p.m. They are also closing earlier today. So if you need those last minute supplies, please go and get some. Shelters will be opened as needed. I'm told the shelter at the Kauai Community College, if it's needed, will open at 2 p.m. today, and there will be also additional shelters at the Kilauea and Kalaheo neighborhood centers. Steve?
All right, thank you, Ashley.
Is Diane Peters-Nguyen.
Yeah, she is the CEO of the Red Cross Pacific Islands region. Good morning, Diane. I imagine you're incredibly busy at this time doing the great things that you and your people always do. What are you up to this morning?
Well, we are very busy. We are making preparations as Douglas gets closer and closer to the islands. So we have emergency shelters on the, they were canceled for Hawaii County, so that's good news. It dodged the bullet there. But on Maui Island, we did have people coming to seek refuge in the emergency shelter locations. And although there was a fairly small number of people that did come, about 15.
Diane, I'm curious, now that it looks like your volunteers are not needed on Hawaii Island, are you going to be moving them to maybe Maui or Oahu? Because I believe that you have a shortage of volunteers right now.
Well, we actually have a sufficient number of volunteers in place for the operations that are expected. We'll be reviewing the situation, of course, after the hurricane passes and we see what damage there's been. But at this time, I do not know of any plans to transport volunteers between islands.
For the
Go ahead.
For the shelters that you do have, if you find yourself in a place where you need to evacuate, what advice do you give to people as they're kind of running out of their house and going to the shelter as a last resort?
Well, I think that first of all, it should be a last resort, as you said, because we're strongly encouraging folks to shelter in place if it's at all possible. If not, now is a good time to get online and review which emergency shelters are in their area. For the island of Oahu, for example, the convention center is one of the emergency shelter locations, and there's parking and so forth. But it's important that they do check where the location is and know their route, get there as quickly as possible. In addition, we would ask that they need to bring with them the food, water, bedding, and their medications, things that they're going to need while at those emergency shelter locations. And the most important, of course, is the PPE. They need to wear their masks and bring additional hand sanitizer, those types of supplies with them.
Yeah, Diane, and that kind of moves on to our next point that, you know, this is history here where first time we're seeing something like this in the midst of a pandemic. We just saw another record 73 yesterday. How does what's going on with COVID impact how you would normally respond to an emergency like this?
Well, that's a very good point, and you know, it really is a wake-up call. We're asking everybody to just be extra careful. If they're sheltering at home, they're not going to be exposing other people or having exposure for themselves. As far as what we have done with the shelters, the emergency shelters, the Red Cross has designed, it's called a layered defense, and it's really using all of these strategies that we can employ to keep both our volunteers and staff as well as the families and individuals that are coming to those shelters. So as you can imagine, it starts with the intake process, and we do the verbal screening with the questions about any possible exposure, as well as social distancing within the shelter, allowing more room between individuals and families, and also isolation if someone is exhibiting any symptoms of COVID. And then finally, of course, the PPE, wearing masks at all times within the shelter, and then just trying to reduce the amount of time that people are staying in those emergency shelters.
All right, again, we have Diane Peters-Nguyen joining us from the American Red Cross here in Hawaii, the Pacific Islands region. Thank you, Diane, this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. Aloha.
Aloha. Hey, if you're heading out today for last-minute storm prep, or if you think you might need to go to a shelter, make sure you have a mask and practice social distancing. Yesterday, the state, as we just mentioned, reported 73 new coronavirus cases. It was the third straight day of record one-day cases. There were 68 people infected on Oahu, 5 on Maui. The death toll remains at 26. Honolulu Mayor Kirk Caldwell says a new cluster has been linked to a bar.
And we're going to be meeting on Monday to decide what do we do about bars, because they were one of the most risky things we opened. Can we be more targeted and strategic? And we've shut down a couple bars, but we're going to try to figure out a way to do this while not going back to where we came from.
Officials blame the surge of cases on community gatherings such as parties and religious events without social distancing and face masks. Lieutenant Governor Josh Green fears ICU space will start to reach capacity as more people are hospitalized. State health officials say that they will not do testing today due to the storm.
And the state is allowing people under mandatory quarantine to leave their homes and hotels. But this is only to stock up on emergency supplies if they have no other way to prepare for the hurricane. Officials are asking them to take every possible precaution if they do go out. Wear your mask, practice social distancing, use curbside pickup to make sure you avoid contact with others. Now, President Trump has approved Hawaii's emergency disaster declaration for the storm. This frees up federal funds for response efforts. Gates at Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam, they are open at this time, but that could change depending on the wind. Officials say if the wind hits 40 miles per hour, they'll start limiting large vehicles like semi-trucks onto Ford Island Bridge. If those winds reach 57 miles per hour, they'll close the bridge completely. As of now, there are no plans to open up shelters on base, but that could change again depending on conditions. Also, Pearl Harbor Naval Exchange, that will be open today, but on limited hours. The main mall will be open from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. The mall gas lanes will be open from 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. Navy ships and submarines at Pearl Harbor that are not undergoing maintenance, they are moving out to sea as Douglas approaches. If necessary, those ships will be positioned to help after the storm passes. Hawaii-based Navy aircraft will be secured in hangars or flown to other airfields to avoid the severe weather. And the U.S. Coast Guard has set port conditions to Zulu. That is for Hawaii County, Maui County, and Honolulu. That means that port facilities will be restricted until this storm passes and damage can be assessed. Kauai County ports will be under the same conditions starting at 8 a.m., so about an hour ago. And we have the latest satellite image of the storm. You can see just how large of a storm this is. That is why we have gotten that slew of hurricane warnings for every island except for Hawaii Island that has a tropical storm warning. Guy Hoggy has the very latest on the storm track. And does it look like Hurricane Douglas is losing any steam at all, Guy?
No, not at all. And that's since the last, 48 hours it's been like that. So it's going to maintain strength because, namely, there's still some very warm water around the state. It does show signs of upper level shear going under some upper level shear. That's going to help a little bit because the shear is not that strong. Notice these winds kind of fanning out up to the north, and that's that southerly upper level shear, but it's not doing enough to cut down in the strength. And there's those bands of heavy rain. Now, if there's something that's good about it, it's the location of the storm, in that we're not seeing the dirty side of the storm. The strongest side of the storm is the backside in the northeast quadrant. Although by the time it gets to Kauai, they could and are expecting to face that quadrant. So the Big Island kind of clearing out, but there's still some unstable conditions there behind it with some trailing moisture. So there's still a possibility that the Big Island could get some heavy rain still, especially along the Hamakua coast. And there are those bands of rain coming a little bit closer to Maui, very wet now, pretty much island-wide. And then even the rain going into Ma'alaya and to some extent into Kihei. And that's another plus side, if you're looking at the glass half full, is that some very drought-stricken areas will get some meaningful rainfall, although the massive moisture still up to the north. Remember, it's pushing a storm surge as well, and the storm surge could hit some areas maybe up to 3 feet above normal. The outer bands bringing a little bit of rain to Oahu right now along the Ko'olau, and at least for Oahu, even though it's very cloudy out there, the rain has been very limited. Downtown Honolulu getting some light showers, and the showers have been light. We haven't seen thunderstorms pop up yet over land, although in the core of the system of itself, there have been some recorded lightning strikes. And then on Kauai, fair skies for the moment, and what looks like rain out of the ocean, that's just a wind gust. It's choppy out there. So already that east swell is picking up lots of areas, including the windward side of Maui, as well as the Hamakua Coast, getting very big surf. 22 miles an hour, 26 miles an hour. The wind's already picking up for Maui County, and the winds will get stronger as the day progresses. Steve, back to you.
All right, we're going to check back in with Guy all throughout the morning and all throughout the day pretty much. By the way, there are multiple ways to get your information from us today and throughout the storm. We're going to be streaming live online on the Hawaii News Now mobile app and over the radio on CBS Sports Radio AM 1500. And please send us your video, send us your photos of the storm, what you're seeing out there in your neighborhood. Send them into our newsroom. You can email news@hawaiinewsnow.com or post it on the Hawaii News Now Facebook page. Remember though, please be safe. Do not put yourself in danger for video or pictures. We appreciate it, but it's just not worth it. That said, we're going to take a live look outside right now. We're waiting to see exactly what happens with Hurricane Douglas. This is a live look at Kauai. We have live reports all throughout the islands when we return.
From Hawaii News Now, this is a breaking news special report.
Hurricane Douglas is barreling straight for Maui County, Oahu, and Kauai as we speak. It is a powerful storm, packing dangerous winds, heavy rain, and life-threatening surf.
Hawaii Island is first in line to feel the storm's effects. It's forecast to see tropical storm force winds and potentially damaging gusts.
Douglas is expected to strike Maui County as a hurricane. We're going to have live reports from Chelsea Davis on Maui, Allison Blair on Molokai. Both of those coming up.
Oahu also in the crosshairs. Here is a live look from the North Shore, because it looks like the North Shore and the windward side, those will probably be hit the hardest. Casey Lund and Billy B are live with us with important information to keep you updated.
And Kauai last in line, but it could see potentially the worst of the storm. Ashley Nagaoka is live there with details on the preparations that are in place.
In the meantime, we are streaming live online and on the HNN mobile app with all of our storm coverage. We'll also send out push alerts through our app with critical information throughout the day and night.
Also, you can listen to us over the radio on CBS Sports Radio AM 1500. For the very latest on the severe weather situation, let's get a check-in with Guy Huggy. Guy.
All right, Steve, Grace, the storm continues at its Category 1 intensity. Winds at light.
On the Big Island, Nicole Tam on Oahu. But let's start first with Tasia Worley, who has the latest National Weather Service update on Douglas's track. Good morning, Tasia.
That's right. Hurricane Douglas still a Category 1 with maximum sustained winds at 90 miles per hour. So we haven't seen any weakening, at least within the last 6 hours. It's continuing that momentum of west-northwest track at 16 miles per hour, and it's expected to get dangerously close, if not directly affect especially the smaller islands over on the western end of the state later on today throughout tonight, as you can see. Now, the cone of uncertainty, I'm getting a lot of questions on social media about this. This doesn't mean this red line that's going to be the center of the storm. This means that most of our projective models are in agreement that this is the path it is going to take. But within the cone of uncertainty, that's what we're expecting, that track could move anywhere south, anywhere north. So that's why the track gets a bit larger toward the end, because that's where that uncertainty is as well. So just wanted to update you on that. Also wanted to update you of the few warnings and advisories that have changed. That hurricane watch for Maui County has been upgraded to a hurricane warning. You can see we're already starting to feel a few effects, not only of cloud coverage, but also some tropical storm force winds that are affecting the windward areas of our Maui. Now, Oahu, Kauai, as well as Ni'ihau still under that hurricane warning. Hawaii Island no longer under a hurricane watch, but that tropical storm watch is still in effect. Breezier conditions down throughout Hamakua Coast and some rain bands in that area as well. Picking up a lot of moisture, especially for our Maui Island at the moment. That's where the brunt of the moisture will be for this morning. Throughout your midday, more so for Oahu, later on late this afternoon throughout tonight for Kauai County. Here's a look at our wind gusts. We're still seeing up to 40 for Lanai City, up to 32. This is within the last 6 hours. Of course, that's going to expect to be heightened a bit more so throughout today. Maximum sustained winds. Of course, we're seeing a bit stronger wind speeds there for Lanai City as those wind speeds filter in between Molokai as well as Maui. Hawaii Island, breezier conditions, especially downslope, although we're not picking up much in Hilo, Hawaii. We're still expecting a lot of breezy conditions in those areas. You can see we had it raining just 5 minutes ago. That's let up. That's going to be pretty much occurring today as we have those bands of moisture continue to come through just behind Hurricane Douglas. We'll have the latest update coming up in the next 15 minutes. Other than that, over to you.
All right, thanks for that, Tasia. Let's check in on the Valley Isle. Residents there lined up for gas in Kahului as businesses boarded up to prepare for hurricane force winds. Mayor Michael Victorino is urging residents to shelter in place all day. Maui County has seen a bump of wind speeds since overnight. 5 emergency shelters are now open. They're at Maui High School, South Maui Gym, Kekaulike High School, Lahaina Intermediate School, and Hana High School. The county will open shelters in Lanai and Molokai this morning at 7, so that's open already. And here in Oahu, a lot of stores already running low on supplies.
Yeah, I went out to the west side yesterday where people were still stocking up. Well, here at the Ewa Beach City Mill, people have already been scrambling for those last-minute supplies ahead of Hurricane Douglas. You see right here, these are some of the essentials. This bin had flashlights and batteries. Those are already sold out. This hurricane was enough to bring Mr. Fix-It out of retirement.
They brought me back after 50 years.
Frank Suster has seen it all before, the runs on the stores before a big storm, but none in the middle of a global pandemic.
I mean, most people, because of the pandemic, had extra food, because you can't go to many restaurants. So food is not, to me, as big a problem as being prepared for that flood or that power failure.
Lines of people gathered to fill up their propane tanks, stock up on things like sandbags and water vacuums, and of course plywood to board up their homes. Jeff Roberts got some fresh cut for his house in Waipahu.
I'm 43 and it's been standing since before I was born, so.
How many hurricanes has that thing been through?
Oh, I'd say about 6, 7.
And this time, just like then, he's not taking any chances. Not for Douglas or anything else 2020 might throw our way.
It's kind of like an eye-opener. Like, everybody's thinking like, oh, it's going to pass, it's going to pass. But you know what? It's important to be prepared no matter what is coming. Hurricane, tsunami, pandemic, zombies, whatever.
And, all joking aside, he said, who knows what 2020 is going to throw our way. At this point, we've seen it all. But, all joking aside, definitely important to stay prepared. And all City Mill stores will be open from 8 o'clock this morning until noon if you need any last-minute preps there. Meanwhile, Hurricane Douglas could bring some dangerous surf to the islands.
Yeah, large swells generated by the storm will affect the state into Monday. KITV4's Nicole Tam joins us live now from Sandy Beach in East Honolulu this morning. Good morning, Nicole.
Annalisa and Tom, good morning. Yeah, Sandy Beach is, one of the most famous surf spots here on Oahu, and maybe even the world. Definitely a lot of people coming out here every day. And I just got here actually, and surfers tell me, I don't surf, so this is according to surfers, but they're telling me this is right now fun surf waves, like fun kind surf waves. So let's take a look here. I'll try and give you a look. Plenty of people out there, but I know usually there's even more people. Oops. Sorry about that, but yeah, definitely later ocean safety is also here. Lifeguards are getting ready in case people need help out in the waters, but yeah, definitely Douglas could produce life-threatening and potentially destructive surf exposed on shores. And as you take a look right now, the waters seem to be just good surf, but we don't know what later might bring. And also the combination of higher than predicted water levels, dangerous storm surge, and large breaking waves will raise water levels. So definitely if you're planning to come out, please be safe. And again, you're taking a live look here at Sandy Beach in East Honolulu. Some surfers out there bodyboarding, surfing, just a way to spend Sunday morning before the storm gets even closer to us here on Oahu. Reporting live at Sandy Beach, Nicole Tam, KITV4 Island News.
A sigh of relief right now. Their hurricane watch has just been canceled. It looks like it's going to completely pass right over them and not hit the Big Island. And TJ Horgan joining us live from Hilo right now.
Yeah, Annalisa, Tom, like you said, Hilo here might get the first effect from the storm, but certainly not the hardest. That H word, as you mentioned, the hurricane watch, hurricane warnings, those are all out of play for now here on the Big Island. But tropical storm warning still in effect, and there is some surf right now at Honolulu Beach Park. We'll give you a better look of it here. Kahoa Road, the road where you park on to get to the beach park, has been packed since before sunrise this morning, and it's one of those days where you don't only have surfers packing the beaches, you have people lined up just to stand here and take pictures of the surf. Despite that, I've talked to some veterans here who say this isn't the biggest surf they've seen, and they're excited actually for the surf that the tropical storm warning wind levels might bring here to the Big Island.
Right now it's a calm for the storm. I surf other hurricanes here, but yeah, this is probably the best conditions you can get a hurricane right now.
Yeah, so Lambert, obviously a veteran here. He's out there somewhere right now. We'll try to find him eventually. But it actually cleared up a little bit in the last half hour. A little after sunrise here, cloudy, even some rain. Right now, I appear to be overdressed for the occasion. No more rain here, at least by Honolulu Beach Park near Hilo. Yeah, so reporting live in Hilo, I'm TJ Horgan, KITV4 Island News. Tom, Annalisa.
Yeah, good time to learn how to surf out there, TJ.
And you mentioned about shelters.
Maybe not a good time to learn, Tom.
I was just going to mention, we saw your story earlier about shelters prepping yesterday. Are they up today?
Right. They are not. Right now, I just called Civil Defense. They let Red Cross know when those shelters will be constructed. No shelters up right now. Again, part of that sigh of relief for Big Island residents. They're not anticipating needing a shelter, at least, again, right now. If they do pop up, there are 4 locations. The capacity will be limited due to COVID-19 physical distancing restrictions. So I'm told by representatives from the Red Cross that they have other shelter spots in mind if they do need more than 4 eventually. But no shelters open right now. Again, Civil Defense said no flooding, no roofs being blown off, nothing crazy like that happened overnight here in Hilo.
Yeah, good news indeed for the people there. Thanks for your reporting out there for us, TJ. We'll check back with you a little bit later.
All right, meanwhile, Governor Ige confirmed President Donald Trump has approved and signed an emergency disaster declaration making federal funds available for storm damage.
The response from the administration has been very quick. We've gotten authorizations in record time in every single instance so that we could work federal, state, and county emergency managers respond to the needs of our community in a timely manner.
Hawaiian Airlines canceled all flights between Hawaii and the U.S. mainland. All inter-island service is also canceled, and most of Hawaii's fleet of jets have been evacuated off of Oahu.
And the U.S. Coast Guard is closing ports across the state. Big Island and Maui ports closed yesterday. Oahu's closed at 2 o'clock this morning, and Kauai will close at 8. And shipping company Matson adjusting their schedule as well to make sure neighbor islands get supplies after the ports close. Several of its ships arrived yesterday to unload cargo before heading back out to sea.
And again, it's recommended that we all pack a 14-day emergency kit that has food, water, medicine, flashlights, and a radio. You're also encouraged to have extra masks and hand sanitizer. For more information and any breaking news updates on Douglas, check out the Hurricane Center on our website, KITV.com. And of course, Tasia Worley has live updates at the top of every hour on air, online, and across social media.
I think that as we continue to see cases increase, our actions on this island are making us not as
the storm passes and the wind shift, won't it feel especially sticky?
Yeah, we know that whenever hurricanes or tropical storms pass north of the islands, we get incredible humidity and the winds end up going light and variable for a while. So we do expect some pretty muggy, nasty weather after it goes by for a day or two before the trades build back in.
And then for the Big Island, that could mean maybe some showers and some heavy rain for the south side, up and down the Kohala Coast down towards South Kona. Could that be a possibility as well?
Yeah, exactly right. So the Big Island with the lighter winds on the south side, a little farther away from the center of circulation, they could see some pretty hefty afternoon showers and thunderstorms today that are really going to blow up and dump tremendous amounts of rain in a short amount of time. So that's where we're looking at the possibility for 2 to 5 inches of rain, really intense downpours, falling in just an hour or two in some areas. They won't last for a tremendously long amount of time, but you could see local problems and local flooding due to those intense downpours later today.
All right, Bob Ballard from the Central Pacific Hurricane Center. Thanks again, Bob. The day's not done. It's going to be a rough night, so I'm sure you'll be on duty, and we'll be checking back with you again.
You all take care. Everybody be safe.
All right, mahalo, Bob. Grace, back to you.
Sounds like a rough couple of days. All right, thanks, Guy. Thanks, Bob. We have some images that have just come into our newsroom. These are from Lanai. Our viewers say that this is the condition that they are seeing in Lanai City on Alapa Street. You can see kind of stormy out there, but it could get much worse before the day is out. Billy is standing by with information. He is at the convention center and tells us what we need to know. And Billy, I believe they opened about 15 minutes ago, right?
They did. They opened right on time, Grace, and there's been a steady line going inside. As a matter of fact, I'll move out of the way and let you see that people are standing by. They're being very patient. The reason why they're not moving right now is because everybody who comes in must have their temperature checked before they enter the building. They'll be asked several questions. Then they go inside. Once they get inside, depending on how they've answered the questions or what their needs are, then they will also be provided with a mask. Because you notice that there are most people have masks on, some people do not. But they'll be provided with a mask once they enter inside. And then they'll be separated. Those that do have and say they have COVID-19 will be taken to a separate part of the facility here at the Hawaii Convention Center. Those that say that they do not have and they temperature check out fine, then they'll be escort area. They'll go through another bit of screening. But all of these people here are been waiting to get inside, and I estimate the line has continued to grow. There have been several city buses that have stopped down here. By the way, you do see some pets in line. Household pets entering shelters must be securely leashed in a pet carrier cage for safety, and the owners must provide food and water for their pets, and they're expected to assist in the care of their own animals. So you can see that some of them are here with their pets as well. There are, of the 13 shelters on Oahu, evacuation shelters, of which Hawaii Convention Center is one. There are 7 of them where pets are allowed, and they will have Hawaii Humane Society staff on hand. Once again, there are 7 places where they will have their staff ready for you. Let's also tell you real quickly here that if you're coming here, make sure that you have everything that you need with you. According to the city and county of Honolulu, bring with you as much of your 14-day disaster supply kit as possible, which includes food, water, medications, clothes, bedding, air mattresses and cots, and other emergency supplies. Also, due to COVID-19, bring your masks, your face coverings, detergent to wash them, hand sanitizer, other sanitation products. They won't have any of them here. You'll have to bring your own. So once again, this continues to be the situation down here at the Hawaii Convention Center, but just know that there are 12 other sites around the island of Oahu. If you need the full list, go to our website at hawaiinewsnow.com. Steve and Grace, it's going to be a busy afternoon.
Yeah, it looks like people at least are taking it seriously. Thank you, Billy. Parts of windward Oahu and the North Shore were really concerned about that area. They could see some severe impacts. Casey Lund has been live in Hau'ula throughout the morning. Casey.
Hey, Grace, good morning. You know, I just want to make note that I've taken my jacket off, and I'm not trying to downplay the seriousness of this storm, but it was really warm here just a moment ago. The sun was out, and you can see quite a bit of blue sky, but that just goes to show you how erratic things have been today. About 15 minutes before that, the winds had really picked up, and we were seeing quite a bit of rain. So, again, things are changing minute by minute here, but like we've been telling you all morning, what's really stayed consistent is those sustained winds, probably in the double digits and picking up slowly throughout the morning. On our way up here from town, we didn't see a whole lot of activity. Of course, that's around 4 o'clock in the morning. You're not going to see a lot of people out, but this morning we're starting to see people begin to take precautions, get the boards up on their windows here on the North Shore because they've been listening to emergency officials
and having to shelter.
Well, first of all, there will be a screening as you come in, just like when you go into any other place. You'll get your temperature checked, and someone will ask you questions. If you are positive for possible COVID, you will go into an isolation area where they'll have a special area for you. And if you're not, then from there, you'll go into other rooms with your family members where you can shelter in place. Things that we won't have at this particular shelter or any of the shelters this time is we won't have food and water and cots. This is more for emergencies. If you don't have a safe place to be, please come to a shelter. But if you do have a safe place to be, or a family member or friends that are in a safe place, go there. It's much better. Normally, it's 10 square feet per person in a regular hurricane evacuation shelter. Now we have to do 60 square feet per family unit. So if you understand that there's our capacity is stretched to the max. But we don't want anybody to be in an unsafe place. We want you to come and be safe if you need it.
And you're saying you won't refuse anyone from coming into the shelter. So what if the capacity kind of extends to the max where you can't do the 6 feet distancing?
Right. So we won't turn anyone away. And if we have to get closer, we will. We'll try and do it by family units so that there's more, still some protection, but really we won't turn anyone away. And we are not, here in Waimanalo, we're not a pet shelter in that we don't have the Humane Society here, but you can bring your animals with you, but please bring crates, leashes, all those things that you need. Sorry, of course.
Live TV trouble, sometimes the phones go off.
Yeah, so do bring your pets. We don't want anybody staying home because they think they can't bring their pets and they're in a dangerous situation, but bring all your pets' needs. Just like you need food and water and a place to be, they need a crate, they need their food, they need their water, and we have a place for them also.
And you were telling me you actually went across the nation throughout the years to help with other natural disasters. Yes. I mean, again, this is just a new thing for us to have to adapt to a pandemic. And just how did that experience kind of help prep you for handling this?
Well, one of the things that you learn is that everything changes, right? So my training for responding to disasters has helped me get through the last 5 months because every day something changes, right? In a disaster, you never know. In 5 minutes, we could have some thunderstorms and we have to run in and do something different. So it's just that flexibility of learning to anticipate what may be a problem, try and work around it before it happens, but then be flexible to solve once you have an issue that comes up.
Flexibility, definitely a key word here. Carol, thank you so much for being here. Again, she is a volunteer with the Red Cross. And of course, if you're planning to come out to a shelter, they're open until the disaster is declared clear.
Can I say that in the past in Waimanalo, it's been at Waimanalo School, but we're at Pope Elementary. So please don't go to Waimanalo School. I hear there's some people there. Come to Pope Elementary. That's where we are.
Good. I'm sure people appreciate all your help. And yeah, again, there's those extra screening precautions because of COVID-19, but you can find a list of the shelters that will be open.
Also, bring your mask, wear your mask. Thank you.
Yes, of course. And yeah, again, if you need those shelter locations, you can head to our website, KITV.com. But for now, reporting in Waimanalo, Nicole Tam, KITV4 Island News.
Nicole, and as Leah mentioned, as Tasia was saying, if you are on Oahu, you have a little bit of time to prepare, and there are 13 shelters on Oahu, as Nicole mentioned. They've been open since 9 o'clock this morning.
Video to share with you. This is from East Maui, and you can see just how stormy it is in this area. The ocean is washing debris onto the road in Hamoa. Now, this is video from State Senator Kalani English, and we spoke with him earlier, and he talked about the storm surge, and he says it's washing up onto the roads this morning, and it has been for at least a few hours now. He said that the conditions were deteriorating rapidly. There was sideways rain at some point. And he said that some of the oceanside properties in Hamoa, they were getting flooded by ocean water. Now, because of the storm surge that we have been warning you about, this is having a big effect in East Maui, and in some areas it is reported to be as deep as 1 meter. Again, you can see just how choppy it is in the East Maui area. Now, we want to go live to Kauai. Ashley Nagaoka is live in Kapa'a this morning. Ashley, what can you tell us?
So remember earlier I told you there was lots of sunshine and blue skies here on Kauai. Well, that has quickly changed. I'm going to step out of the picture so you can see. This is looking down the east side of the island. We're in Kapa'a now. That's looking towards Lihue, and it was kind of eerie. There was a big patch of blue sky behind me earlier when we last took this live shot, and we slowly watched as this blanket of gray clouds, and that blanket stretched as far out to sea as the eye could see. And now all the blue sky is gone, and now it's kind of windy and the waves have picked up, and it's a very eerie feeling, but we're going to be watching these conditions as the day progresses. Now, on the drive from Lihue to Kapa'a, it was pretty empty on the roads considering it is a Sunday. We saw some long lines for gas and people securing items on their property, and some updates from the county. Because of the weather conditions, the Kauai bus will suspend service early today. The times of the last runs vary for each route. I think the first route was just canceled a couple minutes ago at 9:20, and I believe the last one is sometime in the 11 o'clock hour. The county also says trash pickup has been postponed until Friday, and the landfill and refuse transfer stations will be closing at noon today. So if you have any trash that you need to get off your property, get over to those transfer stations now. Kauai Foodlands are all closing at 6 p.m. today. Walmart will be closing at 5 p.m. today. There was a long line of customers earlier this morning before they even opened. So if you need last minute supplies, now is the time to get them. We saw a lot of people buying ice to fill up their coolers to keep their foods cold. And the county beach parks and campsites are all closed today. And the county says that they will be opening shelters as needed. We're told the shelter at the Kauai Community College will be opening at 2 o'clock if needed. The 3 shelters, KCC, including the Kilauea and the Kalaheo neighborhood centers, can all hold 400 people total, but more shelters will be opened if needed. And the rain is starting to come now. Grace.
I know, rapidly changing conditions. Ashley Nagaoka live on Kauai. Thank you. In the meantime, we have breaking news to report. Apparently there is a large fire in the Sand Island area. Lacey has the latest on that. Lacey.
And Grace, we need some of that rain to help us with this. We have some breaking news. Honolulu firefighters are responding to a 2-alarm fire. You can see that off of our tower camera along Sand Island access. You can see the massive smoke and flames. Now, we're still waiting to hear about injuries and further details. We will be sure to keep you updated. But what I've heard from police, this is on a portion of Mikole Street. Officers are still en route. They were called in by firefighters. So at this point, they don't, in fact, in our traffic camera now, we can see firefighters going here right off of Nimitz Highway. That's how large this plume of smoke is. We can see it off of Nimitz Highway on the Makai side. So we'll continue following this. Again, a large fire. You can see that plume of black smoke. It's reported to be along Micole Street. We do have a crew heading there, and we'll let you know as soon as we get any updates on this or hear of any road closures that are needed for this. For now, let's send things back over to Guy Huggy.
Thanks a lot, Lacey. Now, these are the reporting stations at the airports, right? So they're starting to get stronger. And some areas, like what Chelsea was talking about over in the windward side of Maui, already getting very, very windy conditions with some gusts probably upwards of 50 miles an hour. And already, as that storm system has moved, the winds are starting to shift. Hilo's got southerly winds, and those northerly winds that are just ahead of the storm, well, you can see they're kind of backing off because they were running in double digits over in Kona. Now, if you want to make your plan today for when to expect the rough weather, this is what the Central Pacific Hurricane Center says is a reasonable time to expect the tropical storm force winds in excess of 39 miles an hour. So we're expecting them now for Maui County and for the Big Island. By 2 this afternoon, those winds should start to move over Oahu. So get ready, get prepared before that. If you're on Kauai, you got a little bit more time because those tropical storm force winds are expected into Kauai right around 8 o'clock tonight. And they'll likely linger for, for the night, right? So there's the center of the storm. The center of the storm like at last check was 90 miles from Kahului, about double that, 185 miles to the east of Oahu. And there it is, that slowly by midnight tonight, it's going to be moving out towards Kauai and going to get very close to Kauai, if not make landfall over them. And as such, those winds will be moving and shifting around behind it. Now, once the storm leaves by, say, Monday afternoon, we still will get some breezy winds behind it. Normally, we don't see these orange and purple streamlines indicating winds in excess of 40 miles an hour. But it looks like that is going to be the case all the way through Tuesday, well after the storm is gone, and those breezy conditions will continue into Wednesday and to some extent even into Thursday. So the effects from Douglas likely lingering for the next several days. Now at last check, at the 8 o'clock check, the winds were at 90 miles an hour, still gusts to 115. And again, on that timeline, it's expected to really impact Kauai and Oahu by this afternoon as a Category 1 hurricane, not really weakening significantly until it is out of our neighborhood. Grace, back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Guy. We want to bring in Stephen Levins. He is the Executive Director of the State Office of Consumer Protection.
Yeah, we're talking about price gouging during hurricane preparations and avoiding scams after the storm. So, Stephen, we'll start there. What are the main concerns during times like this?
Well, every time we encounter a natural disaster, scammers, they just come out of the woodwork and they try to take advantage of the situation. So I anticipate it's going to be the case when this dissipates in a few days. And what we're going to see are allegations involving price gouging, charity fraud, a big uptick in phishing scams, door-to-door contractors. If people have their roofs are damaged, we're going to see contractors going door-to-door, soliciting consumers, and we're also going to see FEMA scams. I mean, FEMA apparently already has representatives on Oahu right now, and they're here, but there are going to be scammers trying to impersonate FEMA employees trying to take advantage of our citizens.
Stephen, if you see something like this, what sort of information should you collect? What should you be doing as a consumer?
Well, first of all, if someone comes to your door unsolicited and tells you that they can work with the insurance company because your roof has been damaged and it needs to be replaced, that's a big red flag. You need to contact your insurance company directly and work with the insurance company. And because if you give any money to someone who comes door to door, you may not see any of that money ever again. If you're getting emails from a charity or someone or a company or FEMA, someone claiming to be FEMA, and it's unsolicited, don't engage the email. Don't click on any attachments. Don't have anything to do with it, because invariably it's going to be a fraudulent email.
Yeah, Stephen, it's incredibly disturbing because there are going to be so many people that actually need help, and there's going to be a lot of people that want to help. I wish we could go over all the different scenarios, but are there any specifics that we need to look out for in general that we can tell right off the bat, hey, I'm not giving this guy my information? I imagine never give out Social Security, right?
Absolutely not. You don't ever give out any of your own personal information to anyone unless you're absolutely sure who you're dealing with. So if someone is sending you an unsolicited email, you have no idea who that person is. I mean, it could be someone down the street, it could be someone in Russia, it could be someone in Africa. Don't provide any personal information to anyone who's asking you for it unsolicited. If you have any doubts, for instance, if you get an email from your financial institution or you're getting email from a state agency or a government agency, you contact that agency yourself. Don't click on it. Don't contact them with the telephone number that they've provided, because I'll tell you, in most cases, that's going to be a scam. A huge red flag is if anyone is asking you for money. It could, if it's a charity and they're asking you for money and they're claiming that they're a charity that you're familiar with, don't provide them with the money, because it's very easy to copy and paste the name of a well-known charity. And if you give them your credit card number or they're telling you to go purchase gift cards, it's going to be a scam and you're going to lose your money. If you want to give to charity, give to charity. Give to charities you're aware of, well-known charities, and you contact them. Don't wait for them to contact you. You contact them. Their telephone numbers are widely available. Their websites are available online. Contact them, and they will be glad to take your money, and it will go for a legitimate purpose.
All right, Stephen Levins, thank you so much for the information and for the advice. In the meantime, let's go back to that tire fire on Sand Island. Lacey.
Man, Grace, since our last report just a few minutes ago, we have really seen the smoke ramp up. This is way down in the Sand Island area. Honolulu firefighters are responding to a 2-alarm fire. You can see from our tower cam smoke and flames. They are visible. And this is really actually pouring on over toward the Kalihi side as well, off of Nimitz Highway. We can see it on our traffic cameras there. Now, the exact address given to us was 1006 Mikole Street. This is right off of Sand Island Access Road, right above Pu'uvai Street, if you're familiar with that area. So if you're traveling in that Sand Island area, you can expect very poor visibility. I would highly recommend to avoid it. Right now, we're not sure on very much details. We do know that HPD is responding. We're waiting to hear from them on any road closures, which I'm sure there will be some needed in that area. All we know right now is that firefighters, they are responding. It's reported to be a 2-alarm building fire. So be careful, Sand Island area. We will keep you updated. Another look here off of our tower camera. Large plume of black smoke billowing out of that Sand Island area right off of Mikole Street. We'll keep you updated here on Sunrise with any more details that comes our way. But Grace, back over to you.
Yeah, Lacey, whenever you have a fire, particularly a tire fire, that is known to burn for a very long time and produce an incredible amount of smoke, as you can see with this black smoke going into the air. We will continue to bring you the very latest on that. In the meantime, we want to go back to Maui. Conditions getting worse over there. Chelsea Davis is live in Kahului for us. Chelsea.
Yeah, that's right, Grace. We are live at Kahului Harbor, and as you said, conditions are deteriorating. It is starting to rain here. The wind has been pretty consistent, but just in the past few minutes, really we've been feeling a lot more rain than we have. A couple of updates. Costco opens at 10 a.m. and they have modified hours because of Hurricane Douglas. They close at noon, so they're only open for a couple of hours today. But again, you should have gotten everything you needed to ride out this storm. Officials are asking everyone to stay at home. The sirens did sound here about an hour ago, and that was reminding residents again we are under a hurricane warning, to shelter in place and to stay informed. Now, joining me live now, I want to bring in Senator Gil Keith Agaran. He represents Central Maui. He is born and raised here on Maui. Senator, what message do you want to get out there to the people of Maui?
Basically to stay safe, and as the mayor has asked everyone, stay at home. It's the best thing to do. Keep the roads clear, and stay informed. And there's so many ways now that you can stay informed to find out where the shelters are, get updates on what's happening, and nothing better than to get online with Hawaii News Now.
Exactly, and you know, we're here at Kahului Harbor. We're right along Kahului Beach Road. There are a ton of cars driving in and out. We see a lot of people here at the harbor, people stocking up on ice, people just kind of watching the waves as well. Is this concerning to you?
A little bit, and I'm glad that right now that the conditions have been so mild so far, but as you mentioned, just standing here the last 20 minutes, you can see that the waves are getting taller and the winds are picking up. So if you didn't prepare for today, you know, try to do everything that you need to do quickly and get home.
Exactly. What are your biggest fears? What is top of mind right now?
My biggest concern is that people still are not taking this seriously, because when they woke up this morning, you know, still a light rain. The sky was a little overcast, but you really didn't feel like this is really happening. And as you can see, that with the conditions changing, people take this seriously, stay at home, stay safe. This is the best time in the world to be with your family.
Couldn't agree with you more. Thank you so much, Senator, for your time. Waking up this morning, joining us live, I really appreciate it. Another update before I send it back to you, Grace. I just got a text from county officials that the newest numbers in terms of the shelters, 18 people are at Red Cross emergency shelters across the county. But again, shelters should be last resort. It's best to shelter at home if you can. If you can't, there's a list of shelters available, and that's on our website at hawaiinewsnow.com. There are modified protocols because of COVID-19. Social distancing requirements are still in place. So of course, fewer people are allowed in, but they aren't going to turn anyone away. Everyone is being screened by the National Guard. If you do show up with symptoms, they do have a special isolation area they can take you in. But again, that should be last resort. Try to shelter at home if possible. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Chelsea, for the update. We have our team coverage continuing on Molokai. Allison Blair is reporting there. Allison.
Hey Grace, this morning it's really been raining off and on here in Kaunakakai. Right now it's off. The sun is actually shining. Winds very minimal. We haven't really seen any gusts or anything really at all. It's been pretty still here this morning. I want to show you some video that viewers have sent in from across Molokai. This first one is from Maria Holmes. It was taken within the hour from Kawela looking south. Now you would normally be able to see Maui and then Lanai off in the distance, but clouds are blocking the view. She says the Pailolo Channel is calm right now, but obviously it's expected to pick up later in the day. This next video is from Rob Stevenson. About 8:30 this morning at Kepuhi Beach, you can hear a hurricane siren in the background if you listen there. And then we also took a drive up Kalai Highway just a few minutes ago. We just got back here from there, and winds not bad up there at all. You know how windy it can get up there. And it was very foggy, to be expected, and there was also a light drizzle also to be expected up there. The roads leading to Kalaupapa Lookout was closed. Now back out here live, we're at Rollins gas station. You can see people coming in, going to the gas pumps, grabbing gas at the last minute, getting snacks. They're one of the only places in town that's actually open today. A few moments ago, they actually had a line out the door. Hawaii Gas also just stopped by and refilled their propane. They had run out yesterday. For now, we're live in Kaunakakai. Allison Blair, Hawaii News Now.
All right, thanks, Allison, for the update. We want to go back to that breaking news out at Sand Island. This really has nothing to do with the storm itself, but you may be seeing the smoke, right, Lacey?
Grace, thankfully, since our last report just a few minutes ago, we have really seen that smoke slow down a bit. Let's take a live look right now from our tower camera. This looking out toward the Sand Island area. 1006 Mikole Street. That is where this fire is reported. And what we have heard is that it's not the actual structure of toe jams, a company there in Sand Island. It's actually the tires that caught on fire. And like Grace had said earlier, that's why the thick smoke was so black, so dark earlier. Right now, we do know that HPD has shut down that portion of Mikole Street. In fact, here's what the scene looked like just a few minutes ago. Very thick black smoke. We're seeing that over Nimitz Highway, our traffic cameras along the Kalihi stretch area. So if you're traveling through the Sand Island stretch, just know that that portion of Mikole Street right at Toe Jams, the company in the Sand Island area, that is shut down. We'll continue to follow this and let you know as soon as we get any more updates on this really large fire in the Sand Island area. But for now, let's send things back over to Grace.
All right, thanks a lot, Lacey, for the update on that fire. Guy has the latest on our weather, and how's it looking as far as the track? I mean, we're hoping it goes north, but really it's kind of hitting dead on towards us.
Yeah, that's kind of what was expected. There's going to be little wobbles in where it goes, maybe even up to 30 miles, but it's expected to stay within that track. And here's the moisture right now. You can see all that heavy rain just barreling towards Maui, likely going to just skirt by them. But there are some thunderstorms firing up as well. So heavy rain looks like it's in the car. It's already coming down along the Hana Highway. And then they could get some afternoon showers down towards the Big Island, maybe some afternoon thunderstorms, but it looks like the worst of it is kind of bypassing the Big Island. So they skirted on this one. They did really well. So hopefully they will remain rather calm. But again, there's a possibility for some afternoon thunderstorms because of the heat and the humidity and that very moist air mass coming up from the south. Now, I drew these arrows in to show you how far out the hurricane force winds extend out and the tropical storm force winds. So hurricane winds extend out some 30 miles from the center, and those winds are in excess of 74 miles an hour, upwards of 115 miles an hour with this storm. And the tropical storm force winds from the center, they go out 105 miles. That's anywhere between 74 miles an hour and 39 miles an hour. Those are winds that create power outages, property damage, down trees, that sort of stuff. So this will be the scenario as the storm moves across the state. Now remember that the storm will remain at this intensity that it is now. So we can expect the winds to come on here about 2 o'clock this afternoon, but the rain ahead of the storm already having some pop-up showers, and there's more rain on the way. Now, even though the wind is expected here on Oahu about 2 o'clock, the rain is going to come probably before that as the bands probably extend out ahead of those strong winds. So there's the historic path. And what Bob Ballard was talking about, those little wobbles, those little movements really will make a difference on the impacts of certain neighborhoods. And these wobbles are expected to continue even though the forecast path looks like a straight line. The reality is it will wobble anywhere within this cone. So if you live within this cone, Kauai, Oahu, as well as Maui County, you can expect some really severe weather probably over the next 24 to 48 hours. So if you haven't prepared now is the time to prepare because there's still a little bit of time if you're on Kauai and if you're on Oahu and if you're in Maui County. Hunker down now. Grace, Steve?
Yeah, those wobbles, those are not small. We're talking 20 to 30 miles, and then for the islands of Hawaii, that's a big difference.
It is a big difference. It is a big difference. And there's no way to predict such minuscule changes in something as big as this, right? To the hurricane, 20 to 30 miles is like a little bit of a move, but it's going to make a big difference as far as the impacts that we see. And again, there's no way to accurately predict those little wobbles between 20 and 30 miles an hour, even at 20 and 30 miles in difference, even though the effects could be huge.
Now, we usually worry about the front side of the storm, the northwest quadrant being the most powerful, but this storm, we're actually worried about both the front and the back end, correct?
Yeah, that's right, because once the storm passes, it's going to suck up into itself some very strong Kona winds. And according to Bob Ballard, those Kona winds could be just as strong as the winds ahead of it in front of the storm. So behind the storm, once it passes, there's still that risk of very powerful winds coming in from a different direction.
All right, thanks for the update, Guy. Most flights because of this and most maritime shipping, they've been canceled for today. Howard is here to update us on that. Howard.
Grace, Hawaiian Airlines is grounded for passenger service both inter-island and trans-Pacific today. Hawaiian has flown 18 of its 20 inter-island jets to Kona, where winds may be less, and many other jets are being repositioned there or on the west coast. Mokulele has also canceled all flights today, and Southwest has canceled all Hawaii flights. Alaska, which currently has 2 flights from Seattle to Honolulu, is flying the first one but has canceled the second one. A Delta flight is on its way from LAX. A United flight is bound here from SFO. Atlas Air and UPS have landed cargo jets at Honolulu this morning. Young Brothers canceled barges to Kauai High, Kahului, and Nawiliwili, and you can expect cargo limits when they do sail. Matson loaded barges with supplies for Nawiliwili and Kauai High. They'll weather in open seas south of here until the storm passes. Matson's R.J. Pfeiffer arrived Saturday. Longshore cruise unloaded it rapidly, and it sailed back out last night. The Kaimana Gila's arrival is pushed back to whenever the Port of Honolulu reopens. And Pasha's Marjorie C is weathering in open seas. It will sail into port whenever the harbor is clear. Grace?
Let's hope that's soon. All right, thanks, Howard, for the update. We also have a list of what is closed on Oahu. The Aloha Stadium Swap Meet and Marketplace, the Children's Discovery Center, Waikiki Aquarium, and the Bishop Museum all closed today. Programs at the USS Arizona have been suspended, and the Pearl Harbor National Memorial is closed through tomorrow. Waimea Valley is closed at least through tomorrow, and the city's Open Street Kalakaua in Waikiki event, has been canceled for today. The bus and handy van service, that will stop at noon this morning. Also, we have new video from overnight showing Ala Moana Beach Park. That is also closed. Police officers swept through that area to make sure that no one was left inside. All city beach parks are closed today, and that is until further notice. Oahu golf courses and the zoo off limits as well. Officials will also close all state forest lands. Oahu lifeguards, they're going to be operating from mobile units starting as early as 6 a.m. Ocean Safety says that lifeguard towers are closed because of the closures of the city beach parks. The mobile units could be withdrawn if coastal conditions become too dangerous. Officials will monitor conditions throughout the morning, but they are there for you. And if you see someone in trouble, call 911. The city also warning Oahu residents just to be prepared to evacuate in case you are told to do so. And if you live in a flood-prone area or a coastal zone, you may be asked to evacuate. If you're in an older plantation-style home, you could be asked as well. And then even up high, houses on ridgelines or mountain slopes, you could be asked to evacuate. Those who must do so should try to stay with a friend or a family member. Emergency shelters should serve as a last resort.
All right, here's a list of stores that we know are closing for the day or are closing early. According to social media posts, all Foodland locations on Maui are closing 9:30 this morning. Well, I guess they must have already. All Oahu locations are closing at noon, and all Kauai locations are closing at 6 p.m. On Oahu, Pearl Ridge Center will be closed today. However, individual stores and restaurants may be open, so check with each business individually. As of right now, the center plans to reopen at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Also, Zippy's is closing locations statewide. The only one with regular business hours right now is the one in Hilo in the Prince Kuhio Plaza. The Kahului location will not open today. Also, all 21 locations on Oahu will close at 11 o'clock this morning. Online orders will be accepted until 10 a.m. They will announce when they will reopen at a later time. All right, let's get the latest on that Sand Island fire with Lacey Denise.
And Steve, let's take a look right now from our tower camera. Not as much smoke as we saw maybe about 10-15 minutes ago. Right now, fire crews are responding to 1006 Mikole Street. That is where we are told a large amount of tires caught fire, not the actual building. It's reported to be next to tow company Tow Jams. This is right off of Mikole Street and Sand Island Parkway. No other details available, but HPD says they actually did have to close off that portion of Mikole Street as they responded, as fire crews worked to put out the flames. In fact, let's take a look at some video from earlier this morning at just how large that plume of smoke was. It was large enough that you could actually see it from our traffic cameras off of Nimitz Highway in Kalihi, right past the Sand Island Access Road intersection. So it looks like fire crews have really got a better handle on this. Again, tire fire right off of Mikole Street next to towing company Tow Jams way down in the Sand Island area. We'll let you know as soon as we get confirmation that Mikole Street has reopened, but for now that remains shut down according to HPD. Grace, back to you.
All right, thanks, Lacey. Douglas, as you know, is bearing down on the state. Some supplies are still on store shelves. Jonathan Sabi reports.
With just a couple hours to prepare for any possible impact from Douglas, the parking lot here at the Safeway on Poly still pretty empty. We're gonna go inside and see how the shelves look. First aisle we're checking out, if you're looking for that all-important TP, we've seen this scene before. It's looking a little barren over here. Still some options left, but they are running out of a few. Talking about the pandemic, it's interesting to note that some of the shelves in the cleaning supplies area still pretty empty. The food supply here at the Poly Safeway is still looking really good. While some of the pasta's been picked over, there's still plenty of options. Same with those dry cereals and those high calorie options you need for your food supply kit. There's still plenty here on the shelves. With officials saying you need 1 gallon of water per person per day to stay safe, here at this Safeway, there's still a lot of options. As for other beverage options, there's some bare spots, but there's still plenty to choose from. The lines here downtown not looking too bad at all, but keep in mind you really only have a few hours to prepare here on Oahu in any sense of the word. I'm Jonathan Jared Sapi, reporting at the Poly Safeway.
All right, thanks, Jonathan. We want to go to Honolulu Mayor Kurt Caldwell, who is standing by. And Mayor, we wanted to get an update from your perspective on how the city is preparing and what we should be expecting.
Thank you, Grace. It's my hands on deck at this point. You know, we just finished a briefing with the National Weather Service, the Governor, the Mayor's National Guard. We're taking this extremely seriously. Now, unfortunately, Hurricane Douglas has not moved further north, and therefore we're going to have a serious Category 1, strong Category 1 hurricane passing by Oahu starting mid-afternoon and through the evening into tomorrow. First time in my 8 years as mayor have we had a hurricane approach so close to Oahu, and so extreme serious situation at this point. Because of that, we are going to be sounding our sirens at some point, perhaps a little later this morning or early this afternoon, to alert everyone to start the shelter in place, to get your last things done, and then to stay home. Of course, with that alert siren comes a text message that you broadcast, giving specific information on what people need to do prior to hunkering down and what to do while this hurricane passes our island. We've been told that we most likely will not see hurricane force winds, but we will be seeing very strong tropical force winds up to 74 miles per hour. That's very strong. Initially will come from the north-northwest, north-northeast, and then change to south-southwest. Somewhat troubling because while we're used to strong gusts from the north-northeast, we're not used to strong winds from the south-southwest. So we're asking everyone to go around their homes and buildings to make sure things are tied down on both sides and things that could blow away are secured. The other thing, because our hurricane is traveling to the north of Oahu, just slightly north, we expect those going through Kailua and Kaneohe and then down to the North Shore to really be prepared along the ocean. We're going to see a high tide this evening around 8:45 during the height of the storm. And with high tide and storm surge, it's going to be more difficult for streams to empty into the ocean, and water can back up and there can be inland flooding. So we put up on our site, oneoahu.org, a surge flood map. First time ever, we encourage people to go there if they're on that side of the island, just to see where they could maybe see some flooding and plan accordingly so that they can take action if necessary. In addition, I'm recommending that the City and County of Honolulu close all of their offices tomorrow because while the hurricane may be passing by then, although we'll still be seeing the remnant effects, there could be debris on the road. We don't want people to be worrying about whether they should come to work tomorrow in addition to hunkering down today. We'll be making that decision shortly and sharing it with you, but I'm just giving a heads up. So this is a very extremely serious event that we see on top of a pandemic. I think we're going to be seeing more cases today, maybe not as high as yesterday, but still a high number, more than we'd like to see here on Oahu, as we're encouraging people to seek shelter as a last resort. As you know, we're saying if you could stay in your home, you should stay there. If you can't stay in your home because it's not safe, then seek shelter with a family member or a friend. And of course, when you do, you got to protect yourself by wearing your face covering, practicing physical distancing, wherever possible in that home. If you can't find such shelter, the last resort shelter is at one of our 13 shelters, and people are already doing that. One of our 13 shelters is the convention center. It opened up at 9. People started lining up before 9. There were approximately 200 people in that shelter already. So people are taking this seriously and seeking shelter. But if they seek this form of shelter, a city and county shelter, they're going to be prepared. They should be prepared for something they've never seen before. Before they're allowed to enter, their temperature will be taken. They need to be wearing a face covering at all times upon entry and upon staying in the shelter, and only take off your face covering if you're eating or drinking something.
All right.
Or
Mayor Koa, I'm sorry to
Otherwise,
interrupt
face
you.
coverings.
Your signal is actually coming in and out, and so I'm only interrupting you because of your signal, but we want to hear your message, so we're going to try to work on that and get you back here on air because your message is very important. But I just want to reiterate that the mayor is saying that tomorrow all city and county offices will be closed in preparation for Hurricane Douglas. He doesn't want any of the city or county workers to have to worry about going into work. So city and county offices closed tomorrow. He is asking people to stay at home. And even though we do have those emergency shelters in place, that is a place of last resort. But again, as the mayor was saying, and it was hard to tell, but this is very real. And we're expecting some major impacts from Hurricane Douglas across Oahu, particularly on the North Shore and on the windward sides. And we're talking about in a matter of hours. So again, we'll try to get the mayor back here on Sunrise to give us an update on what is going on city and county. We'll be right back.
We saw some surfers earlier taking advantage of some of those large swells before the storm reaches Oahu. Honolulu Ocean Safety, though, has adjusted its hours, staffing only mobile units. All beach parks in the city and county of Honolulu will be closed today, but Ocean Safety will patrol those areas and conditions will be evaluated throughout the day. And now on the left.
All right, we're going to leave you with a look at.
All right, thanks so much. You've been watching our extended broadcast of Hurricane Douglas. KITV 4 Island News team coverage continues in just a few minutes with Mika Mishima and Brenton Awa. Don't go away.
All right, stay safe out there.
Aloha.
Across the Central Pacific, bearing down on the Hawaiian Islands. The good news report, though, it's weekend. A couple of days ago was a major hurricane, but now it's barely hanging on to a Category 1 status. And it should weaken further as it makes its move across the Hawaiian Islands. So thankfully, it'll be weakening into a tropical storm. But there'll still be some impacts here as the system will be moving right across the central and northern parts of the islands. It should be weakening from a Category 1 to a tropical storm as it approaches the string of pearls here, but still very windy and significant amounts of rain on the windward sides of the islands. So let's take a look at our wind gusts. We are calling for winds, tropical storm force, perhaps some hurricane force winds in gusts up to 80 miles an hour. So with winds like that, that can produce some property damage. And as we check on the rainfall, well, Hawaiian Islands used to heavy rains, but we will see some excessive rains coming in on the windward slopes here, 4 to 8 inches. AccuWeather storm max up to 12 inches, and that could lead to areas of flooding and perhaps some mudslides. So on our impact scale here, we are looking at less than a 1, and we are calling for flooding, locally damaging winds, perhaps some power outages, and some mudslides.
Terror and chaos caused by what Italians call a bomba d'agua, or
changed much as well. This is the 8 o'clock update, most recent from the Central Pacific Hurricane Center. Winds were at 90 miles an hour, gust to 115. It was about 90 miles just off to the east of Maui, and that's the center of the storm. Obviously, the storm is much bigger than that, and it's about 185 miles out from Honolulu. And those winds are expected to remain at hurricane strength all the way until early tomorrow morning, slowly weakening as it moves along. But that weakening is almost insignificant, almost inconsequential, because from 90 miles an hour to this afternoon, where it's going to be at 85 miles an hour, the difference in damage possible, not much. So we are expecting those hurricane conditions to come over Maui County, Oahu, and Kauai. Now, the path has been jogged slightly to the north. And I think that slight change really is not going to matter very much, because the change is just that, just slight. So here's the current radar, and you can see that it has cleared the Big Island, so they are not under a threat of, looks like, hurricane conditions, although they still could get some tropical storm conditions. As that storm passes by, it's likely to start picking up the Kona winds, and those Kona winds might be pretty strong. And there's also a chance, with all this tropical moisture that it's sucking up, that Kona could get some afternoon thunderstorms. Now, according to the Central Pacific Hurricane Center, hurricane force winds stronger than 74 miles an hour extend out some 30 miles from the center. Remember, it's moving a little bit closer. Tropical storm force winds stronger than 39 miles an hour, but less than 74 miles an hour, are extending out a lot, out to 105 miles from the center. So parts of Maui likely already getting tropical storm force winds, and this system is on the move. It's on the move towards Oahu. Now, Oahu getting some clouds, some outer band clouds, and a few light scattered showers. So far, the showers have been light, and this is all wind chop out over the ocean. And the winds aren't all that strong just yet here on Oahu. For that, we're expecting those tropical storm force winds to come in sometime in the afternoon, as early as 2 o'clock, maybe even before that. That's our best estimate from the Central Pacific Hurricane Center. So here's that wobbly forecast path. This is where it's been. It's not like that straight path that we're forecasting. So any one of these wobbles, if it happens and when it happens, because it's likely to happen to this forecast line, will really change the effects on exactly what we get. So even though they draw a straight forecast line, it's likely to wobble anywhere in the cone. Now, the more south that it wobbles, the bigger the threat, the bigger the damage. And we're also expecting huge surf, right? 15 to 25 on the east shore as the storm moves along, getting even bigger by tonight. And north shores will catch some of that wraparound. South shores might get that wraparound as well. But south shores, when that storm passes, it's going to increase those Kona winds, and that's when the south shores will begin picking up. All in all, we're in for a rough ride. It's just starting now. Expected to get worse as the day progresses in through tomorrow afternoon. Steve, Grace, back to you.
All right, guys, we want to come back to you in just a second. But first, we have new video. This is from Texas, showing the destructive power of Hurricane Hana. A semi, you can see right there, flipped on a highway when it hit the storm's eye wall. Like Douglas, it also has sustained winds of 90 miles an hour. That storm has now been downgraded to a tropical storm, which I guess is great for them. But at the same time, what a busy time at this point with all the storms across the U.S.
Yeah, Steve, what's significant about this is that we should pay attention and try to see video from this storm because it made landfall at the similar strength that Douglas is right now.
Yeah.
The difference, though, I think for Hawaii is almost because obviously we're islands. Wouldn't the destruction from Douglas be almost worse than you would see on the mainland somewhere at Texas, where only parts of it are on the coast?
Well, I don't know, Grace. 90-mile-an-hour winds are the same whether it's there or here.
Right.
Now, for us, though, we've got the difference being we got these microclimates, right? We got these valleys and peaks, and that really changes the wind speeds. So like the upper ridges, they will get stronger winds than down on the lower elevations. And then if you're in a downsloping area with the winds hitting and you're downsloping, that gravity will increase the wind speeds as well. So to some extent, you're correct in that, Grace, in that our topography is much different, and that will have an effect on the wind speeds.
But what's also interesting, we talked about just how fast this thing is moving, and we should see the bulk of it by the end of tonight. Is Big Island, have they seen the worst of it already, or are they still going to see a little bit more?
Well, I wouldn't let their guard down just yet because, like I said, they could get some thunderstorms, and the Kona winds will likely step up a little bit as that storm moves away from them. So they're not in the clear by any stretch, but definitely the severe weather, the hurricane conditions, they're out of that. That's not an issue for them.
All right, thanks a lot, Guy.
All right, in the meantime, let's go back to our team coverage. The Maui County Mayor has urged residents to shelter in place. Our Chelsea Davis is live on the Valley Isle with a look at the conditions there. Looks like it's picking up, huh, Chelsea?
Yeah, exactly, Steve. Here comes the rain. Just in the past few minutes, the rain has really been coming down. And as I was saying earlier, for the most part for this morning, the rain has been off and on, really inconsistent here. But when it does rain, it does pour. Also, what's been consistent is the wind. We're at Kahului Harbor, and all morning long the wind has been really strong, really steady. But just now, as I'm talking, just in the past couple minutes, as you can see, the rain is kind of dying down, so very inconsistent, off and on. But I must say the surf has also picked up here at the harbor. Also getting reports of big waves out on the east side, out in Hana, hearing residents out in Hamoa Bay tell me that Hamoa Beach, saying that the surf is really big and powerful out there. Now, earlier we did see a couple of kite surfers out here at the Kahului Harbor, and that is not smart, guys. Officials are warning people to stay out of the water, take this seriously, and as much as possible, stay off of the roadways as well. We are right off of Kahului Beach Road, and we see quite a few cars driving up and down. Also, a lot of people here at the harbor just picking up ice. There is an ice machine here, getting last-minute preps. But again, as much as possible, just stay indoors. Waikapu residents did experience a power outage this morning. We learned that from Nico earlier this morning around 5:30. About 3,000 people lost power in the Waikapu and Wailuku areas, and that lasted for about 25 minutes or so. Nico officials tell us it's because of a tree. It was on some power lines. But earlier today, we spoke with residents who said they spent all day yesterday just preparing for the worst.
We're preparing for the rain and the wind. We've been putting all our plants in the garage and strapping everything down, propane tanks and the lawnmower, and getting everything strapped down, so nothing flies away and flies into our home or anybody else's.
Then about 8:30 this morning, the hurricane warning sirens did sound here on Maui. And again, that was warning people to stay inside, stay informed, shelter in place. There are several emergency shelters set up across the island for those in need. But if you must, that's only open for those at the last resort. Red Cross has about 5 shelters on Maui. They said that special protocols do exist because of social distancing. They're not turning anybody away. But again, I spoke with the Maui County Mayor, Mike Victorino, yesterday, and he said as much as possible, just stay off of the roads. But as you can just see, just in the past few minutes as I've been talking, how the rain has died down. So that just goes to show just how inconsistent it's been here in Kahului this morning. Grace and Steve, back to you.
Yeah, Chelsea, there's certain things you like to think that you don't have to tell people about, but please stay out of the water during the hurricane, and you're just adding to the risk when you do that. Thank you, Chelsea. Stay safe.
All right, we do have Kauai County Mayor Derek Kawakami. I believe he's joining us by phone to talk about conditions over there. And Mayor, I guess just starting off, how concerned are you? Because we're looking at the path of Douglas, and it looks like it could make landfall on Kauai.
Well, we always have a degree of concern, but we feel that most people have taken the necessary precautions. We do have a team of social service workers going to houseless camps and helping them to pack up and get to a shelter. At 2 p.m., we'll be announcing additional shelter openings. The governor is going to be making an announcement as far as state and county offices later on in the day. I think the biggest concern is the direction the wind will be coming in. Of course, rain and storm surge along coastal areas are always a top concern. But based on some of the information, the direction of the wind looks like it'll be coming from a southerly direction. Why that's a concern is that, you know, we usually have trade winds, so most of our trees and foliage grow in a certain direction. So when you get a strong wind event coming in the opposite direction, it does pose a concern. We are urging all construction sites to take the time to secure their work sites to the best of their ability. We do not want their material, debris, and tools as a potential hazard to neighboring properties as well.
Mayor, what are the areas in specific that you're looking at as far as your concerns, whether it be with flooding or with damage to residential area homes or infrastructure? What areas are you looking at in particular?
It's coming from an easterly direction, so east-facing shores, of course. When it comes to Kauai, flooding is a concern island-wide, as was recently displayed in April of 2018.
Maybe Darby coming through, but there's always a potential for it to get worse. And so we don't want to just think that everything will be all right, because anything can happen based off of the circumstances that we don't know. And we could actually get more rain or more wind than was expected. So we always prepare to respond or get ready to respond in case there's a significant damage through winds or rain and that the cities or the counties need our assistance.
Like we've been saying, we want to, of course, hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. What else do you think that the public needs to know? What else do you want to get out there?
Stay calm. Watch your area. If you're at home, make sure you take all the loose type of items like lawn chairs or anything else out there. That make sure you get them inside or locked up so that they don't blow around. Stay safe. There's no reason why you need to go outside as the storm passes through, and watch the news and keep abreast of the situation. Watch as the storm passes and wait till the counties deem it safe for you to go back about your business.
And General, before we let you go, just one more question, a little bit deeper into that. I'm curious, since you're an expert in emergency preparedness and response, what do you tell your loved ones in preparation for this? Just you personally.
Well, you know, my wife, she's very used to me responding to these events, so she's always prepared, and so I tell her, hey, you know, I love you, and stay safe. And I don't really need to tell her that much more because she's pretty smart and understands what she needs to do. Plus, you know, we got neighbors and assistants and help out there that we can come together as a community to work out anything, if any, and help each other out if something happens.
Well, we sure do appreciate everything that you folks are doing. And thank you so much for taking the time to stop by and explain the very latest with us. We appreciate it, and stay safe out there.
Well, thank you. And again, thank you for this opportunity to let me share with the public what Hawaii National Guard is doing and how we are prepared to assist them during this incident. Thanks.
All right, take care.
All right, now I want to go over to Pukalani, Maui. Our own Malika Dudley standing by live there. Rain coming down behind you, Malika. How's it been?
Hey, Brenton. Hi, Mika. It's nice to see you guys on the desk. Gosh,
things have kind of slowed down. It feels like there's a little bit of a lull in most areas in Maui County. That's what I'm hearing, at least in the last 5 minutes or so, from Hana to Ulupalakua, down to town in Kahului, Wailuku area. So it's kind of been on and off throughout the day. We have had some downbursts of rain and more intense rainfall coming down from time to time. I just had a shot of really cold air that hit me. So, you know, it's kind of a mixed bag. We are all prepared and waiting to see what happens, tracking and watching the system, because as you know, it depends, what we get depends a lot on the eventual intensity and track of this system. So right now, people in Maui County are basically hunkering down. We had the sirens go off actually live on the air at 8:30 a.m. And what that meant was people should stay indoors and they should stay informed. So there is breaking news. Flood advisory was just issued for Maui. This is for 1 to 2 inches of rain falling per hour. The advisory includes but is not limited to Hali'imaile, Pauvela, Kipahulu, Makawao, Paia, Haiku, Pauvela, Hu'elo, Kula, Pukalani, Nahiku, Kaupo, and Hana. So we've had enough rain that a flood advisory has been warranted. A lot of people always ask, I'm sorry? Did you have a question?
Oh, nope, sorry, Malika. You can continue on.
At least 3 fire trucks already departing the scene. Honolulu Fire Department making quick work of this. Sources here on the scene tell us that there was a bunch of discarded old tires that were part of the situation, that were a major part of the situation, but they really haven't said anything more than that. We're hoping to talk to the battalion chief that is here on the scene here in a little bit. This is the scene earlier, as you could have seen it from the tower cam, downtown Honolulu, looking out towards Staten Island. You see the black smoke rising in the distance, and it actually made several people in the near-round areas wonder what this is. So once again, as we're looking at the fire, what we're going to do is kind of direct you towards the back. You see that there's kind of a white vehicle back there. Right behind that white vehicle is the wall. On the other side of that wall is Sand Island Beach Park. So that kind of gives you an idea of where we are. Mikoli Street, and you see tow jams there in the distance. But there, according to sources here, no damage to structures, no injuries. Everybody is safe here. Honolulu Fire Department waiting to mop up, finish up, and they'll be on their way to hopefully a quiet next 24 hours. But we'll wait and see. We've got more to give you information on that. Let's get you back over to Steve and Grace.
As quiet as possible. Yeah, thanks a lot, Billy. All right, 10:18 right now. We just had our update from Kauai with the mayor. Now let's check in with Allison Blair on Molokai. How are things going there, Allison?
You know, Steve, really not bad in terms of rain. There hasn't really been any heavy downpours right now. It's coming down, but just barely more than a drizzle. Wind speeds still relatively low in comparison to other places right now. Minimal at best. I'm at Rollins gas station. You could see here there are folks that are filling up gas. There are folks that are picking up ice. People have really been coming in waves this morning to pick up last-minute supplies. The wave is kind of clearing out at the moment. I want to show you some video that folks have sent in from all over the island. I really want to thank everyone who is sending video in. It's so helpful in a time like this, especially when we can't get to some of these places right now. The first one is from Jessica Sanchez, who's in Kalaupapa. It was taken about an hour ago. At the time, the winds, she said, were blowing between 5 and 10 miles per hour. It was sprinkling, and the ocean looked pretty much like it normally does on the north side of Molokai. The next video is from Taryn Alyssa Dudois. This is the second one she sent to us this morning. She's on the east side of the island near mile marker 20. She says the tides there are higher than usual and the surf is rising. Now, flooding is expected in low-lying areas. If you need to evacuate, an emergency shelter has been set up and is now open at Molokai High School. Now, I spoke with Representative Linda Coit earlier today, and she's been checking in with that shelter. She says right now there's just one person there. Back to you.
Okay. All right, thank you, Allison. 10:20 right now. Let's check in with Guy Hagi for the latest on Douglas. Hey, Guy.
Okay, well, we'll go with the most current European model. This is the model that has been the closest that the Central Pacific Hurricane Center has been basing their forecast on. So at this moment, the storm is just to the north and then moving to the west-northwest. And that's why the Big Island out of the danger zone in terms of hurricane force and hurricane conditions, although they still could get tropical storm conditions probably through the day. So as we put it into motion, notice that it's going to slowly start to pull away, and behind it there could be some trailing moisture, and that trailing moisture could trigger some afternoon thunderstorms today. Rain could stretch anywhere from 1 to 3 inches, and as those corner winds pick up as the storm moves away, there could be some gusts upwards of 40 miles an hour later in the afternoon. There's that lingering moisture all the way through tomorrow night. And for Maui County, well, they could be in for a pretty rough ride. We're talking Molokai, Lanai, and Maui. So at 10 a.m. this morning, some of that moisture is reaching them. They're going to get those stronger tropical storm force winds, maybe even hurricane force winds later this morning as that center moves a little bit closer in over Maui. Now, as it goes just to the north of Maui, they're going to get some heavy rain and the winds will be shifting. So in the beginning, we're talking about 2 this afternoon, those winds will be coming from the north over Molokai. So the windward side of Molokai is going to get the strongest winds, but there's also going to be some downsloping, especially with those mountainous areas on east of Molokai out towards Halawa. They're going to increase and accelerate as they move down. Then when the storm moves away, so we're talking about 10 o'clock tonight, the winds over in the entire Maui County will be switching to the south, and that drags up all that humid air. Although it is going to be much drier, there's still going to be some trailing moisture through tonight. And for Oahu, the storm will be moving in, and it's going to move even closer than it is to Maui County. So we're going to get the strongest winds over on the windward side, and they're going to start really ramping up by 2 this afternoon. 2 this afternoon here on Oahu. Make sure you made your preparations by then. And then the rain likely to start even before that. And as that storm moves across, and it's moving at a good pace, remember about 16 miles an hour, it's going to move to the north of us, and that's when the winds will shift. So right around midnight, instead of strong northerly winds for the windward side, we'll get these strong corner winds coming up. And again, because of the acceleration when it hits the mountains, some people on the windward side as well as up on the north shore, they could get very, very powerful winds coming up from the south, and that's a very, very unusual situation. Now on to Kauai. Kauai expected to get maybe the most severe conditions of anybody. That's according to this forecast model. Now let's go on to Kauai, and there it is right there. So as it approaches, it is expected to either make landfall or come very, very close. So ahead of it, we'll get those northerly winds and we'll get those heavy rainfalls. And then as the storm passes by, we are expecting the winds to shift again. So this is near midnight, just around midnight tonight, that the storm center going to get ever closer. And there's a chance that it makes rainfall or just brushes by to the north. Either way, they could get rain upwards of 10 inches. And we all seen what heavy rain can do for the windward side of Kauai, and that's where most of the rain is expected according to this model. And those gusts could still be running upwards of 95 miles an hour. So the worst is yet to come. Remember, it's just coming onto Maui right now, expected onto Oahu by this afternoon, and onto Maui by later this afternoon in through tonight. It's going to be a rough 24 to 48 hours. Steve, back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Guy. It's 10:24. Jade Butai is the director of the Hawaii Department of Transportation. He joins us now by phone. Jade, good morning. How prepared are we?
Good morning, Steve, and thank you for having me. Our team at airports and harbors and highways have worked hard during the past few days to ensure that we're prepared. We continue to monitor the progress of Douglas and are working with our team and external partners to make sure that we are vigilant and ready.
What preparations were made as far as...
if you're not traveling, it shouldn't hurt anyone. Most importantly, we got to understand that these high winds are following, and so we should and may get some power outages in a very short time. So I ask everyone to make sure if you got coolers, get a cooler with whatever supplies you can use for the day, and you'll be able to move and transfer if you need to go to a emergency center. And so that way you'll be prepared and you'll have foods and you don't have to open your refrigerator or freezer during the rest of the day, because we're looking at impact staying or at least lasting to about 6 p.m. this evening. So I'm asking everyone to try to hunker down and be as prepared as possible.
And you mentioned getting prepared. Good idea there with the ice and coolers if you haven't already for that power outages that we always prepare for. I was talking to my cousin who's out working. You got your guys' crews out with the Maui Electric Company, and they're ready to respond.
Yes, they've staged in different areas also, and along with our public works and other departments, they're out there trying to keep up with any necessary cleanups if we can to avoid flooding. You and I both know, but when rain comes down real heavy and debris backs up in these drains and culverts, there may be some flooding that will occur also in low-lying areas. So I just ask everyone that's on Maui, all our residents, you know your areas, try to prevent from going into any area where flooding may occur. If you live in a flood-prone area, move out and go to a shelter. And most importantly, make sure that you keep some form of communication with the family and officials so that if there's help needed, we can respond to it.
And Mayor, really quickly, I know we did get an email this morning about Kaiser Permanente Maui medical offices in Wailuku were closed because of hurricane effects. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, most of the, unless it's an emergency, most of the medical facilities or urgent care facilities are closed. Maui Memorial Hospital remains open. The healthcare system has remained open. They've made some changes. Some of the COVID tents that were out, they've taken that down due to the high wind and possibility of damage from that and rain. So, we're still in operation as far as most emergency services and necessary responders are out there ready to move. Both AMR and our fire department, they're ready to respond to any emergency. So if you need to go, then the next choice would be going to the hospital, going to my medical center up in Wailuku and seeking help and treatment if necessary.
And Mayor, any last words that you want to say to the people of Maui or the people of Hawaii?
Well, to all the people, please stay safe and stay healthy. COVID-19 has not gone around. So if you got to go out to any emergency shelter, take your hand sanitizer or your necessary toiletry, 3-day supply minimum of food and other water and other issues, blankets, whatever you need. Make sure you take your face mask. Remember now, we can only do so much, and you need to help us. And with the large numbers of in both Maui and Oahu today, again, it's just concerning that people are not using common sense. So please, if we all work together, we can be Maui strong or Hawaii strong and come out of this better. Let's pray and hope that the effects are as minimal as possible and that Douglas continues to track away from us. We hope that the shears and all the other issues they talk about, wind shear issues, will help that track away, and we'll all be much safer and stay out of harm's way. So I want to say thank you for the time to speak to the people of Maui County and the people of the state of Hawaii. God bless you all. Stay safe and mahalo.
All right, Maui Mayor Michael Victorino there. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Aloha.
Thanks so much. And we want to take things now back over to our Tasia Worley. She's been tracking the very latest on Hurricane Douglas. Tasia.
That's right. We're continuing to see Hurricane Douglas, a Category 1. Not much change in weakening, still with maximum sustained winds at 90 miles per hour, moving west-northwest at 16 miles per hour, and packing a lot of rain, especially throughout our Maui County. This just in, there is a flood advisory that has been issued for the island of Maui within Maui County. Radar did pick up about 1 to 2 inches of rain throughout Paia within the last hour. So we're definitely going to see isolated heavy pockets throughout today. Now you can see more so throughout the western end of Maui County, those on and off heavier showers. So that's just setting the tone for today. The brunt of the moisture right now, just toward the windward area of Maui County, it's a bit more widespread as those bands of moisture move throughout, as the wind continues to travel throughout the state. And especially with those stronger wind speeds, we're seeing it a bit more widespread. Now, with that timeline that we are expecting with the cone of uncertainty, by the
this afternoon, Oahu is expected to see a lot more rain, possibly even more wind than what we're seeing now for Maui County, with that cone of uncertainty encompassing the entire island of our Oahu. The center of the cone definitely passing very near, very extremely close to the north of our Oahu's side. So we're going to continue to track that even more so later on this evening. Some effects for Kauai County could be a possibility. And of course, it's still
blame the surge of cases on community gatherings such as parties and religious events without social distancing and face masks. Lieutenant Governor Josh Green fears that ICU space will start to reach capacity as more people are hospitalized. State health officials say they will not do testing today due to the storm. The state is allowing people, though, under mandatory quarantine to leave their homes and hotels to stock up on emergency supplies if they have no other way to prepare. Officials are asking them to take every possible precaution, from mask wearing to social distancing to curbside pickup, to avoid contact with others. President Trump has approved Hawaii's emergency disaster declaration for the storm. This frees up federal funds for response efforts. All right, obviously we have a lot of questions about the track of Douglas and the impact, so let's get straight to Guy Huggie. Guy.
Thanks a lot, Steve. The storm has been doing exactly what we expected it to do. In fact, to quote the words of forecaster Bob Ballard, it's been well behaved, meaning that it hasn't thrown us any curveballs and it's moving according to plan. As such, we are in for a rough ride for the next 24 to 48 hours. The Big Island is going to avoid the hurricane conditions. So you can see it's well away from the center, although now Kona winds are going to start to pull up. And with that moist air mass coming in, and those winds could be gusting upwards of 40 miles an hour. But with those, with that light wind, with the lighter winds and that humid air mass, they could get some afternoon thunderstorms over there. Now, from the center, 30 miles out, that's where the hurricane force winds are stronger than 74 miles an hour. From the center, 105 miles out, there are tropical storm force winds stronger than 39 miles an hour, but less than 74. So the reach of the strong winds goes way out beyond the storm itself, right? So there are the bands, and you can see them very wet up and down the east side, the windward side of Haleakala, and some of those showers are heavy. And it looks like Molokai getting some of the rain as well, and they're going to get some of those strong winds. And remember, the windward sides are expected to get hit the most. So Kalaupapa, as well as all the windward sides from Kapalua all the way back into the Hana area, they're going to get the impacts, and the impacts first before the winds start to shift around. Here in Oahu, we're getting clouds and we're getting a few showers associated with Douglas as well. Heaviest rain right now over in Kaneohe, and notice this clump of moisture goes all the way out to the airport. But so far here in Oahu, as expected, the winds are not that strong and the rain is of the light variety. Kauai, same thing. They're getting some clouds, but not a whole lot of rain. There are likely a few embedded showers in those clouds. So as the 8 a.m. update shows, the winds continue at 90 miles an hour, gusts to 115. And it is expected to remain on this west-northwesterly path. The path has been slightly jogged to the north, but not much to make much of a difference. Still, though, we are expecting it to maintain hurricane strength all the way until early tomorrow morning, and then it's going to start to weaken. But that's just a minor weakening, because the damage that 80-mile-an-hour winds compared to 85-mile-an-hour winds, really inconsequential. We are talking about a severe weather situation right on our doorstep. Hopefully we can keep it away. Steve?
All right, thanks a lot there, Guy. 10:34 right now. Parts of windward Oahu and the North Shore could see some of the most severe impacts of Douglas. Our Casey Lund is live this morning in Hauula. Good morning, Casey.
Hey, good morning, Steve. You know, we've seen that sunshine, we've seen some rain, we've seen really sustained winds, but no huge gusts. We haven't seen anything that extreme this morning. A lot hasn't changed since we've been out here since around 4 a.m. I want to show you Uncle Paul's house here. We were able to help him get some of his boards up, but that's what a lot of people are doing. They're beginning to realize that this is going to be a serious situation, so they're taking the necessary precautions. They're doing what they need to do to be prepared. I want to introduce Senator Gil Riviere with me from representing the North and Windward Shores. Senator, thanks for joining us this morning. You know, I know that we're trying to get the word out about how serious things could be. What do you want your constituents, folks living up on this side of the island, to know this morning?
I think people hopefully have been prepared. I mean, every summer it's hurricane season, so with COVID, hopefully people are a lot more prepared this year. with their water supplies and their food. Remember, a couple drops, 6 drops of chlorine, bleach, 6 drops of bleach per gallon of water if you need to clean your water. There's a lot of little simple safety survival tips like that. I think people would be wise to remember right now should the water go out.
And then really quickly, Senator, as we look out here on the water along Kamehameha Highway, we're not really seeing very intense surf. You look at Laie Point, which has like disappeared every now and then with the moisture and the storm coming in. What have you seen here on the North Shore as you've been kind of going around and checking on folks?
Well, for the most part, there's nothing much to report. I think with the storm surge that should come as the storm approaches and with a higher tide, I think people that live in low-lying areas should be ready for that. It might be wet.
Yeah, and that's what we've seen. We actually saw a gentleman clearing out a drain over there because we know if we get that 8 to 10 inches of moisture, it's really going to cause some flooding issues, especially where some of those drains may back up. One question I wanted you to address, we've gotten a number of folks that have called into the newsroom and emailed here on the North Shore that are a little critical of the city and their shelters. So we know that there's a shelter at Waialua High School on the other side, and then on this side, it's really Kaneohe Castle High School and King Intermediate School. Those are the closest shelters. So what would you say for folks in Haleiwa, Laie, that feel their home isn't safe and they don't feel that there's a shelter close enough to them? I can just tell you, I did talk to the city. The city says really the center of the island's the safest place to be, but I know you've heard the same thing. A lot of folks say, well, gosh, that's a really long way to drive to find shelter.
Well, you know, the Hauula Community Association has been working for the last few years to build just such a disaster preparedness center, and they're working on it. They got great plans, great efforts, and it's coming. But in the meantime, yes, there isn't any shelter on this side. It's a rural area. It's all coastal. You don't put an emergency shelter on the coast. So there's some logistical issues there that are real. And you can't possibly shelter everybody on this island. So we're going to have to be prepared. Shelter in place if it's safe, and evacuate if you need to go.
Very good. And, you know, my last question here is one of the big issues that we've seen along Kamehameha Highway is this erosion. But honestly, I haven't been up here in a while, but in the couple of years that I've been covering, you know, the North Shore, this I know has been a big problem. It really looks like DOT's done a great job shoring it up this year. How do you feel about this stretch of the road?
I think Department of Transportation deserves a lot of credit for the work they've been doing here in Ka'ava and in the surrounding areas to keep the road safe and operable. It's a never-ending challenge, though, with the erosion and sea levels.
Yeah, talking to a lot of the folks, your constituents up here, they've been here a few decades, they've really seen a lot of that, you know, not their real estate, but a lot of that ground, that earth start to wash away. And we know it's a big problem on the North Shore as well. So, Senator, I really appreciate you being with us this morning. Of course, we'll be in touch with Senator Riviere, talking about his concerns. And again, really getting folks to heed those warnings as we start to see the rain and the wind pick up here on the North Shore, that things are going to get serious. We know that the city has some data that says there's going to be some serious storm surge in the windward Oahu area. Places like Kailua, Kaneohe may really see some flooding. Low-lying areas really need to be prepared for that. It's a good day to hunker down and stay inside your home until we ride this out together. For now, we'll send it back to you guys in town.
Yeah, it's a good point because just like that, it happened. All right, thanks, Casey. 10:39 right now. Hawaiian Airlines has canceled all of its passenger flights today, but not all its flying. Howard Dykes explains. How's it, Art?
Steve, Hawaiian today will do no inter-island or trans-Pacific passenger flights. Instead, it's been busy moving aircraft to shelter them. In the hopes of milder winds at Kona, Hawaiian moved 18 of its 20 inter-island B-17s to Koa, along with one A321neo and the whole Ohana fleet. Most other long-haul jets are flying to the West Coast. Mokulele has also canceled all passenger flights today, and Southwest has canceled all Hawaii flights. Alaska will fly its afternoon round trip from SeaTac, but not the evening trip. United and Delta both have flights already on the way here from SFO and LAX. Young Brothers canceled barge sailings to Nawiliwili, Kahului, and Kauai, and instead sent all its tugs and barges out to open seas, 140 miles south of here. Matson barges for Kauai and the Big Island were loaded before sailing to open seas to deliver supplies to Nawiliwili and Kauai as soon as those ports open. Matson got a container ship in before Douglas. The R.J. Pfeiffer arrived Saturday, unloaded, and sailed back out last night. The Kaimana Gila didn't make it in time, but it's nearby when ports reopen. And Steve, I've heard from some viewers who say that they find it comforting that the shipping lines and airlines did such a good job of preparing for this.
Yeah, well, that is good news, yeah. All right, thanks a lot, Howard. It's 10:40 right now. Conditions are starting to worsen on Maui, and that's where we find our Chelsea Davis right in the midst of all of it. What are you seeing? How is it over there, Chelsea?
Well, Steve, the rain has really ramped up just in the past hour or so. So now we're seeing a mixture of both rain and wind. The wind has been really consistent all morning long here at Kahului Harbor with strong gusts. Earlier, the rain was off and on, but right now it's been pretty consistent and it's getting even heavier. Now, also behind me, you can see that the waves are also starting to ramp up here at the Kahului Harbor, hearing reports of very strong winds, downpours, and extremely high surf over on the east side from our friends and family members out in Hana. We're also told that there was strong winds earlier this morning in Waikapu, and that's where there was a power outage around 5:30 this morning. Maui Electric tells us about 3,000 people lost power in parts of Wailuku and parts of Waikapu. That only lasted for about 25 minutes or so. It was restored around 6 a.m. But people we spoke with were rushing down here to the harbor to get some ice and just preparing all day long. They said yesterday they spent the entire day just preparing for the worst. Some residents we spoke with were boarding up their windows, chopping down their trees, and just tying everything down. When we spoke to Maui County Mayor Mike Victorino, that's what he encouraged. He said, you know, yesterday was the last day to prepare, and that is what we're expecting right now. We're just along Kahului Beach Road, and I see still several cars along the road, and you know, officials want people just to stay at home, stay off of the roadways. There could be a lot of flooding. Again, the winds are pretty strong, so we don't want to encounter any downed trees or any down power lines as well. We're told that several crews from Hawaiian Electric over on Oahu have touched down on Maui to help with the Maui Electric crews here in anticipation of the strong winds and power outages. Around 8:30 this morning, the hurricane warning sirens did go off, just warning residents to shelter in place and to stay informed. There are several shelters open across Maui, Red Cross emergency shelters, but officials say that should be your last resort. If at all possible, shelter at home. Again, they don't want anybody out on the roadways, but if you need, they are available. We have a full list on hawaiinewsnow.com. Special protocols are in place because of COVID-19, obviously. Social distancing requirements still exist, so fewer people are allowed in. But with that being said, they aren't turning anyone away, even if you show up with symptoms. They do have a special isolation area for you. So if you need to, they said, of course, come on down. They are ready to serve you. But if at all possible, just shelter at home, stay off of the roadways. Earlier, we did see several, actually about 2 kite surfers here at the harbor behind me, and you know, that's what officials don't want. They want everyone to take this seriously. Not only puts your lives at risk, but also of our first responders. You know, they're working around the clock trying to make everyone stay safe, so please keep that in mind as well. Back to you, Steve and Grace, in the studio.
Chelsea, I would imagine those are outliers, right? For the most part, the people of Maui, they took this seriously and they hunkered down and they've prepared, right?
Yes, I want to say for the most part, yes. We've been out here since 4:30 this morning, and since that time, we've only seen 2 kite surfers, but still, with that being said, 2 is too many, in my opinion. And you know, just you can see behind me just how bad the conditions are, just how much it's deteriorated in the past hour or so. So this is definitely not the time to be in the water, even if you're experienced. Just think about yourself, think about your family members, and of course, think about your first responders as well. Back to you, Steve.
Yeah, and we're not sure what your visibility is, but Guy was wondering if you've seen any of the waves go over the break wall, which is right behind you.
not that high from what I've been able to see. You know, here at the harbor, especially this time of year in the summertime, the waves aren't too big. Usually we see a lot of surf in the winter months. So the harbor is normally calm, so this is abnormal for sure. I'm hearing of other reports of high surf along this coastline. If you're familiar with this island, Paukukalo, I heard there's a big surf there over at 5th Lane. Then also Lower Wai'ehu Beach Road, I'm told, is high surf as well. And then also there's a surf spot just around the corner. We can't see it from where we are now, but just over the hill, it's called Big Lefts. And so I'm hearing on that side of the harbor, waves are pretty ramping up. But this is abnormal for sure. But no, I haven't seen it come over that walk wall behind me, to answer your question.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Chelsea. And of course, we're concerned about your safety as well. So as much as you can, stay dry, stay out of harm's way, and thank you for the great reporting. Appreciate it. All right, 10:45 right now. Ben Gutierrez joins us now to add his perspective on the storm. How's it going?
Hey, it's going pretty good, Steve. And also, Guy, we've been watching Douglas, obviously, for quite some time now. And looks like it's still a Category 1 hurricane. In fact, we're expecting the latest update from the Central Pacific Hurricane Center. And it might come in while we're talking. So.
Yeah, and you know, the thing, Ben, is notice there's no distinct eye, no distinct center of the storm. Really hard to tell where the center is. But obviously, that severe weather approaching Maui and enveloping them now with clouds and the heavy rain expected, and like Chelsea's seeing more showers than she saw earlier today.
Yeah, let's check out the information that we have right now as far as the forecast track. Let's see if we'll move forward. There we go. Winds now 85 miles per hour, gusts to 105 miles per hour, moving to the west-northwest at 16. So I believe this is the new update.
It is, because it was at 90 miles an hour, it gusts to 115 earlier at the 8 o'clock update. But the good thing is, Ben, it's still moving at a good clip at 16 miles an hour. And of course, we know the quicker it moves, the less time for us to beat us up.
Yeah, exactly. And the good news as well, let's take a look at the track. Looks like it hasn't changed all that much, but by tomorrow night, we still are looking at 80 mile per hour winds. That's still a relatively strong Category 1 hurricane. It looks like the center is going to be just to the north of Oahu and Kauai at this point.
Yeah, so they jogged it ever so slightly to the north since that last update. And of course, the farther north away it goes, the less effects that we'll see from those strongest winds.
And besides that, there are a couple of things when we were talking with Eric Lau at the National Weather Service last night. There are a couple of things, several things at play actually, but there was one part of it where he said if it is weaker, then it would probably come closer to the islands because the high pressure system and the trade winds would push it farther down, or at least the lower part, while the top goes off with the shear. However, it is remaining stronger, and while it is stronger, the net effect also is that it's remaining a little bit further to the north, and of course the northern part of the hurricane is where the most severe weather as far as the rainfall, as far as the winds are concerned. And then you also add the forward speed, 16 miles per hour, so 80 plus 16, you've got the forward speed, but that's all to the north.
Yeah. Now you go back in time and you go back to 1982.
Yeah.
You got Hurricane Eva, right? Hurricane Eva came from the south. So a big difference in that. Even though Eva, with all its destruction, was only a Category 1 storm, the difference being, because it's coming from the south, Kauai was exposed to that dirty side of the storm. That's why they had so much damage.
Yeah, that's why, you know, right on your side, just to the right of the one, that's the strongest winds. Plus, again, like you said, it was coming from the south, so you had the acceleration plus the wind speed. So all of that was just going right up here into Kauai, and that's what caused some damage, and also for Oahu as well.
And the other thing we talked to Bob Ballard about this morning that he pointed out is they draw this line, pretty much a straight line, right? But the storm will likely wobble and has wobbled on its way here anywhere as much as 30 miles. And that's why you really can't pay attention to this line so much as you got to pay attention to the cone. Because even though it goes to the north, if it wobbles that 10 miles or 5 miles even, that will bring even more devastation.
Yeah, it's a very tight cluster right now as far as the winds, because the hurricane force winds go out about 30 miles, but tropical storm force winds also go out about 115 miles or thereabouts. And so we're still talking about winds of 39 to 74 miles per hour. When we get storms between 70 and 80 miles per hour, the difference between a hurricane and tropical storm is more of a technical thing. Semantically, you know, that's more semantics. The wind is still destructive.
Because it's still just as strong. And you can see that it's not going to weaken very much. Two things, right? There's not much upper level shear, and there's still relatively warm water, enough to sustain that storm.
Yeah, let's go over a couple of the warnings right now. We still have the hurricane warning now for all of Maui County, Oahu, and Kauai County. That includes Ni'ihau. Tropical storm warning was still up for Maui County and the Big Island. Might have been dropped for the Big Island, but we'll see what happens because it is, at last check, about 80 miles to the north of Hilo and moving away.
Right.
High surf warning still up for north and east-facing shores right now because we're looking at very destructive surf. And it's also the flash flood watch statewide because of the threat of the heavy rain.
So basically the triple threat.
Yeah.
Now, we haven't seen yet a storm surge yet, but that's still possible. And if a storm surge is generated, it could be upwards of 3 feet. Imagine you standing at the beach where that storm surge is coming, and it's 3 feet above normal with the tide rises, 3 feet, and then you get wind waves on top of that. So that's definitely a big threat for coastal flooding still.
Yeah, and our tides have been running about almost a foot higher than they actually are because we've got also abnormally high sea surface levels. And so when you and I say it's going to be plus 2.5, it's been coming in at like 3.2 or something.
So the biggest threat for that is overnight tonight for us. For the rest of the day, the tides aren't going to be all that high, but still we could see that overnight.
Yeah, when we look at the winds, by the way, you can definitely see where the center is, as far as Douglas, because all the strongest winds are off to the north.
Right here.
But where Chelsea was over in Kahului, the winds are starting to pick up a bit. I don't think we've got the gusts ready, but you can see that we are starting to get that shift in direction. Lanai City has those winds coming in from the northwest, so you've got that circular, that counterclockwise rotation already underway. And even Kailua Kona and Hilo, I mean, they're kind of out of the loop right now, but you can definitely see those are winds from Douglas. They're light, but they're coming in from the right direction.
That's right. Actually, Ben, so when the storm was actually a little bit farther to the east, Kona this morning was getting very brisk northerly winds. So that's a distinct shift and indicator that that storm is on the move. So they got westerly winds, and as it moves along, they'll start to get Kona winds, and those Kona winds could get quite strong in the afternoon.
And also, you got to remember, the center is quite far away right now from the Big Island right now. It is, the strongest winds have yet to approach Maui, might be making landfall, or the stronger winds might be getting to the Hana area very shortly, and then moving along to where Chelsea is. And obviously, as she was saying, the conditions have been deteriorating very rapidly.
Yeah, so this is from the Central Pacific Hurricane Center, and what this is the earliest reasonable amount of arrival of those tropical storm force winds. So let's go in a little bit closer and you can see what's happening here.
Yeah, it looks like for Maui County, it's already happening pretty much.
Yeah,
we've got
so that's right
probability.
here, right?
Yeah, and then Sunday afternoon, by 2 p.m., we're looking at Oahu getting those stronger winds. Again, tropical storm force winds, which means 39 miles per hour or stronger. Then we go up the island chain,
Go in a little closer, Ben. I think
can we?
Yeah, I think
okay,
so. There
we
go.
go.
We can go in a little closer. It gets a little blurry, but this it definitely gives you an idea of what to expect. Now, it could happen ahead of time. You'll start to see those winds get stronger, start to feel them. But the tropical storm force winds in excess of 39 miles an hour Sunday afternoon here, and then Sunday night on Kauai.
And then the good news, once again, is that it will be moving very rapidly. So that is one, at least, silver lining that we're looking at, because if we're crawling along, the severe impacts from the storm would continue for quite some time.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's like a boxing match, right? You're in three rounds, or you're in 12. Right? So this time it looks like we're in 3. Maybe 4.
That's a good thing. So once again, we'll just recap the models for you very quickly because they've been pretty close. I mean,
pretty consistent.
This is just one of the models, but it has been taking the center just off to the north of Hawaii Island, but you are still going to possibly get a couple of lingering thunderstorms over the island, maybe even the Kona side, which might be more convective stuff. But then now we are taking a closer look at what's happening for Maui County.
Now look at that. So we're talking rain 4 to 8 inches anywhere. If we get 4 to 8 inches, there will be flooding. And the winds in excess of 40 miles an hour, maybe even up to hurricane force winds. That's why Maui County still remains under that hurricane warning.
Yeah, and this is, the model is actually pretty close to what's actually happening in reality. By 2 o'clock this afternoon, those winds are going to be shifting radically from north to south over Maui. And then over Molokai, that's when we're going to start getting some of those stronger winds. And then there's that wind shift again. And then when the winds are coming from the north, you've got the high mountains here from Mana'i, Molokai. You're going to have the downsloping winds. They're going to increase the chance for even stronger winds in that area. And then the wind shift will go the other way. And Kalaupapa, with the cliffs going down, that's probably going to cause some harm.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
So this is the Oahu forecast. So 3 o'clock, by 3 o'clock, we're likely to get those tropical storm force winds, maybe even hurricane force winds as this gets closer. It's going to be a rough night for Oahu. We could get, upwards of, 10 inches of rain. And if we get that rain, flooding's no doubt. No, study's not a question.
Oh, yeah, and we're also looking at the strength of the winds, especially this coastline here, where the winds are going to be going from the north and then to the south. And also central Oahu, you've got the Ko'olau Range and the Waianae Range. That's going to funnel the winds in both directions. And so some of the stronger winds we're looking at will be this area right here, all the way from Ohui Manu up through Kahuku, through Mokuleia, and also down into almost the Waipio area.
Okay, we'll get to Kauai in just a second. Now let's turn back over to Stephen Grace.
Yeah, Ben, Guy, thank you. Thank you. Hey, joining us now by phone, we have Hana resident Kavika Kaina.
Yeah, he's telling us what conditions are like on the east side of Maui this morning. And you can see from the forecast models, it looks pretty bad. But Kavika, tell us what you are seeing.
Aloha. It's pretty mellow out here. We got through the night pretty much unscathed. I want to say around 2 o'clock, the weather kind of took a turn for the worse, and we started seeing that strong north wind come through. And that probably peaked between 5 and 9, where we got some really, really strong gusts. We got a lot of trees that fell on the road, but I think emergency services got all that cleaned up pretty quickly. Rain-wise, not a whole lot of rain, but there's just this slow, stagnant rain that won't go away hovering over us. But all in all, I mean, it's kind of quiet right now. The winds have died down. It's pretty still out. It's just the rain now, and the ocean's really taking a beating.
Yeah, Kavika, we always talk about preparations when we come to these storms, and considering where you are and the remoteness of it, how much more important is it for the people of Hana to stock up and make sure they have what they need going into a storm like this?
Yeah, I think with the pandemic going on, a lot of folks were pretty much prepared. Just a little bit of spot, like folks were filling up gas yesterday, and I know the ranch store got kind of bombarded for propane. Other than that, I think everybody's just kind of hunkered down at home. A lot of the essential businesses are closed today. Just the gas station is running their Sunday hours. Boat stores have closed, and from what I know, all the parks and everybody else have closed. So everyone's just kind of hunkered down at home, prepared for the worst, even though it doesn't look like we're going to get a whole lot right now.
Kavika, we're not sure if you guys will maybe getting worse conditions as the hours go by. It seems like the weather conditions are a little bit inconsistent right now. But in the meantime, we have heard there has been some flooding from storm surge. Have you seen any of that?
Yeah, down at Hamoa Beach, normally when there's a high tide, the water comes out on the road. But I think today it started coming over well before high tide. And from the folks I know living down there, it's pretty bad. Hamoa Beach, where people like to go surf, the waves are huge. There's a whole bunch of surfers down there. And I believe there's a whole bunch of surfers down at Hana Bay because there's big surf there as well. Although I did hear that Maui Police Department did get everybody out of the water down there. But yeah, the storm surge is pretty bad out here. You could feel the earth shaking from the waves hitting it.
Yeah. Well, Kavika, as we mentioned, we don't want you to let your guard down just yet. We're hoping for the best. But please, you and your loved ones, your family, everybody stay safe, okay?
All right, well, you do the same. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Kavika. Kavika Kaina, Hana resident, joining us from Maui by phone. By the way, there are multiple ways that you can get your information from us today and throughout the storm. We're live on the radio on CBS Sports Radio, AM 1500. We're also streaming live on HawaiiNewsNow.com and on the Hawaii News Now mobile app. We're going to be sending crucial information to your mobile phone via that app, which is critical when the power goes out, if it goes out. And please send us your video, your photos of the storm. Send it to our newsroom at news@hawaiinewsnow.com, or you can post it on our Hawaii News Now Facebook page. But remember, just be safe. Don't put yourself in danger for video or pictures. We appreciate them, but nothing is worth the risk. We'll be right back.
From Hawaii News Now, this is a breaking news special report.
Hurricane Douglas is a Category 1 storm. The National Hurricane Center's 11 a.m. update shows Maui County, Oahu, and Kauai County are all under a hurricane warning right now. It is a powerful storm packing dangerous winds, heavy rain, and life-threatening surf.
All right, we want to take a live look from Hilo right now, and you can see it actually doesn't look bad at all in that area, but there is still a tropical storm warning in effect for Hawaii County right now.
Maui experts, weather experts say the dangerous hurricane is now near Maui. It's about 55 miles from Kahului. We're going to have a live report from Chelsea Davis coming up.
In the meantime, Molokai also set to see some effects from the storm very soon. Allison Blair will bring us an update in just a couple of minutes.
And Oahu is also in the crosshairs. Looks like the North Shore and windward side will be hit the hardest. Casey Lund is live with us with important information to keep you safe.
All right, let's check in with Guy. Just a quick note, though, that there will be a press conference. It's coming up at 11:30. That's when it's scheduled to be. That is with the governor. We expect some really important updates from other state leaders as well.
That's right, as they discuss the response. Right now, though, let's get the very latest with Guy Hagi, who's been tracking this for days. Guy.
All right, thanks a lot, Steve. Grace. Now, the historical path shows where Douglas came from, right? Far away. It developed like over 2,000 miles away, and it held strength as it approached the state. And it's also been on a wobbly path to a large extent. And this is normal for a hurricane, is that it goes a little bit north, a little bit south, and it could wobble as much as 30 miles at some point. And that's why the forecast cone. Now, the forecast cone is very slim. Why is it very narrow? It's because there's a lot of confidence that it won't wobble much outside of this cone. So we are expecting it to hold at Category 1 strength for the next 24 hours until it passes by Kauai. It still will remain a slightly weakened hurricane, but the difference between 90-mile-an-hour winds and 75-mile-an-hour winds, really not much when it comes to damage that it can cause. So right now the winds have been downgraded just a skosh. It's at 85 miles an hour, and some gusts are still measuring at 105 miles an hour. Let's go in a little bit closer so you can see what we can expect. Expecting this all the way through tonight as it approaches Oahu. Should be just north of Oahu, but again, it could wobble anywhere inside of this cone with winds at 80 miles an hour, with gusts probably near 100 miles an hour. Expected to maintain hurricane strength until Monday morning, when it will be well past Kauai, but still could be dragging some moisture all across state. So it remains a big surf threat, it remains a flood threat, and remains a threat for causing some severe damage with regard to the winds, which could cause downed trees, power outages, and maybe even some property damage. Steve, Grace, back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Guy. We want to go to Maui, where Chelsea Davis is, because really in the last hour, we have seen it get much worse. Chelsea, what can you tell us?
Well, Grace, the rain is still coming, and last 30 minutes you saw how strong the rain was, how powerful the winds can be, and that's kind of what we've been seeing. It's been pretty consistent for the last 30 minutes or so. Now, we've been out here live since 4:30 this morning, and as I was saying, it was kind of off and on for several hours, but yeah, just in the past 30 minutes, the past hour, just heavy rains, and now I can see just kind of along the roadway here, Kahului Beach Road, starting to flood a little bit. As you can see behind me, it is very dark, very gloomy. There's been this ominous dark cloud overhead all morning long. Since we could see, the waves are really picking up right now at the harbor. It's normally really calm, especially this time of year. The summertime, the harbor only really gets waves in the winter months, so this is definitely abnormal. Earlier, we did see a couple of kite surfers out in the water, and that is not smart, guys. Officials want people to stay out of the water, to take this very seriously and take as much precautions as possible. Now, also, as I've been mentioning, that we're along Kahului Beach Road, and I see several cars just driving up and down. And again, officials want people to stay at home, to shelter in place. Now, Maui Electric reported to us at least one power outage, and that was in the Wailuku, Waikapu area around 5:30 this morning. They said about 3,000 people lost power for about 25 minutes, and they said that was because of a tree that was out some lines. So they restored power to those 3,000 customers around 6 o'clock. But residents who live up there rushed down here to the harbor to get ice. I spoke to several of them, and they said, you know, they are just preparing for the worst. They said conditions deteriorated really rapidly this morning compared to last night. Now, yesterday we spent the day talking to several Maui residents who are boarding up their windows, putting out sandbags, chopping down trees, and just tying down all their belongings. And of course, Maui Mayor Mike Victorino suggested that as well. You know, this is what we've been preparing for. This is what we've been advising you folks to prepare for. So you should not be out on the roadways. You definitely should not be out in the water. You know, take this seriously, and not only puts yourself at risk, but also our first responders. There are several shelters that are open across the island, but that should be last resort, officials tell me. You know, try to shelter in place as much as possible. Those Red Cross shelters are available for those in need. But again, if you can, stay at home. They don't want people on the roadways at all. At 8:30 this morning, we did hear some hurricane warning sirens, and that again was to warn people to stay at home, shelter in place, and to stay informed. But yeah, just Grace, Steve, before I send it back to you in the studio, just another look out here. Very gloomy, very eerie. The rain coming down, winds also picking up, and the surf here at Kahului Harbor getting pretty bad as well.
Chelsea, since you've been out there for hours now, this has been primarily a rain event so far, at least, right?
Well, in the past hour, it has been. Yeah, we've been out here since 4:30, and the wind was really the story earlier this morning. Now, the rain was kind of going off and on. When it did come down earlier today, it came down hard, and it poured, and for several minutes. And, you know, earlier in the morning, I thought, okay, this is it. This is what we've been preparing for. And then it would stop. So it was really inconsistent, the rain. The wind, though, however, has been really consistent, really strong, and pretty steady. So just in the past hour, the rain has really ramped up, and it's starting to be more consistent than before.
Thank you for the update, Chelsea. We'll get back to you in just a little bit. In the meantime, we have our team coverage also on Molokai. That is where we find Allison Blair this morning. Allison.
Hey Grace, I had planned to tell you how we're seeing more rain than sun, but the sun is just now peeking out again here in Kaunakakai. Winds still very minimal. I want to show you some video that viewers have sent in from other parts of Molokai. We're going to start with Tyler Tanaka. He texted me this clip from his backyard in Kala'i. You can see it's pretty foggy and drizzling rain. Winds were still light there. This next video is from Daisha. She's over by the airport, foggy there as well, and a gentle rain is falling. Now to Mauna Loa, Molokai. This video was shot just before 9 today. PF Bentley says rain was coming down at a decent clip there, and there were minimal winds, not too bad. Flooding is expected in low-lying areas. If you need to evacuate, an emergency shelter has been set up and is now open at Molokai High School. Officials on the island are really urging people to hunker down. They want everyone to take this storm very seriously. Longtime residents say although we're only just starting to see the effects of Douglas, it's already a historic storm, that they can't remember the last time a hurricane tracked this close to the island. Now, right now, I'm joined by one of those longtime residents, State Representative Linda Coit. Mr. Coit, talk about, do you think people are taking this storm seriously enough here?
I think some of them are, but the bulk of them, you know, as we see them driving around still, you know, all looking about and checking. But we got to be serious. Like I said, the shelter is open. We have one person there at the shelter. She's there because she's an elder woman. She also has healthcare issues, and she want to be make sure she's prepared. She doesn't want to run to the shelter later. What I'm trying to tell everybody to do is be prepared. Whether we get a major disaster here or not, is that we want to be prepared. The shelter is open. You can go there. Don't take it for granted. You know, we don't want you caught in the low-lying areas and everybody tries to get from east and town up to Ho'olihua. There's one shelter there. So we got to make sure that, you know, take your time, go up there now. We're supposed to have the brunt of the eye at 2 o'clock. So we want everybody, you know, to be ready.
Talk about what residents need to bring with them to the shelter if they decide to go. And obviously, this is a decision that's going to need to be made pretty soon because there are portions of this island, once it starts raining, that's it. You're stuck there.
Yep. So, of course, your medication, blankets, water, toiletry, there's bare minimum of what's up there. Sleeping stuff, 14-day supply of food. But like Molokai, it's really resilient. For those that are in the low-lying areas, we have those above the markers. So we have family, contact your family. If you can go to your family, stay with your family so that we don't inundate the shelter there. But in the meantime, just be prepared. We don't want people stuck where we're gonna have to go do a rescue later.
What can you tell us about utilities? I know next when the storm does get pretty bad, we're going to go over to Hotel Molokai and report from there. This morning, I can tell you that I saw some Maui Electric trucks in the parking lot there. Have they ramped up? Are they here for the storm?
So I believe we have some of them here, but at the end of the day, if we do have poles go down and stuff, we have limited supply of replacement. So even for them, I worry for them because this low-lying area is unforgiving. I don't think we'll see something that we're going to see as in sea level rise. We will incur flooding, as you saw some of it. Talk to the guys on the west side. They see very little rain, wind off and on. East side, same thing. But like I said, we're looking at probably another 2 more hours before we have the eye over us.
Let's talk a little bit about Kalaupapa, what's happening over there. I spoke to a couple people who hiked up yesterday. I know that most folks evacuated. I believe there's just about 9 patients there right now and some state staff. What else can you tell us about what's happening down there?
Well, even down in Kalaupapa, very minimal. Even they will have to hunker in place at this time if they haven't gotten out. Some of them choose to stay and not to leave. Even at that point, I say, have something ready, have something on the side that you can take with you, and it would have to be the hospital that they'll have to go and hunker at.
Anything else that you really want to get out to people today before we see the worst of this storm come through?
I would just like to say, if they don't have a place to go or family to go to, please take advantage of the shelter. It's there for a reason. And if you do have your animals at this time, you'd have to take them with you. Whether or not they're going to be accepted in the shelter is going to be a whole nother issue. And they're big enough and wide enough that we are looking at the social distancing issue there. But as of now, they are real calm. There's nothing much happening up there. But don't take the chance and wait too long. Do it now.
Thank you so much, State Representative Linda Coit. We'll go ahead and send it back to you in the studio.
Thanks a lot, Allison, for the update. Just a few news headlines here. Honolulu police have again arrested the suspect in that stabbing that happened in Kahala earlier this month. We're talking about 18-year-old Eric Willis. He is accused of attacking a 17-year-old girl on Kahala Beach. He was released after posting $200,000 in bail. After his release, a $1 million grand jury bench warrant was issued. He was taken back into custody around 10:30 this morning. Also, you may have seen this. Honolulu firefighters responding to a 2-alarm blaze at Sand Island. This was just a couple of hours ago. It broke out just before 9:30 a.m. and the smoke and the flames were visible across a large part of Honolulu. We understand that is because of the tire fire that was out on Sand Island. We'll bring you more information as it becomes available. And a woman is in critical condition after she was pulled from waters off Honokohau Harbor on Hawaii Island. Officials say a paddler fell out of a canoe and was found face down in the water around 9 a.m. Nearby paddlers picked her up and they brought her to the harbor. She was taken to the hospital. Now, the big story of the day is, of course, Hurricane Douglas. And Guy, we're hearing reports that there were sirens across Oahu. We know there were sirens on Maui around 8:30 this morning, but this just really giving a warning that Douglas is imminent.
Yeah, that's right. The warning probably indicates that, Douglas is on the way, it's on the move, and a hurricane warning remains in effect for Kauai County, for Oahu, as well as all of Maui County, because we could and are expecting to get hurricane conditions with regard to the wind, the surf, and as far as the rain. Now, we can see that the wind's already shifting around as Douglas is on the move. Look at these westerly winds coming into Kailua Kona at 20 miles an hour. That's sustained. There's likely to be some stronger gusts as well. And then you can see Maui getting in on the act as well. So parts of Maui already getting roughed up. And here's a timeline on when the earliest expected arrival of those tropical storm force winds in excess of 39 miles an hour. For the Big Island in Maui, right now, they're already expecting those winds likely to come onto Oahu by 2 this afternoon, and then likely onto Kauai by 8 o'clock tonight. Again, those are tropical storm force winds in excess of 79 miles an hour. So this is where the storm is right now, and you can see those very powerful winds, especially to the west and to the northwest. That's where the strongest winds are. And Kauai just getting buffeted by those winds now as that storm system moves on a path to the west-northwest. Now, if it stays to the north of Oahu, we will miss the brunt of the storm, but don't count on that because the cone says that we could see it wobble anywhere within the cone and we could get some severe weather conditions. And those winds, notice as the storm system moves, the winds will move from the north to coming up from the south. And we're already seeing those winds shift on the Big Island as the storm is on the move. And then over on Kauai, they're going to have a rough night, and it's expected to move slowly away by tomorrow afternoon. And by then, the winds will shift and we'll get Kona winds. And even after Monday, after the storm is well away from the state, we'll still get these gusty winds. And it looks like the gusty winds coming in from the east will run upwards of 40 miles an hour according to this wind model. And it looks like we'll be in for those winds all the way into the latter part of next week, it looks like. Grace, back to you.
All right, thanks for the update, Guy. You know, one area of concern has really been the windward side. Casey Lund is live in Hauula and has the very latest on the conditions there. Casey.
Yeah, good morning, Grace. You know, we have our Mark Carpenter making his way along Sandy, the east shores, coming around to meet us to relieve me and my photographer, Johnny. They're going to be checking out what's going on there as far as surf goes. But we've been showing you this area all morning long. And again, it's just a really interesting gauge. Every now and then when we check in, you can see Laie Point, and then you can't. It goes behind a lot of mist and those dark clouds. Now, some blue skies and a little bit more sun. But we've been looking out at the surf here, and things have really started to pick up. The wind has been sustained. We've seen rain kind of come and go. But I want to walk along Kamehameha Highway really quickly and just remind you of what a serious issue this roadway has been, what the DOT has done to reinforce this and really try to address the erosion issue. Earlier this year, we reported about that big dig out under the roadway and what a big problem it caused. Hey there, friend. And really what a big problem it caused for traffic here. So when we start to talk about storm surge and the surf really picking up, that's a concern, but you can see how well reinforced this is. I want to show you one other thing. If we spin back around here, we earlier talked to Paul Nunu, and we can see throughout the morning he's really added a lot to his building here, to his home, to shore up those windows, to put boards up and sandbags. He's got some lower basement windows that he's put a lot of work in to get ready for the storm. We started to see that as we drove around here in Hauula. More people are taking this seriously. Let's actually hear from Paul. We interviewed him earlier. Here he is.
Hoping that we don't have to tack it up, but we're just in place right now, and hopefully we don't have to screw them in. We are prepared food-wise and everything, and hopefully it doesn't get any worse, but we're prepared.
You know, we've been talking to a few different people really who have lived out this way for decades, and they've seen storms come and go, but I think that we're all kind of starting to look at this in a more serious way as Douglas is really getting close to Maui, and it's really going to get close to the North Shore. And again, we were looking earlier at some of the city's data. Some of those storm surge prone areas like Kailua, Kaneohe could really see some problems with flooding. We're also worrying about that up here as we go from Ka'ava to Hauula to Kahuku, and you start to talk about those low-lying areas that might see some water, some standing water on the roadway. It could really cause some problems. I've been seeing a lot of traffic, though. You just heard a few different people honk at me as we're out here on Kamehameha Highway. And again, nice to see everyone, but I think it's time that people start to go home, hunker down and shelter in place. We want to remind you that Zippy's are closing. They've already closed at 11. Foodlands only have until noon. The one here in Laie is already closed. So if you don't have the things that you need, you're running out of time. I want to talk about shelters really quickly. We had Senator Gil Riviere on just a little while ago to kind of address some of the concerns. We've heard from a few different people here on the North Shore that really they're feeling maybe a little bit left out, not taken care of by the city because there's simply not a lot of shelter options here on the North Shore. What the city has told us is that the safest place to shelter, if you need to do that, really is not along the coastal areas up here on the North Shore. And Hau'ula. You should, if you don't feel that your home's a safe place to be and you need to seek shelter, they have those set up in Waialua High School, King Intermediate, and Castle High School in Kaneohe. That's a far drive from places like Laie Point. It is going to be a bit of a trek, and if you're really that concerned, you probably should start making your plans to get there now if you don't feel safe in your home. Again, the city is saying that the shelters should be a last resort, but we've heard from numerous people here on the North Shore today that are a little concerned about the lack of shelters in this area. So that's something to think about as things begin to pick up. But again, back out here, man, things really are looking pretty good, but we know that's going to change. The sun's out. We know things are going to get worse. We're going to see the surf pick up. We've seen HPD going by, trying to let folks know that it's time to stop fishing, it's time to pack it in, and that's really the word from authorities. We're going to send it back to you guys. I know we are waiting on that presser from the governor coming up a little later this morning.
Yeah, that's coming up at 11:30. Casey, we're going to assume that those were honks of support, but just wanted to ask you real quickly if you also heard the hurricane siren just a few minutes ago.
We did. You know, right before we went on air, we were hearing that off in the distance, probably closer to Laie. It was pretty faint, but you could still hear it here. We're near the LDS Church in Hau'ula. So we did hear that. We got the alert on our phone. And just like when Chelsea said her alarms were going off on Maui, we hope maybe that's a good sign. We've been telling people all morning long for the last few days, really, to start to take precautions, to really take this seriously. Hopefully those sirens kind of reinforce that now, that we are going to expect some probably serious implications from Hurricane Douglas. And if not, what a blessing, but we should be prepared for it either way.
All right. Thanks a lot, Casey. Now, in the meantime, we want to go live and take a look outside of Kalihi. We have some pictures from our station rooftop. These are live pictures, and we wanted to show you this because of the stormy, dreary conditions. They have been deteriorating throughout the morning here in town. So we do know that Douglas is still on its way. It is still a Category 1 storm, and we are still expecting some severe weather from it. Now, the other concern, of course, are the roads and the traffic. Lacey has an update.
And Grace, thankfully here on Oahu, we haven't seen anything major. Right now, we got a couple of small power outages going on. According to Hawaiian Electric, this one is up in the central Oahu area, about 72 customers without service in Mililani and Waipio. And down below that in the Aliamanu out to the Salt Lake areas, we've got just about 10 customers without service. So not too bad for the power outages here on Oahu. Now, I do want to point out that we have seen roads really dry up in certain spots. Out toward the west, here's a look in the Kapolei area, but out to the east, take a look at the trees. Very strong winds here along Kalani and Ole. Again, we've got no reports of any road closures, but drive with a lot of caution this morning. As you make your way out of the tunnels, roads starting to dry up, but again, you can see those winds blowing the trees off in the distance. And it's the same situation further out on the Kaneohe side before you get to the tunnels. Here's a look next to Windward Mall along Kamehameha Highway. So we'll let you know if there are any road closures in place. We did just get word that there's a downed tree reported on Pali Highway. That's on the town side of the tunnel heading in the Kailua bound direction. It's about 25 feet long, out of our traffic cameras. The road crews are heading there to try and move it off the roadway. In the meantime, as your alternate routes, you'll want to stick with either the Like or H3 as your alternate routes. Grace, back over to you.
All right, thanks, Lacey. Now on to Kauai, where we find Ashley Nagaoka. She has been tracking all that has been happening there throughout the island. Ashley, what can you tell us at this hour?
Hey Grace, we've made our way north. We're now in Princeville and it is hot. The sun is blazing. There's some blue skies. And if you take a look behind me, this is the scenic and beautiful Hanalei Valley Lo'i or Taro Fields. Sunny mostly on this part of the island. It was a little cloudy on the drive in, but not too bad. You may remember this side of the island was hit hard by that historic rain bomb back in April 2018, which caused flooding and landslides along Kuhio Highway. And during that weather event, residents who live in this valley that you're looking at, remember they had to be rescued from their roofs by people on kayaks and jet skis. Hopefully we don't see a similar situation like that. Taro farmers I spoke to say they have been moving their heavy equipment to higher ground and tying down items on their properties. Whenever there is a bad storm, the area is prone to severe flooding, and the Hanalei Bridge is closed often because of that. Some residents have expressed concerns that mud and silt from the past couple of storms have built up under the Hanalei Bridge, which could make a bad situation even worse. So hopefully crews will get to that before it gets bad here on this side of the island. Send it back to Grace.
All right, thank you, Ashley. In the meantime, we just want to remind our viewers out there that we are expecting an update from Governor Ige. We expect that from the state capitol around 11:30. Now, it could start at any moment, but we're going to hear from multiple state leaders about how they are preparing for Hurricane Douglas across the state. For now, let's send it to Guy Hoggy and Ben Gutierrez with a look at the hurricane right now.
Okay, there it is. Ben, take a look at the hurricane right now, and you can see it's on the move, going pretty close over Maui County.
Yeah, right now things are deteriorating. Conditions are definitely deteriorating over the Valley Island right now, and also will likely be starting to deteriorate as well as we get toward the early afternoon hours for Molokai. Let's go over what's happening over the islands right now. Forecast models still have it just to the north of the island of Hawaii, and that's pretty much happening. You might still have some stronger winds and some additional rain, but only about 1 to 3 inches. But looks like the worst is definitely over for the island of Hawaii, but things are definitely different for Maui.
Yeah, that's right. They could get anywhere from 4 to 8 inches, and the eye of the storm expected to pass just to the north of them. Now, the strongest winds, according to Bob Ballard from the National Weather Service, is just to that west and northwest front of the storm.
Yeah,
so that's what we're watching for, those impacts.
Yeah, actually looking at this seems to have gone up a little bit further north than the last time we looked at this particular model.
Yeah.
So that's not too bad, but we're still going to get some very strong winds and a pretty good wind shift as well, so you got to be aware of that. Let's take a look at Oahu right now, and this one we're watching very, very closely as we get into 7:30 this evening. You can see the winds are going to be very strong, particularly for the Ko'olauloa area of the island, and we could actually still see hurricane force winds for that area.
That's right. Now, according to the Central Pacific Hurricane Center, Oahu expected to get tropical storm force winds stronger than 39 miles an hour around 2 o'clock this afternoon. And those winds will likely stay with us through the night.
Yeah, we fast forwarded to midnight. You can see that the winds are going to shift very radically from north to south. But again, that's going to be midnight. It looks like at this point, and this track could still change, and you've been watching it change back and forth pretty much for the last several hours even.
And the concern for this is when those winds come from the south, they'll accelerate over into windward neighborhoods, and they could be quite strong and damaging.
Yeah, and it's going to be coming from a different direction, and then as we get into tomorrow morning, it's going to be coming in pretty strong from the east. Let's head on over to, I think, the island of Kauai is our next target, so to speak. Looks like the eye, according to the forecast models, once again coming extremely close to the Garden Isle sometime during the early morning hours, right around 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, but the forecast model, you're right, Ben, it has moved slightly to the north, although the official forecast is still saying it's going to come extremely close, if not over Kauai. For sure, they will be in for some rough weather, maybe up to 6 to 10 inches of rain in the mountains. And if they get that much rain, it'll cause flooding.
And we're still looking at very strong winds, 50 to 65 miles per hour, and gusts up to 95 miles per hour. In fact, that's been changed a little bit. It's been revised upward a bit for Kauai. And so we might get winds actually to about 105, gusts to 105. And see, rain is still going to be a threat as Douglas passes and the winds once again shift radically from the south.
Yeah, now remember, the storm and what you get will change dramatically based on it wobbling to the north or to the south. And there are hints that the storm could wobble towards Oahu as it gets closer to Oahu.
Yeah, so just a few miles is going to make a big difference in what you're going to get. And so even though we have the models, remember, the storm, it's Mother Nature. It's going to do what it wants to do with all the different variables.
That's right.
Yeah, so this is what we're looking at, peak forecasts put out by the Weather Service, and this came out a little bit before 11. We're still looking at possible hurricane force winds up to 75 miles per hour, gusts to 110, with the strongest winds expected, especially for the east side of Molokai. About the same for Oahu, and most of the stronger winds are going to be for the North Shore, Central Oahu, and the windward side, but they could still happen in the Honolulu area if the storm jogs just a little bit to the south.
Yeah, and that's why the hurricane warning remains posted for Maui County, Oahu, as well as Kauai County.
Yeah, and then Kauai starting early this evening. That's when we're expecting the winds to increase. But once again, this can change, 55 to 70 gusts to 105 miles per hour. So once again, we still have the high surf alert sub, statewide flash flood watch, and then we're going to still see the possibility of those winds and the heavy rain. You should rush to prepare now. I know we've heard that phrase from the National Hurricane Center and hurricane forecasters, but if you have not finished your preparations, finish them now. All right.
Thanks a lot, Ben. Grace, back to you.
All right, we'll continue to track this on air and online. Right now, we want to take it live to the state capitol where they are giving an update on the preparations for Hurricane Douglas.
Caldwell from the city and county of Honolulu here with us at the office of the governor. Also joining us via Zoom, Mayor Derek Kawakami, Kauai County, John Bravender, National Weather Service, Luke Myers, Administrator, Hawaii Emergency Management Agency, HIEMA, Veronica Verde, External Affairs Officer, Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, Captain Arex Avani, U.S. Coast Guard, Jade Butai, Director of the Department of Transportation, Scott Morishige, Governor's Coordinator on Homelessness, Scott Siu, President and CEO, Hawaiian Electric Company, Luke Bailey, Hawaii Gas General Manager from Maui, Maria Lutz, Director of Emergency Services, American Red Cross. And after all of their remarks are complete, we will go ahead with question and answer from our local media via Zoom audio. And we start with Governor Ige.
Thank you for joining us this morning. I'm glad that all of the mayors will be able to participate. It's certainly something that we've been working to see happen. I think it's very important for all of you to be able to get information directly from the mayors. I just want to assure you we have representatives from FEMA that the federal, state, and county governments are working together to coordinate the response, ensuring that we are prepared as Hurricane Douglas approaches and passes by our state. I did have the conversation with Mayor Kim this morning from Hawaii Island, and they were fortunate to be able to not be impacted by Hurricane Douglas, and certainly they are moving through the next phases of returning to normal on Hawaii Island. We are working with all the mayors. Mayor Victorino on Maui will be with us this morning, and Mayor Caldwell, as Hurricane Douglas passes through the state of Hawaii, and Mayor Kawakami from Kauai. We've been working to prepare for the response. I know as we speak, Maui County is seeing the brunt of Hurricane Douglas, and we'll have a direct report from Mayor Victorino. Here on Oahu and on Kauai, you should be in final stages of preparation, shelter in place, as that is the best option. Just a reminder, if you do feel like you're in an unsafe condition and are wanting to seek shelter, to bring your mask, hand sanitizers, and sanitizing wipes to your emergency kit. It's important. We are implementing physical distancing protocols in all of the shelters, and it's very important for you to have that material if you seek shelter on Oahu or in any of the shelters across the state. I know that Mayor Caldwell will be making an announcement concerning city and county facilities. I have decided to close state offices here on Oahu and on Kauai on Monday, tomorrow. The judiciary, all courts will be closed as well, and the University of Hawaii and the Department of Education are closing all of their facilities as well. So the state offices will be closed here on Oahu and on Kauai tomorrow. Just want to assure you that we are leaning forward, federal, state, and county partners to respond to Hurricane Douglas as it passes through our state. We are committed to implementing all of the actions necessary to assure that you will remain safe in our community from the impacts of the storm. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Governor. Mayor Caldwell is with us in the ceremonial room, and he's up next.
I wanted to thank everyone for tuning in, and I want to thank the governor for inviting
our participation, all the mayors, along with all our other partners. Only by working together do we get through this hurricane and our pandemic. Over the evening, unfortunately, Hurricane Douglas shifted slightly closer to Oahu, and it's going to remain a hurricane as it passes by the island of Oahu. Strong Cat 1 with winds up to 90 miles per hour. This is the first time in my 8 years as mayor that we've had a hurricane approach this closely to Oahu. In the past, we've been lucky. This time, not as lucky, and we need to be prepared. So we're going to expect strong winds, tropical force winds, over all of the island of Oahu in the coming hours, with gusts up to 75 miles per hour. And the effects are going to be starting around 2 this afternoon and continuing through tomorrow morning. Hurricane Douglas is moving at about 60 miles per hour, which means we're going to see a window of about 12 hours where we're going to see major impacts, and we need to be prepared for that. We have a triple threat here. One is rain, one is wind, and one is storm surge. I want to describe each one a little bit. So on rain, we're expecting rain to fall between 5 and 10 inches this afternoon and this evening, meaning we could see flooding along our streams all around this island. With wind, initially we're going to see winds coming out of the northeast to northwest, and then it's going to shift to the south. And that's not the usual way the wind blows when we have trades or in strong gusty trades. So we could see more damage as the wind shifts into the south. And we need to make sure that all of our buildings and our structures and homes, everything is tied down, not only on the north side, but on the south side too. And then storm surge. We're expecting about 3 inches of surge. Now, that is significant because we're going to be seeing a high tide, not a high tide, but a high tide at around 8:45 p.m. this evening. And with stream flow being strong because of the downpours and with storm surge, we're going to see probably a backup of water along our streams all around the island. And that could create flooding in areas where you wouldn't expect to see it. So we're asking folks to go to oneoahu.org. We have a surge map that we just put up yesterday, the first time ever for the state of Hawaii, working with our partners at National Weather Service and folks at the city that show where you could expect to see flooding. And it could be in places like Coconut Grove by Kawainui Marsh. It could be places in Haleiwa, in other places all the way from Waimanalo out to Haleiwa. That's where we think the greatest impact is going to be as Hurricane Douglas passes by. And so we're asking everyone along this coastline to be particularly careful and to go to this map just to be prepared if you start to see water rising, what you need to do, like putting your possessions up on tables or even deciding to evacuate. At this point, you should be taking your final steps to protect yourself and your family. You should be identifying the shelter you want to move into. If you think you cannot weather out the storm, first choice, always highest priority is the shelter in place. If not, then you move in with family or friends. If you can't do that, then you seek shelter. For that reason, at 11 o'clock, we sounded our alert sirens on the island of Oahu to give people 3 hours advance warning before we start feeling the impacts of Hurricane Douglas. In an abundance of caution, following in the footsteps of Governor Ige, the city and county of Honolulu will be closing all of its offices tomorrow morning. And we're doing it for the full day tomorrow. And we're doing this for a couple reasons. One, we want to protect the public who may be thinking they're going to come and do business with the city. And of course, our hardworking city and county of Honolulu public servants, we want to protect them too. We don't want people out on the road tomorrow where there could be debris and maybe some washout of roads and those kind of things. So the only city and county workers who are requested and should expect to come to work tomorrow are designated response workers. Designated response workers. You know who you are. You're the people who are coming in to make sure we can get back to a more normal situation here at the city and county of Honolulu. And we appreciate your sacrifice coming to work and helping the rest of us, the million on Oahu, return to a more normal way of life. For shelters, as you know, we've opened up 13 shelters here in the city and county of Honolulu. The largest one is with the Convention Center. We want to thank our partners at the Convention Center to allow us to open up there. As of now, we have about 350 folks in our shelters around the island, 300 alone at the Convention Center. We're asking folks to identify which shelter would be the best for them to locate in. We have 44 people at the Nanakuli shelter and a couple others scattered in other shelters. And we think people should identify the shelter that they think they may have to evacuate to. And before the real onslaught of Hurricane Douglas, you should be ready to move and seek shelter in one of those places. I also wanted to announce, given the closeness of Hurricane Douglas, we're going to keep all of our city and county of Honolulu beach parks closed tomorrow. They are closed today. We'll close them again tomorrow just to make sure if there's any branches or debris washed up onto our beaches that we're able to clear it before we open up to the public. And again, I just reach out to everyone in the city and county of Honolulu, almost 1 million strong. Now's the time to do your final preparations, gather your family around you, hunker down, and be ready for the worst, but prepare and hope for the best. Thank you. Mahalo and aloha.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker is Mayor Michael Victorino, joining us by Zoom from Maui County. Mayor Victorino. Mayor Victorino, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you. Go ahead.
Okay. Does the governor want to say something else?
No, I'll just be here as you're speaking. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Governor. Maui right now is feeling the brunt of Hurricane Douglas. Fortunately, at this point, outside of heavy rains and some wind gusts, everything else is doing okay. We have no reports from my districts as far as any major damage or major problems at this juncture. However, we have sounded the sirens at 8:30 this morning so that people knew that to hunker down and to get off the roads. And right now, from all reports, they have abided very closely on this area. Tomorrow, we can announce that all the landfill and recycling centers will be closed. No residential curbside trash pickup will occur also. All county parks and pools will remain closed along with our Wai'ehu Municipal Golf Course. I've been informed also that expeditions that travels with the ferry that travels between Lanai and Lahaina will not operate tomorrow and will look to resume on Tuesday, weather permitting. If you're having any problems with roads, down power lines, or any other challenges, please contact this number, 270-7285. I repeat, 270-7285, and report these incidents so that we can dispatch not only our people, but also people from Maui Electric or Hawaiian Electric so they can go ahead and take care of it. If you see a power line down on the ground, do not go near it. Again, I repeat, do not go near it. I've also asked everyone to please, if you haven't, prepare a cooler with necessities, food as well as other drinks that you want to keep cold, because power outages will and have been occurring, and we'd like to make sure that you have that available, that you don't have to go into the freezer or icebox for foods that you'll need for the rest of the day. We feel that it will pass by 5 o'clock this afternoon. The brunt of this storm would have passed us and moved on to Molokai and on to Oahu. So you have a time frame between now and 5 p.m. That we will be inundated, or at least the heavy rains and winds that have been predicted will be hitting Maui Island and Molokai on the north end. So please, the Molokaians, please protect yourself, especially those who are on the north end of the island. Haiku and East Maui, like I mentioned earlier, has reported heavy rains and some strong winds. Hana seems to be doing okay at this time. However, like anything else, this storm hasn't passed us, so we are still feeling the residual effects. So I ask all of Mauians, Maui County, to stay vigilant, stay safe, and stay indoors. Protect yourself. And if you have to evacuate, it's been said by other mayors, I'm going to repeat, take at least 3 days of supplies. Make sure you have your hand sanitizer. Make sure you have your face covering, blankets, pillows, whatever else you need. And we will do our best. Right now, all my 5 shelters, we only have 22 people in 5 shelters. So the numbers are extremely low. So if you feel threatened or if you feel that you need to move and you find shelter, They are, as I will repeat, Hana High School, King Kekoliki Upcountry, Maui High School here in Central Maui, the Kihei Recreational Gym is open, and Lahaina Intermediate is open for as emergency shelters. And Molokai and Lanai, they opened up their emergency shelters at the Molokai High School as well as Lanai. I pray Maui will, and all the rest of the islands will have minimum impact and minimal damage. But I want to thank everybody for their consideration. All the state, federal, and county agencies, along with our NGOs, who have worked so well together. Mahalo to everyone. Mahalo to you, Governor, for all your help. And all of the mayors, I pray the same thing happens, that you don't get much damage and that we get out of this fairly unscathed. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you very much, Mayor Victorino. Now we go to Kauai County via Zoom, where Mayor Derek Kawakami is standing by live. Mayor Kawakami?
Hi, good morning, everybody. Yes, I'd like to echo, and first off, I'd like to thank the governor and all of our partners, HAIMA, my fellow colleagues, the mayors. As been said before, there's not much to add to it. We are bracing ourselves for some weather impact. Of concern is the direction of the wind. And, this event will be happening overnight for Kauai. So along with everything else, make sure that you have a flashlight, some batteries. Make sure that you're taking the time now, sooner rather than later, to take the necessary precautions. If you have a home project, as many of us have been working on during this pandemic, and it is outside or a construction site, we urge everyone to take the necessary precautions to secure their work site. We do not want construction debris, material, or tools to pose an unseen hazard, as the storm will be impacting Kauai overnight. So these hazards will not be able to be seen. That being said, Kauai, we have been through this before. We know the drill. We will get through this storm together. For our county workers, we also will be closing offices as well. The workers that need to show up will know that they need to show up. Other than that, all other public-facing services will be closed tomorrow. We will reassess the situation. Beach parks will be closed at noon, which is in a few minutes. And we will reopen those beach parks once we deem that it is safe. So for everyone out there, please stay in touch with news media. Please stay in touch with our KEMA website at www.kauai.gov/KEMA. If you have any questions, 241-1800 is our KEMA phone number. We are going into a 24-hour operation. Please also be aware that our sirens will be going off fairly soon. And so we are getting ready and bracing ourselves once again. But folks, we'll get through this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kawakami. We go now to John Bravender, National Weather Service. John?
Thank you. You mentioned Hurricane Douglas, as of the 11 a.m. advisory, is an 85-mile-an-hour hurricane moving to the west-northwest at 16 miles an hour. As of 11, it's located about 55 miles east of Kahului, or 140 miles northeast of Kahului, or 140 miles east of Honolulu. This motion to the west-northwest will take it, it's awfully close to Maui as it is. So this track will take it very close to Oahu and Kauai as well. One of the concerns with a hurricane like this is that it doesn't necessarily go in a straight line. It can wobble along that track. So any of those wobbles that take it closer could exacerbate the impacts we see. We've discussed many of the threats, the winds increasing across Oahu this afternoon, across Kauai tonight. Heavy rainfall is also a threat. Douglas's eye is apparent on radar. We're tracking that for additional positions as well. And in addition, we've already seen high surf increase across the areas. And with the surge combined with that, leads to a dangerous mix of weather conditions. One note about the expected intensity. Douglas is expected to weaken. It's dropped a bit since 5 a.m. It maintained its strength overnight, and it's really crucial information for us. Helped with that intensity forecast. Hurricane Hunter aircraft are flying through it now and have been flying through it for a past day and a half. And the information they provide, not just intensity and wind field size, also position. And that is what led to us adjusting the forecast closer to the islands last night, because Douglas is feeling some of the shear over the islands that's causing it to weaken, tilting a bit. So what we see at the top of the storm on satellite is different from the bottom of the storm impacting the area, which is a little closer to the islands because of that stronger winds aloft causing it to tilt over the side. The good news is that's also what's expected to cause it to weaken as it passes by the islands, but not weaken quite fast enough, maintaining hurricane strength and bringing some significant impacts to the islands. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, John. Moving next to Luke Myers, Administrator, HIEMA. Luke.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity in these times as we look at Hurricane Douglas moving through Maui, Oahu, and Kauai. We urge all residents to take precautions now in these areas. Finish taking those life-saving actions that will make you and yourself and your families better prepared for potential impacts. We acknowledge that these are stressful times, so we need to rely on the resilience of the islands and our community members and our loved ones. We here at State Emergency Management are up in a 24/7 operations period. We have approximately 55 individuals here from the federal, state, local, and private levels, participating in coordination calls with John, the mayors, and the governor, and the county emergency managers and civil defense emergency managers on what to do and how to be prepared. We are looking to pre-deploy resources once the storm moves through the various islands for damage assessment and impact items. We also have sent out some teams, some liaison officers to the various islands to support the various requests that are coming through. This is your opportunity as an individual to take personal accountability and be prepared. If storm conditions start to deteriorate in your area, please shelter in place and hunker down. Again, take this opportunity and be prepared. Also, in these times of COVID, as we start to clean up and we are responding, please remember to mask, wash, and distance to reduce the transmission of COVID-19. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Luke. Veronica Verde, External Affairs Officer, FEMA. Veronica, can you hear us?
Yes, good morning. FEMA has been embedded with Hawaii Emergency Management Agency as we continue to monitor closely the track of Hurricane Douglas as it approaches Hawaii. We've taken proactive approaches and actions prior to landfall to deploy life-saving and life-sustaining federal resources. We have our FEMA IMAT and federal teams deployed to Hawaii. They're in place, ready to support. We have FEMA liaisons in every county and our urban search and rescue personnel with swift water rescue capabilities. They're on the ground and in place, ready to deploy when needed. We have our FEMA distribution center in Oahu that has meals, water, cots, blankets, and generators and tarps if needed. And we've also staged generators, food and water in both Maui and Hawaii counties. Also, our FEMA regional administrator, Mr. Bob Benton, and also our FEMA administrator, Pete Gaynor, has been in close contact with the mayor and also Director Hara and HIEMA administrator, Mr. Luke Myers. And as we heard today, they are ready to support whatever is the need to bring resources here to Hawaii if needed. As we heard from the Hawaii governor and mayors and others, Hurricane Douglas remains a Category 1 storm and can bring flooding and high winds. Floods are the most common and costly natural disasters in the U.S., and with just 1 inch of water, a home can cost more than $25,000 in damage. If you do have flood insurance, please keep your policy number on hand should you need to file a claim. If you haven't done so now, you need to finalize preparations. You have a small window to make preparations before Hurricane Douglas makes landfall. Individuals should refresh their emergency supply kit to include cloth masks and hand sanitizers. And as others have stated, secure lawn furniture, ladders, and anything that could become a projectile. Now is the time to know where to go and what to take and how to safely shelter in place. While respecting COVID-19 measures, we encourage residents to check on family members and neighbors who may need help finalizing preparations. As all residents and visitors must follow closely all emergency guidance, we encourage all residents to watch Hurricane Douglas closely and again, follow all local guidance. Now is the time for those final preparations to help each other stay safe from hurricane risk during a COVID environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica. Heading to the U.S. Coast Guard, Captain Arex Avani. Captain?
Aloha. All commercial ports have shut down operations and are prepared to weather the storm. The Coast Guard has post-storm damage assessment teams pre-deployed on all the islands and are standing by so I can reopen each of the ports as quickly as possible. And all Coast Guard assets on all of the islands are weathering the storm in a ready status so we can quickly respond to any emergent SAR, search and rescue that may be reported. Finally, please stay safe, stay away from the ocean and the shoreline until the storm has fully abated. That's all from the Coast Guard. Thank you. Mahalo.
Thanks so much, Captain. Heading to Jade Butai, Director, State Department of Transportation. Jade, you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Aloha. Our team at airports, harbors, and highways have worked hard during the past week to ensure that we're prepared. We continue to monitor the progress of Hurricane Douglas and are working with our team and external partners to make sure that we are vigilant and ready. Our airports will remain open and operational throughout the storm event. There are no impacts to our airports to report at this time. The only time an airport may close is if there's actual physical damage to the runway or facility. All the airports have activated their emergency operations center to monitor the conditions and react appropriately. Hawaiian Airlines, Southwest Airlines, and Mokulele Airlines canceled its flights in Hawaii for today. Alaska, American, Delta, and United Airlines are planning to operate trans-Pacific flights. As Captain Avani mentioned, all of our harbors are in Zulu conditions, which means there are no incoming or outgoing movements without clearance from the captain of the port. Our highways employees are properly staged to respond quickly. So if any highway facilities are damaged, we are ready to respond quickly. At Maui District, we have 3 crews mobilized at Kahului and Keaina base yards. And yesterday, we had a crew out in Hauula to prepare the shoreline and place protection along areas of concern. And we will be mobilizing our crew later this afternoon for Kauai District. And we urge, when severe weather arrives, please stay off the roads. Don't drive through flooded areas. As little as 6 inches of water may cause you to lose control of your vehicle. And please check out our website and social media, Facebook and Twitter for HDOT's latest update. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jade. Scott Murashige, Governor's Coordinator on Homelessness, joins us now. Scott?
Hi, I wanted to first extend a big thank you to all of our homeless outreach and homeless shelter providers throughout the state who have been a big part of the emergency response. We're very appreciative of all of the work that you've been doing to help our homeless individuals and homeless families throughout the state keep safe in preparation of the storm. In particular, on Maui, Oahu, and Kauai, we've had outreach workers going out this morning in Honolulu, throughout the island. We've had outreach workers going out with the bus to notify individuals of the coming storm and of the shelter options available to them, just to keep people safe and informed. Our outreach workers will continue to do that throughout this morning, and they've been doing that throughout this week. So we're very grateful to their effort. We encourage everyone to, continue to stay tuned to the latest news about the storm and to keep safe. And again, we're very appreciative of all the work from our homeless providers during this time. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Scott. And now we go to Scott Siu, President and CEO of Hawaiian Electric Company. Scott Siu.
Good afternoon, everyone.
So far, we haven't had any significant storm damage or impacts on our operations across the islands that we serve. Earlier this morning on Maui, there was an outage which affected about 3,000 customers in the Wailuku, Kahului area, and that was due to tree branches and lines, but we were able to restore power relatively quickly. There was also a relatively small outage affecting about 20 customers in the Iao Valley area, also on Maui, and again, tree related in the power lines. Power has been restored there. Are assessing possible small pocket outages in the upcountry Maui area, including Haleakala Crater. But overall, could be worse. There was a brief outage earlier today on the Big Island, affecting about 90 customers in Ohualoa, which is on the Hamakua coast. And again, tree branches on the line, power has been restored. Oahu, we haven't seen true impacts just yet. When I last checked just a few minutes ago on our outage map, I see one power outage reported in the Kaneohe area, but it's not clear if that's storm related or not. We have pre-positioned as many crews as possible to our power plant locations, as well as our base yards, and our men and women of Hawaiian Electric companies are standing ready. We also have additional call center staff standing by. I also wanted to mention, especially to Mayor Kawakami, that we do have our mutual aid arrangements in place, including to assist KIUC if they need our help, depending on what the impacts are to Hawaii. We continue to maintain our incident management teams across the islands, which means we have about 200 employees who continue to be on on activation, in addition to our normal staffing, keeping the lights on for people. Fuel supply is normal across our islands, about 30 to 45 days of storage and inventory for our power plants. And so from an operations perspective, I think so far so good, but again, we expect the brunt of the impacts right now on Maui and of course here on Oahu. I want to re-emphasize something that Mayor Victorino mentioned earlier, which is if anybody comes across down poles, down power lines, please treat that as an energized line and call the emergency numbers. If in doubt, call 911, and we will dispatch our crews with the assistance of the county emergency responders. Please check our social media channels for restoration updates. And if you do find that you are in the midst of a power outage, I just want to reassure folks that yes, it's a little bit unsettling to lose all of the lights and what we are so accustomed to, but let us know that the outage is occurring. Use your mobile phones, and we will get the lights back on. So with that, mahalo, everybody. Stay safe.
Thank you, Scott. Next is Luke Bailey, Hawaii Gas General Manager for Maui. Luke?
Aloha and good afternoon. As part of Hawaii Gas's incident management and preparedness plan, we have finished supplying gas for all our essential service providers, our hospitals, and essential facilities across the state. On Oahu, our renewable natural gas and synthetic natural gas facilities continue to operate and will continue to operate through the storm. We have a reliable supply of propane across the state, and we have a shipment coming into Oahu tomorrow, Monday, July 27th. Most important, we are reminding customers to keep their gas on if they're sheltering at home, since gas can be used during a power outage to heat, water, and cook food. If you are asked to evacuate your home, and please turn off your gas and call Hawaii Gas when you enter your home again, and we'll come back and help you turn back on service. Our website at hawaiigas.com has emergency management and preparedness tips, and please continue to follow us on social media for real-time updates. After the storm, we'll be working with our state and county partners to address any issues caused by Hurricane Douglas. And additionally, our crews and service technicians will be focused on addressing requests and equipment issues across the state. For now, all of our offices across the state will be closed tomorrow, Monday, July 27th. However, our call center is open, and we ask that you please give us a call if you have any questions or you want to issue a service request. We at Hawaii Gas want to just give you our our blessings and continue to know that we're in this together as we move through the storm. And we look forward to connecting with you after the storm. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Luke. And our final speaker is Maria Lutz, Director of Emergency Services, American Red Cross. Maria, are you there?
Yes, I am. Red Cross is continuing to work across the state in close coordination with County Emergency Management to provide hurricane evacuation shelters to the public. As of last night, in working with Hawaii County, they decided not to open emergency evacuation shelters because they weren't being as impacted by the storm. So there's no shelters currently open in Hawaii County. Last night, Maui County did open up shelters, and they had a population of 15 folks who stayed in shelters as of the midnight count last night. The shelters that are currently open are the South Maui Gym, King Kekaualiki High, Hana High, and Lahaina Intermediate, and Maui High. Those are the ones that were open as of last night on the island of Maui and are still open. This morning, we opened additional shelters at Lanai High and Intermediate and at Molokai High School. On Oahu, there has been many shelters that have been opened, and I think the mayor referred to this too, but I will repeat the information that I have. The shelters that are open as of right now are Campbell High School, the Hawaiian Convention Center, King Intermediate, Lehoku Elementary, Mililani High School, Hope Elementary, Waialua High and Intermediate, Nanakuli High and Intermediate, Castle High School, Mauna Loa High School, Pearl City High School, and Neo Valley Middle School. That's the complete list that I have at this time. And just a general note for the public, if you feel like your home is unsafe to stay in during these high winds, and you don't have friends or family to stay with, of course, that would be the most comforting option. Please do seek shelter at the public emergency shelters. Okay, stay safe, take care.
Thank you very much, Maria. Moving on now to our question and answer period for our local reporters who are standing by on Zoom audio. We're going to
Somebody has a
mute. That was Daryl. We're going to be muting you right now. We're going to go down the list, and Daryl Huff is first. So, Daryl, can you please mute your television? Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me well enough now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm concerned about people developing a false sense of security at this point. The storm seems to be going to the north. Can maybe John Brevender or others talk about what are some of the unanticipated things that may happen on areas of the islands that are not directly exposed to the storm, such as the leeward sides of mountains, shorelines, and so on?
Right, thank you. That's a very important thing to ask or to consider. The track of Douglas is going north of us, but there's a couple things that can come into play. One is shifts in track when you're this close are not unheard of. So it could come closer to us and provide more of a direct impact. Even if it doesn't do that, there's other interactions with the terrain that could become an issue. Like Mayor Caldwell had said earlier, all of the vegetation in Hawaii is used to growing in a trade wind direction. We have trade winds 3/4 of the year. When winds like on the south side of this hurricane come from the other direction, they're more susceptible to damage even at lower wind speeds. So winds like this could cause more tree damage that could cause cascading problems. And also, for example, along the South Shore, you can also have interactions with the terrain, winds going over the mountains and getting funneled stronger and gustier downslope on the other side. That can cause additional damage as well. So even if you're not within the core, close to the core of the hurricane, you can get some significant damages from the wind field otherwise.
All right, thank you very much, John. Moving on to Wendy Osher, Maui Now. Wendy, can you hear us?
Yes, my question is for Mayor Victorino. With Molokai standing to suffer the strongest winds and rains for Maui County, what specific action is being taken to ensure adequate response after the system is passed? And also, how is Hana Highway holding up?
Well, to start answering that question, first of all, Hana Highway is holding up very well. I was just in contact with Molokai just moments ago, Wendy, and so far it looks pretty good there. Nothing major in west, east, or central Molokai. The north end, Kalapapa hasn't responded to our calls, and so we have assets there, and we're willing to move assets from Maui over if necessary. And so we're just awaiting to hear from them as the storm passes. They won't be impacted, or at least their major impact is probably right now into another maybe till 3 or 4 o'clock, because they're further north than we are. So as you're well aware of, Maui right now is taking the brunt, and they're starting and probably into what I consider the brunt of whatever the storm will bring to Molokai.
And Wendy, I just wanted to add the state and federal officials at Kalapapa had made an assessment and they decided that they would shelter in place in Kalapapa rather than try to evacuate. So certainly state and federal officials are in Kalapapa, and if we hear of any concerns, we would be able to respond as necessary.
Thank you,
and Governor, we are standing ready to come in if we need to help you in any way. So we stand together in that area.
I would also add, Wendy, that we sent some additional crews from Oahu over to Molokai and Lanai in advance of the storm in case they're needed.
Thank you, Scott.
All right, thank you all. Moving on to Manolo Morales, KHON2. Manolo, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, this is for the governor or Mayor Caldwell. I just couldn't help notice when, because we happened to be driving around Oahu a lot last night, that there's this sense of still that the storm will weaken or move away. There were still people who were expecting that this wouldn't be much. We didn't see a lot of boarded up windows. We saw a lot of lights that were still kind of strung out that could easily blow away. And I know all the officials have basically, talked about how serious this should be and why everybody should take it seriously. But I guess what more could you say to the public, especially from what I saw in Oahu, as to the seriousness of this storm and what they should do?
We are asking. Hurricane Douglas is a hurricane, not a tropical storm. We are asking everyone on Oahu and Kauai to make final preparations. As stated before, they should be sheltering in place and prepared to shelter in place. They should do a final check on their properties, look for and secure anything that may become a projectile out in the yards. We know that some of the forecasts had anticipated that the storm would weaken, but it did not. And so we continue to see hurricane force winds in Hurricane Douglas, and we anticipate that it would continue as a hurricane as it approaches Oahu and Kauai. And Mayor Caldwell, if you'd like to add.
Manolo, when you were talking, I was thinking, last night when I went home to go to bed, I was also hoping that perhaps the storm would continue to move kind of northward and be a little further out because it had that direction. And I think many other people were probably feeling that same way because Oahu has not been hit by a hurricane in the past 8 years. We've always been lucky. When I got up this morning and came in for the first briefing, I was disappointed to hear that, in fact, it had moved a little closer and had not weakened all that much. And that is why we sounded the sirens today at 11 o'clock. That doesn't happen very often. And I know pretty much everyone in Hawaii, when they hear that, they think usually tsunami, if it's not during the testing period. And people sit up and stand up and they take notice. And we did that for the very reason you're talking about, to drive home the fact that in 3 hours from the siren signing off, that we're going to feel the impacts of a hurricane as close to Oahu as has happened in a very long time. And I hope people are now heeding that warning and taking final preparation. I believe they are. It's part of the reason why the governor had this press conference earlier than he had planned, to give more time to people to get ready. And then I think you getting out there in your broadcast also helps drive home this point. This is a serious, serious storm. You know, we think back to Hurricane Eva and the damage it did on the west side as the wind shifted. And you know, John talked about this, and we're going to be seeing shifting going on. And we're going to be seeing strong winds and storm surge on parts of the island where roads are very close to the water and where homes are very close to the water. It could be a life-threatening event. We don't want to see anyone get hurt or worse. And that's why it's just so important to plan for the very worst and hope for the best. And I hope tomorrow we come out and the sun is out and everything is fine, but we don't want to have a tragedy in our hands. So now's the time. Hunker down and be ready to evacuate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Caldwell. Move on to Max Dybel now. Big Island now, Kona. Max.
Yes, thank you, Jody. This question is for either Mr. Myers or Governor Ige. There was some mention of shifting resources across the state as the storm develops and progresses. Are you shifting any resources away from the Big Island now that we've kind of escaped this? And I'm wondering if that's even possible considering the weather conditions.
You know, certainly we would not be able to make any shifts until the hurricane has passed. We did deploy a swiftwater rescue crew to Hawaii Island and would be looking to relocate them depending on the storm's impact to Maui or Oahu. But any adjustments to the resources would have to wait until the storm passes. I think we make the best estimate that we can, working with our federal partners. You know, Veronica and Dolph from FEMA have been in communication with us, and we had anticipated, Max, as you may recall, the initial forecast tracks had the hurricane passing very close to Hawaii Island and in between Hawaii and Maui County. And that's why we deployed those resources to those areas. Hawaii Island was fortunate to be able to be spared from impact, but I'm certain we would have made that same decision based on the best information that we had at that time.
Luke Meyer,
yes, so from the state emergency operation perspective, in support of the governor, we are actively working with FEMA in 24-hour operational periods. So as the environmental conditions improve, for each of our counties, we will reassess how the resources have been deployed and redeploy them to the areas that are most impacted. But we're going to wait till the environmental conditions improve and the hurricane has moved on.
All right, thanks a lot, Luke. Ashley Mizuo joins us now, Hawaii Public Radio. Ashley.
Hi, thanks. Is there any, this might be for, I think, Luke Myers with HIMA, maybe Governor Ige. Is there any information on how hospitals have been preparing to handle potential injuries from the storm, and also emergency services like ambulances? Will the added precautions in place for COVID-19 mitigation affect the speed or capacity of these services?
From the State Emergency Operations team here, we have been working very closely with the Department of Health and our Emergency Support Function 8, obviously during COVID times. We have worked closely with them on their capacities with regards to ICU beds and ventilators and those items. Obviously, with a landfalling tropical system, the most important thing right now are the immediate life safety concerns, including power to the facilities, potential damage to the infrastructure. As of this time, we have no reports of any damage to those facilities, but we have been working very closely with them in preparatory activities.
Yeah, and actually, I just would add, that is part of the normal protocol in preparation for a hurricane. Emergency and first responders all across the state are preparing and are prepared to respond to any emergency that may occur.
Thank you, Governor. And Luke, did you want to add anything, Mayor? You good?
Just to echo what the governor said, here in the city and county of Honolulu, particularly our EMS folks, one, they've topped off all the tanks of all their vehicles. They're standing by and ready to go. You know, our first responders go when no one else wants to go, and they'll put their lives on the line to protect the rest of us. Just during maybe the time of the height of the winds, where it may be dangerous to drive a vehicle on the road, they may not leave their station, but even then, they will take risks that no one else will. And they are prepared for this, they practice for this, and they're waiting to respond accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Caldwell. Moving on to Audrey McAvoy, Associated Press. Audrey.
Yes, hi. This is a question for Mayor Caldwell. I was wondering, do you have any thoughts on why people aren't taking this storm as seriously as they should be?
I think one thought is that Oahu has been lucky for a long time. We've dodged many, many bullets, and I think after a while people think we're going to be lucky again, and including me. I was hoping for the best, but we're not always going to be lucky, and we got to take it seriously. And I think with the sounding of the sirens, with the reports being given to the public at this point about how close this hurricane is to Oahu, the fact that the entire island of Oahu is going to be covered by tropical storm winds, which is very, very unique. It's not just on one side of the island, but the entire island is, I think, going to get people to take it more seriously. And I believe that we're in that place right now. I want to thank all the partners for delivering that message to get people to take action. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mayor. Moving on to Marcel Honore, Civil Beat. Marcel? Marcel, can you hear us? Marcel, are you there? All right, we're going to move on to Nina Wu, Star Advertiser. Nina Wu, are you there? Nina, can you hear us?
Hi there. Good afternoon. This question is for the governor or for the Red Cross. Another 466 visitors flew into Hawaii yesterday. So I was wondering at the shelters, will there be any effort to maybe separate those who are supposed to be in quarantine at the shelter from those who may be at high risk? Also, are those who are at high risk going to be provided a separate area, or is everybody just going to maintain 6 foot of distancing?
We have implemented revisions to the way that shelters operate in this COVID pandemic period. Everyone who is subject to quarantine should be in their quarantine locations. And as you know, travelers are required to quarantine in hotels or motels specifically. And so they should be sheltering in place. We did through yesterday make contact with all of those in quarantine residents and travelers alike. I'm certain we've provided information about sheltering in place to those who arrived yesterday.
Thank you very much, Governor. We're going to try Marcel Honore again. Civil Beat, Marcel? Marcel, giving you a second to unmute. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry about. Okay. Yeah, maybe for John, and I'm sorry if he's touched on this a little bit, but if you can give any sort of indication on the probability or the likelihood of a so-called jut to the left, the likelihood that this storm will in fact make more of a move further to the west.
Thanks, Marcel. That's something that I wish we could predict. Those sort of shifts or wobbles in the track. Unfortunately, we can't anticipate those ahead of time, which is why even with this hurricane passing just offshore, we have a hurricane warning because it's a hurricane very close to the islands, and any shift would bring it into us. We have a wide area tropical storm force winds expected across the area. And the other thing to point out too is the gradual ramp up in wind speed. We're already starting to see that now, even outside of the wind field with the hurricane itself. We're starting to see increasing gusty winds, and that'll keep ramping up as you get this hurricane approach. And then once the winds start to veer around as it passes by, then you'll see more damage with that. So going back to your question, unfortunately, we can't anticipate things like that, which is why we want everybody to prepare and take this seriously as if that were to happen.
Yeah, Marcel, and I would just echo, and I know the mayor feels the same way, Mayor Caldwell, that this is the closest approach that we've had for a hurricane, probably at least in the last decade, and encourage everyone to hunker down, to be prepared for hurricane force winds. As we've said in the past, we prepare for the worst and hope for the best, and certainly we are in the last couple hours prior to the storm being at its closest approach. And clearly everyone on Oahu should be taking final preparations for Hurricane Douglas, and everyone on Kauai should be looking to make final preparations as the storm will pass through Kauai a couple of hours later.
Thank you very much, Governor. We have time for a few follow-up questions. So reporters, if you have any follow-ups, please raise your hand on Zoom. I see Ashley Mizuo, HPR. Ashley.
Hi, thanks. We were wondering if there was any issues issuing the emergency warnings, if any of the sirens outside didn't work, either on Maui or Oahu, or if there's been any issues on that front.
From the state emergency operation perspective, we have worked closely with the counties in prepping for the release of that siren information. As of this time, we have no known issues with that. Again, it was a preparatory action for the sheltering and the other actions on those islands. We'll defer to the counties if they've had specific items with regards to siren issues on Oahu.
And certainly,
as far as Maui is concerned, we've had no reports of any problems with the siren system. So as far as I know, it went off well this morning.
Ashley, it is a standard protocol with a monthly test that we conduct every month that sirens that fail are identified and that state and county officials respond to correct them as quickly as we can.
Mayor, anything to add?
Ashley, we have received no complaints that sirens didn't go off, but as the governor mentioned, on our monthly siren test, we do have from time to time malfunctioning sirens that don't go off, and we go and correct it. That's partly the purpose of the test, and I would think that we're probably more robust than many other states in our country, where monthly we test our sirens and make sure they're all working. But there could be one or two around this island that may not have. We've not been notified of that. And it's just one more effort to get everyone to know that Hurricane Douglas is approaching and to take this seriously from the sounding of the siren till tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next reporter, Daryl Huff, HNN. Daryl, can you hear us?
Yes, I apologize. Mayor Caldwell, we continue to hear concerns about the lack of shelters along the Windward to North Shore area. And yesterday, I understand you told us that the shelters were identified based on their safety and their ability to withstand the storm. And I understand that, but could you be more specific about, for example, why was it that Kahuku High School, for example, could not be used as a shelter. Can you be more specific about why a place could not be a shelter?
Yes. In trying to locate shelters, we want to make sure that they're safe, and we're not inviting someone to shelter somewhere where they may have to then evacuate because of changing conditions. And in the case of Kahuku High School, it is in a flood zone, and we do not want to get people to move there and then have to evacuate them because of, a lot of rain, and then surge and seeing a backup in flooding. Another one is BYU out in Laie. We've considered using that location also, but again in a flood zone. So it's not as easy as you think, where you just pick these assets and say that looks appropriate. They have to be picked, making sure they're not in a flood zone, that they're not in an area where the road could be cut off and they couldn't get out, and therefore the choices are more limited. And we picked shelters that we thought were safe to invite people to. Just in case you're interested, I want to update, as of maybe an hour or so ago, there were 300 people at the Convention Center shelter, 44 at Nanakuli, 2 at Mililani, 1 at Lehoku, 3 at Kalaheo, 1 at Pearl City, and 7 at Niu Valley. The rest do not have anyone in them yet, and we kind of expected that. Well, we have 13. They would not all be used. It would depend on the conditions in the area where the shelters are located, and also in the conditions where people are located, although we expect more people to move to shelter in the coming hours. I hope that answers your question. Also, if people have any questions about shelters or anything else, please call 768-CITY. We've had this program in place for other hurricanes and other types of events. 768-CITY was open at 7 this morning. It's going to close at midnight tonight and open again tomorrow at 7. If you have any questions about shelters or anything else, we'll be more than happy to get the answers or direct you to where we can get you those answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. We're going to go to Nina Wu right now, Star Advertiser. Nina, can you hear us?
Yes, hi. I just had a quick follow-up. I wondered if you had an updated number of how many individuals are currently in quarantine in the state, also on Oahu in particular.
Nina, that probably would be a question for the Department of Health. So, if you would direct that question to the Department of Health. All right? We're going to go next to Manolo Morales at KHON2. Manolo.
Yes, hi. This question is for Mayor Caldwell or Maria Lutz. How many volunteers do you have for the convention center? And do you have enough if the convention center were to fill up to capacity?
Manolo, I'm going to let Red Cross take a crack at that.
Maria, are you there?
Okay. Sorry, I don't have all of the current information on the convention center at this time. But I'm sorry, I don't have the information to answer your question at the moment. If the mayor has more updated information that he could give, that would be great.
Manolo, I don't have the number of staff, but earlier this morning when I asked about getting an update on the convention center, I was told at the time it opened that there was a line waiting to get in, that it quickly filled to about 300 folks. At that level, we had sufficient staffing. We have security there. We have volunteers there, and we're managing the situation currently. Our intent was not to see it fill up with 1,600 people, but it could if the situation merited it. As I mentioned yesterday, under Hurricane Lane, remember that's a Cat 5. John was very concerned when that storm was approaching Oahu. It fell apart. It feels like just on the shores of Waikiki, and we had about 1,000 people in all our shelters. At that point, we had 15. So with a Cat 5, almost on the shores of Oahu, 1,000 people took advantage of 15 shelters, and I don't think the convention center will fill up to that degree, but if it does, we will address the needs as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Caldwell. Seeing no other hands on Zoom from our reporters, we will go to Governor Ige for our closing remarks.
Thank you so much for tuning in. I want to ask all of the people on Oahu and Kauai especially to stay tuned and pay attention to Hurricane Douglas. We are concerned this is the closest that a hurricane has approached the island of Oahu. Please take last actions to prepare to hunker down at home. Ensure that you have all of the things that you need to be in place for a couple of days. I wanted to remind state and county employees on Oahu and on Kauai that offices are closed tomorrow. We want you to take care of your families and be focused, except for those involved with the emergency response. And want everyone to stay tuned to the county emergency management agencies. They have the most current and accurate information. Appreciate all of the news media staying online and providing information and assistance to all of our residents. And most importantly, encourage everyone to be safe, help neighbors and friends if necessary. But most importantly, we do know that as we come together as a community, we are resilient and will be able to recover once the storm has passed. Aloha and mahalo.
You've been watching a press conference from Governor David Ige and other top state officials. We've been on the air since 5 this morning, and our coverage will continue through the night as Douglas cuts a dangerous path toward the islands.
Yeah, Guy Huggy and Ben Gutierrez are standing by with an in-depth look at the track of the storm, the timing of it all, and what we can expect. Plus, we'll have live reports from Maui and Oahu.
That's coming up right after we take a quick break. And remember, you can always get updates online and on our mobile app instantly.
Maui has seen some power outages, so the mayor is reminding people to prepare coolers if you haven't done so already. And if you have any road problems, contact 270-7285. All Maui landfill centers will be closed tomorrow. Kauai County Mayor Derek Kawakami says that all beach parks did close at noon and they'll reopen once it is deemed safe. Now, currently there are no shelters open in Hawaii County, but there have been some power outages reported in that area. The governor also mentioning, like you heard, this is the closest approach for a hurricane to Oahu within at least the last decade. So urging everyone to be prepared for hurricane force winds. Everyone on Oahu and Kauai should be making those final preparations if you haven't done so already. And then the Coast Guard said they are standing by to reopen ports as soon as possible and to respond to any emergencies. We're going to send it over now to our Tasia Worley, tracking what's happening out on our roadways. Tasia.
That's right, Mika. Pete's going to have your next weather update within the next 2 minutes. But right now, we want to give you updates across the islands with some traffic alerts. On the H3, Kaneohe bound in the left shoulder, we do have that blocked off, all because of emergency equipment being stored in that area. So you can see those cones there. Kaneohe bound direction. So just a heads up for our Windward family. Your alternates, the Like, the Pali right now, we have that tunnel closed, Kaneohe bound, and that is due to a downed tree. So just a heads up on that. You can also see very slick roads, a bit heavier around that hairpin turn. So right now, your clearest bet is more so for the Like. Here's a look at that photo of that downed tree. Mahalo to our crews helping to get that out of the way. Again, this is all before the storm as well. So we're expecting to see a bit more effects like this, of course, throughout the state. For Oahu, some heavier pockets of showers now throughout your town areas. And then we're even seeing a bit of slick roads throughout Waialua and over on the leeward side throughout Farrington Highway. Taking a look at Jumping Islands.
center of the storm is only about 50 miles away from Kahului.
The storm is tracking right toward Maui. Chelsea Davis has been live all morning monitoring the deteriorating conditions out there. The winds were so strong on Maui earlier, birds were even having difficulty flying in those conditions.
After Maui County, Oahu is next in line to be struck, and we're in for some severe and potentially dangerous weather today.
On Kauai, people have been preparing as they are in the path of the storm as well.
We're still going to get through it. We're still going to rally as a community. We're going to hui up, and we're going to make sure that nobody's left behind and our island gets taken care of.
Yeah, we have team coverage for you today.
But first, let's check in with Guy Hagi and Ben Gutierrez for the latest forecast.
Yeah, thanks very much. It looks like we still are not in the clear by any means. The Hawaiian Islands are still in the crosshairs of Hurricane Douglas, still a Category 1 hurricane.
That's right. The winds are still very powerful, capable of doing a lot of damage. We're expecting power outages. We already had some on Maui. We already had some on the Big Island. And slowly, as it starts to clear the Big Island, they're starting to calm down, but they could see some dragging moisture behind it.
Right now, winds 85 miles per hour, gusts of 105 miles per hour, still booking along to the west-northwest at 16 miles per hour. And at the moment, the forecast track is taking it just to the north of the main Hawaiian Islands and uncomfortably close to the north.
Yeah, now this it could wobble anywhere inside of this cone. And Ben, you know, anywhere of this wobble to the south is definitely going to result in some more severe conditions than what we expect.
Yeah, joining us right now is Bob Ballard over at the National Weather Service and Central Pacific Hurricane Center. And Bob, thanks for being able to join us. I know it's been a very busy day, but one of the things that we have been talking about is this track and the strength. What other elements can you tell us about what's affecting this track and how little of a margin could mean a huge difference in what we get?
Yeah, there is a razor sharp southern boundary to this system that we are really hoping to stay away from. That's about, say from the eye, maybe 20 or 30 miles on the south side. That based on looking at radar and the Air Force Reserve hurricane hunters, that is where the really bad stuff is happening with really high destructive winds. So far, we have managed to keep that offshore with relatively few impacts, but we are within the margin of error at 12 hours. That margin of error for us is about 30 miles. And so that's why we're concerned as we watch Douglas continue to go off to the west-northwest. We really hope that it maintains that west-northwest motion, but some of the computer models have been trying to show a little bit of a westward jog later today. We are really on pins and needles, keeping an eye on that. We hope it does not happen, and if it doesn't, then we are going to count ourselves very, very lucky, but we want folks to be ready just in case.
Now, Bob, it's also very disconcerting and concerning that the storm has maintained hurricane strength, and now you guys are expecting it to do so until it leaves our neighborhood.
That's right. Normally, cyclones, tropical cyclones, when they get close to the islands, we'll see them hit the wall of shear. We call it the wall of shear. It rips the thunderstorms and rips the heavy showers right off the circulation, and then you wind up with a much weaker system. In this case, there is shear, and it is starting to encounter that, but the shear is relatively weak. So instead of a fairly quickly weakening system like what we saw with Hurricane Lane when it got close, this one is weakening a lot slower, and it's making a much closer track to the islands. Now, the one saving grace, and I know you folks have been talking about this today, is that we are on the weaker side of the system, and that is our bread and butter right now. That's saving us. But any little jog to the left could put us into some really bad conditions for the afternoon, into the evening, and overnight.
Yeah, like you were saying, Bob, just 30 miles, and that's really not much. That's like the distance about Haleiwa, just that little amount of distance from a geographic standpoint will make a huge difference. And so even if it jogs a little bit south, areas like on Oahu at least, Kahuku and Laie and the North Shore, and even for Molokai, basically the island of Molokai, definitely still in the crosshairs if it makes that left turn.
Right. That's how wide our margin of error is right now, that the destructive strong winds are really scraping along just to the northeast of the islands. Now, we have had some gusts already. You mentioned some power outages. I saw that out by Kaena Point, which tends to be kind of windy anyway. They're gusting to about 48 miles an hour. We had a gust on Maui in Upper Kula earlier today of 64 miles per hour. But again, those tend to be pretty windy locations anyway. It's not super unusual, but still more windy than we'd see on a typical trade wind day.
Now, Bob, I've been watching this storm from the onset, and what I've seen over the last couple of hours, the last few images of the storm making that slow twist to the west. And that was expected and that was forecast. But still, that's bringing those severe conditions a little bit closer to Molokai and to Oahu and, maybe even to Kauai, right?
Yeah, and that's why we have this hurricane warning out, because we can't wait until the storm is almost on top of us to issue hurricane warnings. If we did that, you wouldn't have time to get ready. So in this case, we issue hurricane warnings in advance so that we're telling you that a hurricane is going to get dangerously close to the islands and that hurricane conditions are expected. But whether or not that they impact the island directly, or maybe they scrape us just offshore and we get lucky, that's too close to call. And so in order to give you the time you need to prepare, that's why we issue the warnings as far out as we do.
And Bob, when we, a little bit earlier, you were talking about 16-foot swells at a buoy that's just to the north of Kahului. And we were talking with Chelsea Davis a couple of hours ago, and it was relatively calm, but we're seeing live pictures from Kahului Harbor now, where the waves are really starting to come in, and those waves are also increasing for portions of Oahu. Basically, a 16-foot swell out at that buoy outside of Kahului Harbor basically means we're starting to get some of that swell and possible surge that we're looking at right now.
Right. These are not, beautiful North Shore barrels. This is, like I've heard guys say before, victory at sea type stuff, where it's all short period, messy, multiple swell directions kind of coming in. And so it's not really pretty surf. It does have the potential, though, to be destructive, especially along the vulnerable east-facing shorelines. So along the highway there on the east side of Oahu, that's a place where the road gets really close to the shore. We may see some erosion. We may see some localized problems. So we want folks to be aware of that. And especially if Douglas makes a little bit of a westward turn today, then conditions are going to get much worse along the east sides very quickly. So it's something to really be on your toes and be ready to take action if you need to today.
Now, Bob, we haven't talked much about the storm surge, and according to everything that we've read in releases that you guys put out, advisories you put out, you still are expecting a storm surge, maybe up to 3 feet?
Yeah, it's possible that if we get that closer in approach with Douglas, then we're going to see more water pile up, and that's where we're talking about 2, maybe 3 feet of storm surge. Now, that's in addition to the high battering waves. You get that extra water level rise in terms of storm surge. And of course, that's getting into areas where there isn't normally water. So 2 to 3 feet, and this is not still water. This is like sloshing, angry water that is working on structures, things like that can be really dangerous. You don't want to be out in that, walking through it or driving through it or anything like that. It's incredibly dangerous. So we lose a lot of lives in hurricanes to storm surge. And in fact, sometimes that's the most dangerous thing about the hurricane. So we want folks to pay attention. Remember, the ocean is not your friend when you've got a hurricane in the vicinity.
All right, Bob Ballard from the Central Pacific Hurricane Center. Always good to see you when time's good and bad, but in this case, especially when things are getting bad, it's always good to have your expertise. Bob?
Thanks, Bob.
All right,
Everybody
Guy
be
and
safe.
Ben.
All right, thanks. Mahia, Lynn, back over to you.
All right, thank you so much for that important information. We wanted to recap what was said at a news conference today with Governor Ige and some of the mayors. Mayor Mike Victorino from Maui said at this point he's not seeing any major damage. And Lynn, one of the big issues at that news conference that we saw was over the issues of shelters on Oahu, because the North Shore does not have any shelters except for Waialua, and then the closest one to the North Shore is at King Intermediate. And there's a lot of North Shore residents who are expecting to feel the brunt of the storm, but Mayor Caldwell says that it was not an issue. They could not find
best to get our guests, keep our guests informed, and certainly rebuild the the schedule just as quickly as we can.
Bob Johnson, we appreciate your time from Hawaiian Airlines. We know you are very busy right now. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Right now, though, the mayor
Great.
of
Stay safe.
Honolulu said they have about
A live look now at
300
a
people the
Diamond
convention
Head.
center,
Let's send you
about
back.
55 people in Nanakuli. So there is room at the shelters, of course. They want that to be a last resort. They prefer for people to shelter in place, shelter with family or friends if possible. They don't really want people out at the shelters because of the situation with COVID-19, but there is room if you need it. So if you need it, you better hurry and get over there because Oahu is going to start feeling these outer bands here soon. Maui is already feeling those outer bands, and they have about 22 people over the island in shelters. They've got 5 shelters island-wide. And Leilani,
I wanted to focus a little on our rural communities of Maui County. We don't want to forget them. So we got some good information in the press conference. Mayor Victorino talking about Hana Highway and saying that so far, even with all the rain, it's looking pretty good over there. Also talking about Molokai and saying that state and federal officials are sheltering in place at Kalaupapa. I've gotten a chance to speak with a couple of Lanai residents and Molokai residents. Lanai resident Camille Kekina saying that there are gray skies there right now, calm winds and no rain. Jason Fabral telling me that he's starting to see some patches of blue sky and it's still a bit cloudy. Molokai resident Micah Buchanan telling me it's not so bad. He sent me some pics and basically it was just gray skies and a little bit of drizzle. Here on Maui, the mayor is asking everyone to continue to stay at home, stay off the roads, and be prepared for power outages. So just keep that in mind. As far as shelters go, Mayor Victorino telling us that 20 people took advantage of the shelters here on Maui. 3 of those were actually people that are in self-isolation, and so they had to isolate them in the shelter. We also wanted to show you some video from Hana and Paia and the wind conditions in Ulupalakua. So we'll just roll that while I'll tell you about some of the things that are happening out here. In Hana, main thing, there's been really big surf and all along that whole northeast coastline. Not much rain across the islands. It's kind of been coming in waves. So we've got heavy downpours and then it'll lighten up. Sometimes sideways rain, sometimes just a little drizzle. In areas of elevation, it's been pretty foggy. A lot of the images and video that I'm getting from people up in Olinda or Ulupalakua area, or even here behind me, very foggy conditions, and it's cold up here. It just actually started to get a little bit warmer in the last 30 minutes or so. In some spots on Maui, people are reporting eerily still conditions, and in other parts, we've got spots of gusty winds. So it's really a mixed bag throughout Maui County right now. Here in Pukalani, in the Pukalani Kula area, if you've been watching us all morning, it was coming down earlier. Now we're really in a little bit of a lull here. It hasn't been
here at Kalua'aha, and I want to thank you, Allison, for doing your updates here live from Rollins service station down there in town in Hotel Molokai. Right now at noon, it's a beautiful soaking rain, no wind basically, so we haven't got Douglas to arrive yet, but we're still prepared, and everybody stay home and take care of your ohana. We'll give you another update a little bit later. But for now, at noon, beautiful soaking rain. Molokai Nui Ahina is happy with this rain. And so we'll give you another update soon. For now, this is Rick Schonley for Hawaii News Now. Aloha, Allison. Aloha, Allison. This is Rick Schonley. I'm here on the east side of Molokai here at Kalua'aha. And I want to thank you, Allison, for doing your updates here live from Rollins service station down there in town in Hotel Molokai. Right now at noon, it's a beautiful soaking rain, no wind basically, so we haven't got Douglas to arrive yet, but we're still prepared, and everybody stay home and take care of your ohana. We'll give you another update a little bit later, but for now, at noon, beautiful soaking rain. Molokai Nui Ahina is is happy with this rain. And so we'll give you another update soon. For now, this is Rick Shonley for Hawaii News Now. Aloha, Allison.
Normally very calm. This is
Aloha, Allison. This is Rick Shonley. I'm here on Molokai here at Kalua'aha. And I want to thank you, Allison, for doing your updates here live from Rollins Service Station. Molokai. Right now at noon, it's a beautiful soaking rain. No wind, basically. So we haven't got Douglas to arrive yet. But we're still prepared, and everybody stay home and take care of your ohana. We'll give you another update a little bit later. But for now, at noon, beautiful soaking rain. Molokai Nui Ahina is happy with this rain. And so we'll give you another update soon. For now, this is Rick Shonley for Hawaii News Now.
Until 1 p.m. And the way that these advisories work is we wait till about 1 p.m. and then they either get extended or they're just dropped. So we'll have to see what the National Weather Service does, and we will, of course, update you if that does get extended.
And Malika, you were mentioning it's a little bit cooler where you are. Do you know, if you're still with us, I was wondering how cool those temperatures are. But it looks like we are going to move on now to our TJ Horgan, who's standing by.
Enough to have me like chicken skin all over.
Hey, that's a good way to explain it. Malika Dudley, up in upcountry Maui. Thanks for checking in. Go ahead. What was that?
That's exactly right. We were at Kahului Harbor and we did see a couple of windsurfers out there. And although it wasn't this bad, it's a bit cobber in the harbor, it still wasn't the right conditions to be out there. And, you know, I spoke with State Senator Gil Keith Agaran, and he was saying that was, you know, not the time to be out in the water, not the time to be out in the roadways. Maui County Mayor Mike Victorino saying the same thing. As I said earlier, it not only puts your life in jeopardy, it also puts, you know, our first responders at risk as well. They've been working around the clock trying to keep everyone safe. So, you know, be wise, take this seriously, stay at home. This is the best time to just be with your family members and keep it informed, but try not to be out on the roadways. But as you know, here in Pakukalo, I haven't seen anybody in the water. Some people coming out, checking out the surf, some fishermen, but at least here, they're taking our advice and staying out of this treacherous water.
All right, that's because they're watching you, Chelsea Davis. Thank you so much for your information, and stay safe out there and stay with us at home. We'll be right back.
Of that northern movement like Hawaii Island has. Of course, Hilo was forecast to take this storm head on, you know, early on when this hurricane first started moving to Hawaii, but it has since passed above Hilo with very little damage, if any, actually. The mayor told me last night they had fire department and police department camped out all around the island, patrolling all around the island, especially the east side. And he said not one thing was reported out of place, whether that was damage to houses, falling trees, high surf. He told me not one thing was out of place. And right here we are in the Hawaii County Civil Defense Agency parking lot, and it's rather empty now. The mayor, like I said, keeping some people on standby, but officially said Hawaii County residents can breathe that sigh of relief. Like I said, keeping people on standby until 6 o'clock tonight. East side beaches, he said right now, are still closed, but beaches over on the west side of the Big Island, those beaches remain open, and no camping due to the threat of Hurricane Douglas. That no camping notice still remains in effect.
And TJ, you're out there right now. Tell us, how are residents feeling on the Big Island? Are people still worried, or is it kind of just the feeling of it's past us and almost back to normal?
Well, the consensus, at least from the people I spoke with, has been that the preparation by this community here, especially in Hilo, of the different communities I've spent time in this weekend, the preparation was fantastic. You know, yesterday I spoke with Representative Chris Todd, who represents District 2 encompassing Hilo. He said there were huge lines at the transfer center of people bringing in their fallen debris, you know, cleaning up their yards, locking things down, making sure that if there were to be strong winds here on the Big Island, they wouldn't fall victim to any damage because of something laying around in their yard.
All right, our own TJ Horgan reporting live from Hilo. They look to be in the clear, and the mayor has deemed it that way.
Thanks so much, TJ. Stay safe out there.
All right, I want to bring back in Chief Meteorologist Pete Caggiano standing by live. And Pete, you'll be doing an interview with Bob Ballard of the Central Pacific Hurricane Center.
Yeah, Bob gave us some earlier with Taser Worley, and Bob Ballard, the Science and Operations Officer at the Central Pacific Hurricane Center. A lot of information that you've provided us with. We always love to talk with you. Bob, a busy day. We've seen some changes over the past few hours. I want to start off with the overview of the storm. I woke up this morning, I came in, I was hoping the storm would weaken. It hadn't weakened. You guys disappointed me a little bit. I was hoping you guys would knock this storm down a bit. But nonetheless, we have an 85-mile-per-hour wind storm. I do see some positive. It looks like the bulk of the strongest winds passing just north of Maui. So Maui's risk might be coming down. Do you agree with that?
I do. Now that Douglas has made its closest approach to Maui, I would expect the risk from here on out to generally decrease. Now, one thing to mention is that as the winds shift around to the south or southeast after Douglas passes the longitude of Maui, you could see some winds pick up on the backside a little bit. But again, not looking less and less likely for a real bad hurricane strike on Maui.
And that is certainly good news. The wobble I've noticed, and this may just be in my imagination, but I wanted to confirm with you. Have you seen a wobble to the north? We know these storms wobble around. Maybe you can kind of talk about. A lot of folks think that the storms just head straight for one path, but they wobble north, wobble south. Seems over the past few hours we've seen a little bit of a wobble north. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I agree. There, a lot of folks think that they see our forecast track and it follows a straight line with a bunch of points. But we know that hurricanes, as they move along, they do a little zigzag. They'll move a little to the left for a while, and then they'll move a little to the right. I think we are seeing a little bit of that rightward motion. Now, one thing I want to caution everybody, although things are looking a little bit more optimistic for the moment, there is some model guidance. There's some computer model guidance that does still show the possibility for a westward left track wobble this evening. As it gets closer to Oahu, and we hope that that doesn't happen. Hopefully it'll continue on its merry way off to the west-northwest. But it is something we're keeping an eye on and watching radar really closely over the next few hours. Because as you said, the really strong winds associated with Douglas are not far offshore at all. Only about the width or so of Oahu. If you took another Oahu and stacked it on, that's about how far away it is before we get into the really strong winds.
And Bob, since we've seen a little bit of a wobble to the north, does that delay those tropical storm winds to arrive here on Oahu? What would be if you had to update right now, given us at 1:03 p.m., what's your update on when those tropical storm force winds could begin here on Oahu?
Yeah, it's still pretty similar timing, especially if the wobble were to happen relatively soon. If it were to begin to wobble back to the west or back to the left a little bit, then we could see those winds pick up fairly quickly. Again, anytime I would say from about mid-afternoon through the evening into the early overnight, we're going to have to sort of keep our guard up and watch where this thing goes. After we get through the late evening, I think we're probably going to be in pretty good shape. If we haven't seen it get closer by then I think at that point we can all breathe a sigh of relief and knowing that we dodged another hurricane.
Talk about, Bob, if you could, since we are looking at, well, let's talk about Molokai, but let's also talk about Oahu. What are the cities or the areas that you are most concerned about? I was looking earlier, and just geography-wise, Laie kind of sticks out there. Kahuku kind of sticks out there. What locations are you most concerned about, has the best chance of seeing those strong winds?
Right. So we know that on any given wind direction, when we have really strong trades, there are certain parts of the island that get really strong winds, such as downslope from the Ko'olau and Waianae Mountains on the leeward and south sides of the islands. And we know that when we get strong Kona winds from the southwest, that tends to impact the normal windward side. So Kailua, Waimanalo, up toward Ka'aava, they can get really clobbered when the winds are blowing from the southwest. Of course, around a hurricane, the winds are circular. So as Douglas approaches, we've seen our normal trade wind direction today turn more northerly. And what you're going to see over the next few hours as Douglas continues toward the west-northwest is that the winds will shift toward the west and then southwest. And that will cause acceleration zones to change with time. So it won't be in the same place all the time. Those enhancement areas will shift.
And could we see, we talked about the dual problem here. We have warmer water around the islands than we'd like to see, so we're kind of concerned about that. But let's talk about the potential for the shear weakening the storm. What's going to win out? Is it going to be the warmer waters, or is it going to be the shear?
I think eventually the shear is going to win out, but that's only probably not until after Douglas gets a little farther away. It's sort of riding the line right now between a zone of really strong shear and somewhat weaker shear to the south. And it's so far, the warmer water is kind of helping it maintain intensity or keep it from weakening as fast as we might normally see in this type of area. But like you've mentioned, the water temperatures near the islands are above 80 degrees, and hurricanes like 80-degree water or warmer. So without the shear really being as strong as we normally see, this is what we're stuck with, a hurricane in our vicinity that's holding on pretty well.
Bob, anything else you want to add? Anything else that we should watch out for?
Well, I would say that it's looking optimistic right now. However, we want folks to keep their guard up and be aware that changes can happen fairly quickly as we go through the next 6 hours or so on Oahu. I think, with time, the risk is going down fairly quickly for Maui County. Oahu, we still need to be on our guard. And of course, Kauai definitely still needs to pay attention as Douglas continues off on its west-northwest track. Any southward wobble at all is really going to be important to keep an eye on.
And we will certainly be watching. I know you guys are going to be monitoring that very closely. Bob Ballard, Science and Operations Officer at the Central Pacific Hurricane Center. We love to have you. We'd like to see you back in the next hour or two. Stay safe and don't work too hard there. We're going to toss it back to Brett and Amika.
All right, thanks, Pete. Well, joining us live now, we have Beth Tokioka with the Kauai Island Utility Cooperative. Beth, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you so much for joining us. So what can you tell us, how is everyone's power on Kauai going right now? Any updates?
Well, so far things are good. We did have an outage in the Wailua homesteads a little bit earlier, affected about 100 of our members up in that area. Not necessarily storm related because we have some wind here on the island, but doesn't appear to be anything too damaging at this point. But so right now things are relatively quiet, and we're expecting the major impacts to start a little bit later this evening, as you've been reporting, maybe around 8 o'clock this evening.
But we ended up opening earlier for
and
the customers because they're already lining up outside.
What do you have available? We're standing next to some of it, right?
Yeah, right now we still have batteries available. We have plastic containers that's waterproof, a couple of water jugs. We have a few small flashlights left, tape, and we still have propane available if they want to come down and fill up propane.
No, that is a good thing. What was it like yesterday? Was it a lot busier?
It was a lot busier. People were coming in and buying all their essential needs.
You've been here for a while, working for City Mill. You've seen storms come and go. How does this one compare?
I think this one here, people were a little bit more prepared. at home, only because I think because of the coronavirus situation, I think they're a little bit more prepared than usual.
There's a little bit of time for folks to get to you. What time do the City Mill stores close today?
We're closing at 12 o'clock for safety of our employees.
Hard and fast, 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock.
Oh. That's it from here. City Mill in Iwilei, and Rick is standing by and his great staff to help you. If there's a little bit more time for you to get down here, they do have some more supplies available, but that's it for now. We'll send it back to you.
Okay, and city mills are now closed across the state. Today, the state health department reported 64 new COVID-19 cases statewide. Of those, 55 are on Oahu, 7 are on Maui, and 2 are on Kauai. Officials say 163 people have been hospitalized. Yesterday, a record 73 new infections were reported. Earlier this morning, emergency sirens sounded on Oahu, warning people to make their final preparations now. The sirens on Oahu lasted about 2 minutes, starting about 11 o'clock. This was accompanied by an emergency alert sent to mobile phones. Sirens also went off this morning on Maui at about 8:30. The University of Hawaii is closing all campuses and facilities on Oahu and Kauai tomorrow. Officials say only essential university employees should report to work as directed by supervisors. UH will assess conditions and determine when campuses and facilities can reopen. Douglas has also prompted state and city officials to announce closures. Statewide, all parks are closed. The only exception, those on the Big Island on the east side. Those parks are now closed. The others are open, though. Many of the other closures are for Maui County and Oahu. Tomorrow, here's what will be closed: all Hawaii state public libraries and offices, state courts and administrative offices, also all state DOE schools and offices. And shopping centers, grocery stores, and restaurants have announced they are closed as well or will close early. Foodland closed at noon. We're compiling a list on our website, hawaiinewsnow.com. To share a cancellation or closure, send us an email. Guy and Ben.
All right, let's check in with what's going on with Hurricane Douglas. Just a quick update on the track. It still centered just to the north of Maui County. It looks like the backside, at least the backside of the center of Douglas, is now passing the island of Maui.
So it's expected to make a little bit of a westerly turn and come a little bit closer to Molokai, Oahu, and then brush by Kauai later tonight.
Yeah, it looks like Oahu is still going to get a little bit of action. Some of the strongest winds, once again, are off to the north and the west side, so it will take very little in the path right now if it just goes south just a little bit, where some of the heaviest rain and the strongest winds are going to impact. Once again, that forecast track continues off to the west, and it looks like, at least during the last couple of hours, we've had just a very slight adjustment in the track.
Yeah, and that's right, but not much of an adjustment with regard to the strength. Still expected to be a Category 1 hurricane by tonight as it makes its pass very, very close to Oahu. So depending upon where you are and depending upon where the storm goes, we could see very, very different consequences.
Yeah, so right now we can say that the center will come uncomfortably close to us, and it's uncomfortably close to us now, but at least far enough away. But the winds coming in, we're still looking at the arrival of some tropical storm force winds this afternoon, probably within the hour for Oahu, and by 8 o'clock this evening for the island of Kauai. So you should definitely be prepared for what's coming.
So these winds that we're talking about, the arrival time, 2 p.m. here in Oahu, faster than 39 miles an hour and slower than 74. So it could be, and we could get some stronger gusts. Those are sustained winds, storm force winds expected in by pretty soon here in Oahu by 2 o'clock.
Yeah, we aren't seeing the strongest winds at the moment, but Kahului, right now, the winds have shifted from the west, and so it looks like the storm's center, at least, is passing to the north, but winds have been picking up for Kaunakakai and to an extent for Lanai City, and we've had some stronger gusts as well. And you can see the strongest winds right now, east side of Molokai, parts of Maui, and also parts of Lanai.
And these are only the airport reporting stations, right? So there are other parts of the state that have already gotten winds upwards of 60 miles an hour, and that's in the upper elevations for sure. And we're already seeing the wind shift with it moving. We've got some very gusty Kona winds coming in Kona, coming up from the south.
And all those winds are also going to be accelerating downslope. So if you're on the downslope side of those winds, they're going to be picking up speed. And so you can expect stronger winds if you're in a downslope area. And of course, the definition of downslope of where you are is going to depend on which way the wind is blowing. And it's going to come from the north first, and then from the west, and then from the south. So just be prepared wherever you are for the possibility of those strong winds. Mahia, Lynn, back to you.
All right, Ben and Guy, thank you so much. And people are always concerned about electricity during storms. So joining us by phone is Shannon Tangoan with Hawaiian Electric.
She's here to talk about what precautions residents can take. Also, Shannon, how has HECO prepared for the storm in the past couple of days?
Well, we've activated our emergency response teams, and we have additional crews already from Oahu, on Molokai, Lanai, Maui. We've pre-positioned a lot of our equipment and crews to places where, you know, we know that there is usually trouble during windstorm events. So we just are really, we want people to know that we're ready, but we also want them to know that they need to prepare for any outages. And it could be, you know, could be longer duration than they're used to. You know, we've never had to deal with both a hurricane and pandemic at the same time. So we would just request that folks be patient with us. And then after we do respond to any outages, there's always damage assessment that has to be done once the storm has passed. So we just want to let people know that we have to do damage assessment first, and then we can figure out where we need to go, focus our effort first. And that's always going to be critical infrastructure, you know, like hospitals, to get those facilities back up.
Shannon, that's right. So at this point on Oahu and other areas, are you getting any reports of any problems right now?
You know, earlier in the morning, we did have a few outages. We had 3,000 customers out in the Wailuku area on Maui, and then some pocket outages in Iao, and then also along the Hamakua coast on the Big Island. But we've not had any major incidents here on Oahu, and we're just, you know, bracing for the next few hours, and we're ready to, you know, to assist wherever we need to go. But we also want to just let people know that the wind gusts, you know, can affect our power lines. And if you do see downed power lines, please stay 3 car lengths away, and make sure you either call it into our trouble line or call 911.
Shannon, thank you very much for joining us. Very important information. Hawaiian Airlines also canceled all its passenger flights today, but a lot of Hawaiian personnel were still working. Howard Dykes explains. Howard.
Thanks, guys. What Hawaiian pilots were doing was repositioning aircraft to make them safe. The inter-island fleet consists of 20 Boeing B-17s that Hawaiian owns outright. All but 2 of them have been repositioned at Kona Airport, the airline taking a calculated risk that the winds will be less severe there. And Empire Air, the mainland carrier that provides both the aircraft and the pilots for Hawaiian's Ohana division, flew those little planes to Koa as well. Hawaiian also parked an A321neo at Koa, but flew most of its long-range jetliners to the west coast for safety. Mokulele Airlines grounded all its flights today. Southwest canceled all Hawaii service. Alaska has one of its 2 SeaTac flights this hour at Honolulu, but canceled the other coming later today. A United flight from SFO just landed, actually about a minute from now. It'll be touching down. A Delta flight from LAX is already taken off to return to the west coast. Another Delta flight is Kona bound, still headed west. American is on its way from LAX and Phoenix. American Flight 5 from DFW, that's Dallas-Fort Worth, lands later this hour. Turning to maritime shipping, more Charmin is on the way. Matson and Pasha both have ships in open waters, ready to come into Honolulu port whenever the harbor reopens. Matson got a container ship in and out yesterday. Young Brothers canceled its next 3 barge sailings and sent all its barges and tugs out to open waters until the storm blows over. It's counterintuitive, but having them in open waters means there's nothing for them to accidentally be blown into. Guys?
All right, Howard, thank you very much. In news today, Honolulu police have again arrested the suspect in a stabbing in Kahala earlier this month. 18-year-old Eric Willis is accused of attacking a 17-year-old girl on the beach. He was released after posting $200,000 bail. After his release, a $1 million grand jury bench warrant was issued. He was taken back into custody about 10:30 this morning. Smoke and flames are visible from a 2-alarm fire near Sand Island. The first call came in about 9:15 this morning. Firefighters reported a large fire. It was a tire fire at the Toe Jam's towing service. Sources said the fire was burning mostly old and discarded tires. That's why the smoke was so black. 10 units with 38 personnel took just 14 minutes to bring the fire under control. No injuries were reported. Sources on scene said there didn't appear to be any damage to the buildings in the area. The cause of the fire.
Beach or what is the protocol here?
Yeah, exactly. You shouldn't be on the beach. You shouldn't really be in the ocean. We're expecting extreme winds, the surges, the dangerous surf. It's going to be a deadly combination. We're already seeing the surf pick up at spots like Sandy Beach, Makapu'u. It's dangerous for those that don't know how to get out of the water already. And it's only going to get more dangerous. We're asking people to please stay away. At some point, lifeguards are going to be off duty. We're not going to be there to be able to respond to you. And why, anyways, put their lives in danger? So exactly, the surges, we are expecting them to be real high along the east side, Ka'ava, all the way up to Ula, Laie, Kahuku, North Shore, all the way up to Haleiwa. And those are the areas that we're asking people, please stay back. No, don't go onto the shoreline. Don't go onto the rocky ledges. Don't paddle out, please, not now.
Yeah, that's a good point you make there. People do decide to get in the water. They're also making that choice to potentially put lifeguards' lives in danger as well. Do you have any type of numbers today of how many rescues have been made so far?
You know what, so far, knock on wood, Mika, but it's been a pretty slow, mellow day, but we haven't really seen it pick up to the point where it's extremely dangerous for those that have never been in this situation before. You know, this is Hawaii. We know we got the best surfers in the world. They're out there probably enjoying themselves, but it's going to get to that point where it's going to become completely dangerous, difficult to get in. We're talking rip currents that are going in every different direction. With that said, let's not forget we're in a pandemic. It's nearly impossible for ocean safety personnel to be foolproof safe, meaning have PPEs when making rescues in the ocean. So let's not have them have to go into contact with people if they don't need to.
And speaking of that, I'm just curious, when you speak about the pandemic, is ocean safety making any type of changes with the way they make their rescues because of COVID-19?
A rescue is a rescue, a life is a life. When we go into the ocean, can't really wear masks. However, they do have PPEs for onshore. They will wear those masks. We do have ways that we give air and all that, you know, the medical things that we have had to make changes and adapt with the pandemic. But like I said, when you get into the water, and that brings up a good point with the EMS side, if you don't mind, torrential downpours and wearing PPEs in those torrential downpours is going to be difficult. So we're asking to please eliminate non-emergency medical calls to 911. And if you prevent that risky business, you'll prevent emergencies in and of itself. We understand things like heart attacks, strokes, imminent childbirth, those are all going to happen, and we will be there to respond. But things like going out for a bike ride and getting into an accident, those are avoidable.
And is there anything else, Shane, that you want to tell the public before we go?
Yeah, I would just remind them that EMS will not be able to transport you to any shelters. We can only transport to emergency rooms. And by staying off the road, you're not only avoiding car accidents and such, but you're also keeping them open to allow for first responders to get through.
Shane Enright with Honolulu Emergency Medical Services. We appreciate your time, and we thank everyone who's out there helping folks today. Thank you so much.
Thank you both.
All right, now we've got Pete Kajiano and Tasia Worley both standing by in the Weather Center right now. And Pete, there was some inaccurate data put out.
Yeah, in the past couple of minutes, I just want to give you an update. You might have gotten a text from one of our competition stations here in town. Unfortunately, the National Hurricane Center, the storm trackers, the hurricane hunters, hit a wrong digit when they were entering in the 1 p.m. position. So that actually shifted what everyone thought was the center of circulation about 20 miles closer to Maui. So we want to let you know the storm is not 25 miles away from Maui. That was incorrect information. We got it confirmed with Bob Ballard from the Hurricane Center, and they just corrected that information. And last we checked, it was about 45 miles just to the north. So the correct position, if we take a look at these graphics, 21.5 north, and that 5 is the important number there because they actually incorrectly typed it in as 0.1, and that brought that center of circulation about 20 miles closer to the storm. So that was kind of redrawn to be right about here. And just want to let you know, if you are following, as we follow a lot of updates, we get these push updates on the phone. It was pushed out for many of the news sources around town. That is not correct. Again, confirmed. The actual location is still about 45 miles offshore, and that should keep the strongest winds. We want offshore for the most part. We want to let you know that because obviously it'd be a totally different scenario, Tasia, if it was 20 miles offshore.
That's right, and it was amazing to see definitely Pete and Bob in action. We saw that number, and hurricane force winds are already extending 30 miles from the center. So if that number was true, it would have been pretty devastating.
Yeah.
So to see you and to see Bob correct that and check the numbers, and we got the actual data, definitely a bit of sigh of relief right now.
So again, just to repeat, there was some incorrect data put out. It was just a mistake. It was just a number. It was literally this 21.5. It was actually mistyped as 1 is what we're thinking, and we got it confirmed with the National Weather Service and the Central Pacific Hurricane Center. The reason is that brought that storm, Brenton, 20 miles closer to Maui, which is not the case.
And now, Pete, going back to what you were saying, just to reiterate it, about 40 miles off, it is going west-northwest, still on track for the north side of Oahu.
Yes, still potentially could make a pass near Oahu. We were just talking with meteorologist Bob Ballard at the Central Pacific Hurricane Center, and he noticed the same thing we noticed, which was that wobble.
And with the cone of uncertainty, that happens.
Yes, and so these storms wobble around, and he noticed, we'll take you in a little closer, and this is a really good sign. So we want everyone to be on guard, but we want to pass along when we get good information. We're not going to be all doom and gloom here. We're going to pass along the good information. And you'll notice, look at this wobble up to the north. Now, with that incorrect data point that we had earlier, we actually saw a wobble down to the south, but that, of course, is not the case. So let's go ahead and take a look at it. You can see it wobbled a little bit to the north. Any wobble to the north is helpful. We'll take a look at how far it did wobble to the north, and these storms often do wobble. So here's a point. We'll mark that point, and then we'll mark the second point here, and we'll get an idea of just how much further it is off to the north. So it moved about, looks like about 20 miles, 20, 23, 24 miles. And Brenton, we look at the geography of Oahu. That's actually, in Mika, that's a big distance, and that'll change the effects. And if we get it wobbling a little further to the north, we'll see less impacts here on Oahu. But as Bob had mentioned, there's always that chance it could dive back to the west, and that would obviously bring it closer to us, which is not what we want.
That's right. Still a Category 1, though, as he did mention, some weakening that did take place, but the waters are still warmer around the islands, right?
Yeah, and those warm waters is a problem. We have the warm water, which is allowing for it to maintain strength, and in theory, it could even strengthen if we didn't have the wind shear, but then we have the wind shear kind of battling from the top, and that has been weakening it a bit. So it's kind of here and there. It's kind of battling it out. Wind shear, as we were talking about earlier, looks like it's going to win out eventually, but the weakening looks to be slow, unfortunately.
Pete, I got to say, watching this track, when you have that graphic in full up again, when it's farther out and it's just an open ocean and we're watching it, those wobbles don't make that big of a difference. But when they come this close, I mean, we're talking, if it stays on this wobble going north, it could miss Oahu. But if it goes back, we could get hit.
That's correct. And that is, you pretty much summed it up right there. That is completely correct, because if it were to continue to stay on this kind of a wobble track, which they know they wobble, so they also wobble back to the south. So that's a chance. It could move back to the south and back up to the north, and then that's kind of the path. They're I hate to say a little tipsy, but storms kind of are maybe you've had a few drinks and you're trying to walk. That's
as Bob Ballard was saying. He was saying they like the warmer water up north.
Yeah, and then they move in not a direct path. They kind of go this way, that way. But you're right. If you look at this rainfall, and then you extrapolate out, that's really where the winds are. So the winds are, again, we've been talking about this. We just want to let you know where the strongest winds are. Strongest winds are right here. But we also have some weaker but still strong winds, tropical storm force here, likely 60, 70 mile per hour winds here. The hurricane force winds, 85, maybe higher, they're up to the north. So that's where the strongest winds. That seems like it's going to miss us unless it were to take a direct turn more to the west. That would have to happen soon. Now, if that doesn't miss us, Tasia, it looks like this most intense part is what we're going to have to worry about, or less intense, but still intense, around that center circulation. We'll have to worry about that southern end. But is there a scenario where this misses us?
Possibly.
Yeah, possibly. It's not out of the question. So we'd still see rain, we'd still see wind, but is there a scenario where the 60 mile per hour winds miss us? It's not out of the question. We want to prepare for hurricane force winds. It could turn straight into us. We can't rule that out. But yeah, things are looking much better than they were looking just a few hours ago when we were tracking this morning.
That's right, and definitely continuing to see that west-northwest motion at 16 miles per hour, so definitely wanted to continue that track or even move a bit quicker.
To call this a close call would be an understatement.
Yes, and you know, it really is, and that's just kind of what we deal with these storms. It's just amazing how 20, 30, 40 miles when you're talking about a tropical storm and a hurricane in this case, the difference in winds. The winds can go from 75, 85 miles per hour near that center circulation just north of there. And then you start to go out 30, 40, 50 miles, the winds drop down dramatically, and you're talking 60, 70 miles, it's like a trade wind day. So yeah, it definitely matters.
Wow. Before we move on and bring you more news from outside, well, we got both of you here. Let's talk about the wind shear, because in the past, we just heard the press conference at 1:30 or 11:30, that was. Time is all over the place for me. But, we heard the press conference, and the mayor said this never before in his 2 terms has a hurricane come this close. The governor followed up by saying maybe in the past decade. One thing we're used to seeing is the wind shear just tear these things up when they get in this range, but not this time.
Yeah, not this time, and we've had weaker than normal wind shear. It's still there, though. We've got the battle, and it's just kind of the battle here between the warm water, which is going to would allow for it to strengthen if there wasn't wind shear, and then we have the strong winds aloft, which wind shear is just strong winds aloft. Basically, it tears the storm into 2. We're actually seeing some of the results of that. If you bring back these graphics, you can see that the center of circulation with the storm is actually on the south end of what it looks like the center. So the center, if you were looking at this, you would say, hey, this is the center, but the hurricane center is plotting it on the south end. And the reason for that is our radar does not see what's happening on the ground. It sees what's happening a few thousand feet up. And when you start to go a few thousand feet up, if I connect these two, if you can imagine this, like this is a big cylinder, the top of the storm is further north than the bottom of the storm. This is what we would call an unhealthy storm now. So when it's completely vertical, that's when we have the greatest uplift, we have the greatest updraft, we have a healthy storm. Completely vertical storms, when the top and the bottom are right over each other, those are storms that could intensify. When they start to shear, like we're seeing right now, that's an indication that this storm will weaken, and the expectation is that the shear is going to win over. So eventually we will see continued weakening.
I have a question about the timing. We're in the end of July right now. Is this time of the month kind of an uncommon time to see a hurricane passing by us?
No, it's not. I wouldn't say it was necessarily uncommon. We usually, July, August, September, that's kind of when we start to get things going.
More activity.
Yeah, we start to get things going. So, you know, some people might say it's a little bit early, and it has been earlier than our past storms, but you know, it's not necessarily anything that unusual. Water temperatures, what we're looking at, when storms come, when you want to look at the peak of hurricane season, you just have to look at when the water's the warmest. And when you go in the water in August, when you go in the water in late July, September, that's when it's the warmest, generally speaking, and that's kind of the peak of the season.
And this is only the first hurricane of the season, and we're still expecting anywhere until November. So definitely want to take this as a sigh of relief for the eastern end, but also want to continue to stay prepared.
Yeah, and sum up, Maui County, you are looking much better. You're almost, I won't say you're out of the woods. I wouldn't drive around right now, but the wind threat is reducing. Every minute that passes, your wind threat goes down, and the chances of at least seeing strong winds. So that's certainly positive.
And earlier in the press conference, they were mentioning, for Maui at least, the brunt of the storm is expected to pass right around 5 p.m. Would you still say that's around the time that they can expect that?
I think the brunt of it's passing now. In terms of the peak, let me rephrase that. The peak of the storm is likely, it was actually likely earlier for Maui, but the center of circulation, you see it there. If you want to see strong winds, and we don't want to see strong winds, but if you were a hurricane hunter, you were someone trying to find strong winds, if they were sending me out in the storm to do that reporter thing where the wind blows and my hair goes crazy, or Tasia, we would send that person out ahead of the storm. So when you're behind the storm, you're on the weaker part, you're on the lower wind part. So as you can see, the storm is almost, center of circulation is almost parallel with Kahului, it looks like. I think it was 45 mile per hour winds. Maybe you can check that, double check on the advisory there. I think it was 45 miles off of Kahului. And we can actually do that with our computer here. But that means that you're in an improving situation. Next few hours, you will continue to see improvement, and we're going to be watching that. Looks about 45, is that right?
45 to 50.
So about 45 to 50 miles offshore. That means that improving conditions. Now, Molokai, kind of in the zone, but it looks like, hey, most of that's going to pass you as well. So Maui County winds should start to go down, I would say, over the next few hours. I think now to 5 o'clock, still be on guard, but you're going to see dramatic improvement, I think, as we head towards 5 and certainly after 5.
And as Malika was mentioning, some muggy weather as well behind the system, right?
Yeah, that tends to be the case, and we know this when these storms come through. The hours following, and a lot of times the day afterwards, just kind of always tend to be that humid, muggy kind of mess.
Yeah.
Well, Pete and Tasia, you guys have been staying on it all week, so we want to thank you so much for these updates. We'll, of course, continue to check back in throughout our show today. But for now, we do want to send it over to our Tom George. He is standing by live in Waikiki from home. Tom.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. I'm actually on my balcony right now in Waikiki. I was, of course, in the studio earlier, now back home. Just kind of keeping track of what's going on over here. I will say there was some pretty slick roads on my way back.
All morning this morning to get an update with what's going on with the largest shelter space that we have here on Oahu. And joining me is Nikki Davison, and she is the shelter supervisor with the American Red Cross Hawaii chapter for this location here. Let's go back a couple of years to when you did this type of stuff before. You said it was with Lane, Olivia, I believe, right? How does this one compare as far as sheltering people?
This is much bigger. I was in smaller locations before, but we're really lucky to have the Convention Center as a partner, along with the Hawaii Humane Society. We've got National Guard, we've got the Medical Reserve Corps, so there's a lot of people making it work out here today.
When we were walking up here off of Atkinson Drive, I saw a city bus out here. That's how folks have been getting to you this morning, right?
I believe so. I haven't actually been watching the buses drop people off, but I was told there were busloads of people getting dropped off, yeah.
Nikki was really sweet. She went inside and to do a quick check and get a numbers report for us. What's the roundabout figure of number that you have for folks who are seeking shelter here?
It's currently still a guesstimate, but we're thinking about 250, 300 right now, folks that have come in and registered to shelter. We're going to be open until it's not safe to open the doors anymore with the storm, so if you still need to shelter, then please come on down. But please be aware of the fact that we are providing no food, no water, and no bedding, so you will need to bring enough to ride out the storm with you when you come.
I noticed that there's some staff right back here, Darren, if we can get a shot of some folks right back here that are working in the doorway. What are they doing? Are they doing the intake?
Yeah, so we've got the Convention Center actually has some of the thermal cameras, so they're actually doing a preliminary screening. You walk in the door and it's a thermal camera, says yes or no, you're hot or cold. If you're looking a little hot, then we have some medical folks who will do a secondary and tertiary temperature screening. I don't know if you can see through there. There's an area that's got some black curtains. That's kind of a triage area. And then if there's anybody that we have concerns about health-wise, we're actually utilizing some of the smaller rooms on the third floor to isolate those folks.
I know that space is a consideration and concern. Now, what can you accommodate as far as numbers go if the numbers keep rising through the day?
Okay, so I've been told that the area that we have is about 60,000 square feet. Normally, we would be allocating 10 square feet to people, but because of COVID, we're now allocating 60 square feet per person. So I guess our capacity is 900 to 1,000 people. So right now, we're still well under capacity. And also, we do have the option of using some of those third floor rooms for overspill if needed.
Aside from the buses that have brought people in, people can drive here and they can park their vehicles in the facility too, right?
Correct. If you are actually staying here in the facility, the parking that is off of Kalakaua Avenue is open, and then we actually have a second screening area up there, so you can actually enter through the parking lot into the shelter itself.
Do you find, Nikki, when you do an eyeball check and people are coming in here, that they're coming in prepared?
Majority of folks are prepared. There's been one or two. We can actually check you in, even if you come with nothing. There are some stores in the area that appear to be still open. We're giving you a wristband so that you can go out, grab yourself some supplies, and then come back in without having to go through that whole screening process again.
Okay, I got you. Well, you'll be out, you say you'll be here through the duration, however long you are needed.
I'm hoping I might get a break once in a while, but probably, yeah, we'll be here until the shelter's closed.
You know, the other thing that comes up every time we have an event is volunteer help. Are you adequately staffed from the Red Cross perspective in this shelter?
At this point, we are, yeah. We've definitely, because we've had to open up more shelters because of the social distancing issue, we have needed more volunteers, and I'm glad a lot of people have answered the call. However, if you're still interested, there's a little bit of online training we can run you through real quick, and then talk to the volunteer coordinator, call in, and we're still more than happy to accept volunteers.
That's a really good point. You know, what could they be expected to do if somebody sees this and they say, gee, I can help? What would they be expected to do?
A lot of the what we do initially, obviously, is with the registration, and then after that, it's really just making sure that everybody's needs are met, making sure everybody's comfortable, they know where stuff is, and they're just everybody's safe. We're most interested in keeping you safe throughout the storm.
Did you happen to hear that siren that went off a little while ago?
Yeah, and about 300 phones inside went off at the same time.
That kind of drives it home, doesn't it?
Yeah. So I'm just hearing from other folks that we were initially thinking it was going to be 2 or 3 this afternoon that was going to hit, which is why we're jamming, trying to get people in earlier. But apparently now we're not in the crosshairs, I hear, until later this evening.
You know, some people might see this and they say, oh my goodness, the convention center, that place is surrounded by glass. But this is fortified glass.
I can't speak to that because I'm not part of the convention center, but I am assuming that it's been chosen because it will withstand a certain degree of wind, yes.
All right.
Currently, there are no windows in the actual dormitory area.
Yeah, well, I should ask you what the mood of the people is inside, too, before I let you go.
For the most part, they seem to be settling down, settling in, fairly happy with some place to sit out the storm.
Nikki, thank you so much. We appreciate your time. I know you're busy. Thank you for taking some moments with us, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, this is Nikki Davison, and big shout out to her and her staff over here, her crew with the American Red Cross Hawaii chapter. They're doing a wonderful job here at the Convention Center, and we will check back with them periodically through the day. So we'll be coming and bothering you again sometime today, Nikki. Thank you.
Okay,
thank you. Guys, that's it from on this side. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Jim, they are doing a fantastic job. Thank you. And it is unprecedented for the convention center to be used as a shelter like this. Joining us now live is Stephen Levins. He's the executive director of the State Office of Consumer Protection. Stephen, we're talking about price gouging during hurricane preps, and during any emergency, people always are concerned about price gouging. We get all sorts of pictures. Is there any evidence that price gouging has happened or has happened in the past during these emergencies?
With respect to this emergency, I'm unaware of any instances of price gouging, but if people are concerned and they have evidence or suspicion of a merchant price gouging, I would strongly encourage them to contact the Office of Consumer Protection, and we will fully investigate. Price gouging is really an unscrupulous practice that takes advantage of events, and it really shouldn't be tolerated. It isn't tolerated by the enforcement authorities in the state of Hawaii. With respect to COVID-19 allegations, we have investigated every single allegation regarding price gouging.
And did you find any evidence of that? Because people have been stocking up since March for all sorts of supplies, obviously toilet paper and sanitizer and all that. Any evidence of price gouging during the pandemic?
Well, we received scores of complaints, and most of them actually did not pan out, but we did receive some that did, and they're being actively investigated, and some may actually result in enforcement actions. In other words, a lawsuit to enforce the laws here in Hawaii. There are other issues that I want to emphasize that consumers need to be aware of. This hurricane is going to move on after today and tomorrow. And after that happens, it's been our experience that scammers will come out of the woodwork to try to take advantage of our citizens. So people need to be really careful and have their guard up if they're starting to get emails out of the blue from charities that probably aren't legitimate charities, asking for their money, or from organizations claiming to be from the state of Hawaii or FEMA or whatever, asking for personal information. Never provide personal information. This would be a phishing scam. The other thing that people need to be aware of, hopefully this hurricane is not going to, people aren't going to have a lot of damage. But if there is, what's going to happen is storm chasers are going to come to Hawaii, and they're going to go door to door soliciting people for money to fix their homes. And people need to be extremely careful not to engage these people and to just give them money or deposits in cash, because what will happen is you'll lose the money. You need to deal with a legitimate licensed contractor. You need to deal with your insurance company. If you have a claim, for instance, relating to roof damage, call your insurance company. Ask them to come out. Ask them to have a representative come out. Don't deal with somebody who just shows up at your house and says they can fix this and they can deal with the insurance company on your behalf. You're going to have problems if that happens, and at the very least, you may end up with either a substandard job, or at the very most, you could lose a lot of money.
Stephen, this is such important information, and even before Douglas, before the pandemic, we've heard story after story after story of kupuna being targeted, of vulnerable people being targeted, or just everyday people who wanted their roof fixed or their wall fixed, and they've been taken for a ride by these scammers. So what should people do if they feel that they've been scammed?
Well, they should contact the Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs. The Regulated Industries Complaint Office deals with unlicensed activity by people who don't have licenses. Because when you have a license, there's a degree of competence that you can expect from a licensed contractor. They have to be bonded. They have to have insurance. There'll be evidence of whether other people have filed complaints against them. People should not deal with a few guys who just show up at your door that say they happen to be in the neighborhood and they can take care of the job for you right then and there. It's going to really depend on the magnitude of this hurricane. Obviously, if it hits hard and there are a lot of damages to a lot of people's homes, it's going to make it more difficult to find assistance as rapidly as you might want to find repair people as rapidly as you want to find. But you still need to be careful, and you still need to do your homework. Don't just give your money or personal information. I mean, we have situations where, especially in the mainland, where people show up at your door claiming that they're from FEMA and that they will facilitate or help you process the claim with FEMA. And just give me your social security number, or give me some money for an estimate. These are huge red flags. You're going to get scammed if you do that. So you just need to be alert. Don't provide any of your personal information to anyone unless you're absolutely sure with whom you're dealing with. And the only way you're going to know that, for instance, if you get an email from your financial institution or FEMA or the state of Hawaii, is to contact them yourself. Go online, find out what the contact information is, and call them. Find out if this inquiry is legitimate. Because if you click on the attachment, it could be, putting some malware or viruses on your computer, or if it asks for specific information like your social security number, your date of birth, other personal information, they just may be trying to steal your identity. So you need to just be very careful when you're dealing with people, especially at this particular time, because I can guarantee you this hurricane hits, the scammers are going to be out there tomorrow.
And that is very troubling. Stephen Levins, thank you so much for joining us, State Office of Consumer Protection. We certainly need to be on guard and keep watch for our friends and family. Thank you. Lynn?
Thank you.
Hawaiian Airlines has canceled all passenger flights today, but its planes are still flying. Howard Dykes explains. Howard.
Yeah, Lynn, Hawaiian today will do no inter-island or trans-Pacific passenger flights, but what it has done is shelter aircraft. In the hopes of milder winds, Hawaiian has moved 18 of its 20 inter-island B-17s to Kona Airport, along with one A321neo and the entire Ohana fleet. Most other long-haul jets have been flown to the West Coast for safety. Mokulele Airlines also canceled all flights today, and Southwest canceled all Hawaii service for this Sunday. Alaska flew in its afternoon round trip from Seattle. Actually, it's landing in just a minute or so, but the evening Alaska run is canceled. United, American, and Delta flew several flights here from SFO, LAX, DFW, and Phoenix. Young Brothers canceled barge sailings to Nawiliwili, Kahului, and Kauai, and sent all its tugs and barges out to open seas 140 miles south of here to shelter until the storm passes. Matson barges for Kauai and the Big Island were loaded before sailing to open seas, so that when the seas calm down, they can deliver supplies to Nawiliwili and Kauai as soon as those ports open. Matson got a container ship in before Douglas. The R.J. Pfeiffer arrived on Saturday, unloaded, and sailed back out late last night. The Kaimana Gila wasn't able to do that. It was nearby when the ports reopened, and port officials say when that happens, and it doesn't happen, before a visual inspection of the harbor by officials to see that the storm didn't leave behind any navigation hazards. So basically, it looks like the supply line was working as late as it possibly could. And I might add, we also got 2 air freight flights this morning into Honolulu. So there was a late delivery of air cargo just ahead of the storm as well.
All right, Howard Dykes, thank you so much for the updates. We really appreciate it. We're going to go back to Maui County because it is still under a hurricane warning. East Maui saw some rough weather earlier this morning. Let's go live to Chelsea Davis with the latest.
Yeah, Mahia, Lenny, we are now in Wai'ehu at Wai'ehu Beach, Lower Wai'ehu to be exact. And as you can see behind me, the surf is still pretty scary here as well. You can also see off to the side, there are several spectators just watching Mother Nature do her thing. And you can see surfers also getting ready to go into the water. Now, you know, Maui County officials are encouraging people to stay out of the water. They're advising that it is not safe. And take a look at the conditions for yourself. You can see the waves are very unorganized, very sloppy. They're not nice waves. I know the visibility is very poor, but there's actually a ton of surfers in the water here. I hope they are experienced, but nevertheless, again, officials just want people to stay out of the water. It's not safe. They not only, put themselves in danger, but also the first responders as well. Now, over in the distance, not sure if you can see, probably not, because I can barely see it, but that's Haleakala in the distance there. Again, the visibility is extremely poor. You can hardly make out the mountain at all. Over there in the far distance, you can kind of make out that outline of Haleakala. That's kind of towards the south side. I did get a few text messages from some friends out in Kihei. They said it seems as if skies are clearing up out there. So what I'm hearing from some friends out in Kihei, that skies are starting to clear up on the south side, but here in Wai'ehu, which is kind of in between Kahului and Waihee, over on like the northwest side of the island, the conditions are still very bad. The rain, not too bad. It's not as bad as it was earlier when we were live at Kahului Harbor, but it's still drizzling. The wind has calmed down a bit. Earlier there was a lot of gusts, very strong gusts. Not too bad right now. The main change that we've seen in the past hour or two is the large surf. And again, we've also been talking to people out in Hana, and they said that there's been large surf, wind, rain from early this morning. So we know that our friends and family members out on the east side feeling a lot of impacts, a triple threat with rain, wind, and surf out there. That's the latest conditions from Wai'ehu, Maui. I'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, Chelsea, you mentioned surf. We just saw a couple of surfers jump into the water. What are officials saying about people wanting to do some recreation right now?
Well, Mahia, I'll actually ask my photographer to kind of swing around and you can kind of take a look at them heading out there. Yeah, they're paddling out right now. And I spoke to Maui County Mayor Mike Victorino. I know we've been talking to him all morning, and they say that this is not wise, guys. You know, those thrill seekers, I know a lot of them want to get out. This is what gets their blood pumping, but this is not safe, folks. They're asking people to just stay at home. This is the best time to be with your family members. Just stay indoors. You know, we've been talking to Bob Ballard, Guy Hoggy, Ben Gutierrez all morning long as well. And this is just, hurricane weather is not the best type of weather to be surfing, and we are still under a hurricane warning. So please take this seriously, folks. Try to shelter in place as much as possible, and also try not to be out on the roadways. There was a power outage early this morning in Waikapu. My Electric said 3,000 customers lost power for about 25 minutes, and that's because a tree was on some power lines there. So I'm sure some heavy wind in Waikapu this morning caused that. So the conditions, you know, not ideal to be out and about on the roadways, especially in the water.
A couple of windsurfers out there earlier. We just outed those two folks on live TV. Chelsea Davis, thank you so much, and stay safe out there.
And staying on Maui right now, State Senator Kalani English is there. He was raised in Hana. He joins us now on the phone. Senator, we just got an update from Wai'ehu from Chelsea Davis. What are conditions like where you are right now?
You know, right now it's very eerie because everything is completely still. There's not a movement, not a leaf is shaking, not a bit of wind. You know that really scary feeling between storms? That's what we have right now.
How have people prepared where you are? I assume you're still in Hana. How are they preparing out there?
Hana has always been very good at preparing, you know, because we're so isolated. So people have done things like tied down their homes, tied down the structures around their properties, the storerooms and things like that, put away all of the things in the yard, the dry boxes, the nets, all of those things got put away into storage, cleaned up things. I know I've seen some people cut back trees from around their homes, and then still others have, you know, done things like made sure that all the potted plants, all the things that could fly, that could turn to a projectile, were moved away. So people prepare very well out here.
And you know, the road to Hana is often, the lower parts at least, flooded, muddy, closed, impassable. Do you anticipate, are you preparing for that to be possibly cut off?
Yes, we always do. So there's a couple of things. First is that Department of Transportation always stations a crew in Keanai at the Bay Shard and heavy equipment. Maui Electric has stationed a crew out here, and we also, I think in 1997, I worked to bring a generator here from Lanai. So we have a generator with 3 days worth of fuel. In case it goes down, the power goes on, that generator kicks in for East Maui. The cable company, Spectrum, they have a worker out here that's prepared to go and repair lines and restore services. So, you know, we're well prepared, and the county government, utilities, state government, others have been fabulous at making sure that things are in place for after the storm.
And normally during these storm situations, we do encourage people who are concerned to go to a shelter. With the situation with COVID-19, are you seeing more people hesitant to do something like that?
You know, for Hana, yes, and we also have the problem of, our shelter is at the Hana school, the gym, but in order to get there from almost anywhere, you're crossing a whole number of rivers, and a lot of times those rivers overflow. So what we've done is ask people to stay within their districts if they can. If they need to get to a shelter, get there early, and we have people there ready to take care of them. But for the most part, our guys shelter in place. They stay at home. They go to family homes, and just make sure everybody's well.
It's been sporadic. We've been having occasional gusts of wind and rain. It kind of cleared up a bit, and now it's starting to get a little dark again, a little breezier than usual. So it seemed like it was a little. We had a lot more rain and wind earlier today. So I'm assuming perhaps we may have weathered most of it already by now.
And that is good news. And so you're at the gas station. Tell us, are you guys planning to stay open all day, or are you closing up soon?
We are closing soon at 2 o'clock. On Sundays, since COVID, we cut down on our hours. So we close at 2 o'clock, but it's basically a good thing because we're already out of plus fuel, and we're pretty much out of unleaded. We did sell out on propane yesterday, so they came and filled us up today, so we'll be ready for tomorrow. Our ice got sold out, so they just came and filled us back up with that. So we'll be prepared for tomorrow.
Already sold out of 2 grades of fuel over there on Molokai.
Yes. I believe Island Petroleum will be here first thing in the morning to fill us up with unleaded. And I believe we're pretty much out of plus on the island until the next few barge will get in.
Wow. Well, what else can you tell us from Molokai? How have people been feeling out there? Have residents been concerned from what you've noticed, or feeling okay? How is it?
I think for Molokai, we don't panic too much. Since COVID, we've been pretty well prepared, well stocked, and pretty self-sustaining. A lot of people have, their freezers to go back to with deer and fish and stuff like that. So for the most part, since Thursday, we've seen a lot of activity in town where the residents were getting their essentials of eggs, milk, breads, and fueling up for propane and fuel. So if they had enough, we had enough time to get prepared, as opposed to if it was a tsunami, which then we have lines going out to the main highway here.
Well, we appreciate you bringing that update for us from Molokai. Thank you so much. And of course, you guys stay safe out there. And I know you're closing up shop soon, so we appreciate your time.
Welcome.
Thanks so much.
Bye-bye.
And hopefully the storm does the same as it did to Maui and moves along. Pete Cagello standing by with this latest track. Pete?
Yeah, we got a new update. 2 o'clock update is in. All numbers are correct. Good news there after that scare earlier. Winds at 85 miles per hour. West-northwest motion is at 16. So this is a new update. Winds have not changed. I believe the tropical storm warning for the Big Island has been discontinued, so that is certainly good news for folks on Hawaii Island. And yes, I'm reconfirming that tropical storm warning no longer in effect for you. So this is another, we want everyone to prepare, but we want to pass along when there's good news. We're going to tell you what that good news is, and the good news is that we're starting to see warnings dropped for parts of the island. So this is going to clear from east to west. Big Island, dangerous surf still there, but the tropical threat, you're no longer under a warning. That's really good news. Maui County, it's right north of you, so you still have a few more hours under the gun, but I think as we head past 5 o'clock for you, it's already starting.
planes have been moving through the storm, and they have definitely been reporting and experiencing the shear. In fact, look at what's happening off to the north. A lot of the top cloud cover is pushing off to the north, and that again is good for us because at least it will bring a lot of the dangerous wind energy and also the rain energy a little bit further off to the north. Still winds, however, 85 miles per hour, gusts up to 105 miles per hour. Still moving to the west-northwest at 16, so still a Category 1 hurricane.
So despite that shear, it has retained strength since this morning, and that was what the forecast had expected and had forecast. And the bad news is that as we go further in time, it's expected to remain at a Category 1 hurricane strength until it passes Kauai.
Yeah, in fact, as you look at what we're expecting, we're still looking at 80 mile per hour winds at 8 o'clock tonight. And that was when, according to the forecast models in this forecast track, the center will be just to the north of the island of Oahu. And that little bend in the line there, a little closer to Oahu. Yeah, that is not making me feel comfortable.
Yeah, that's not good, but that's what it was expected the storm to do. Now, also with regard to the hurricane force winds, being that it's 50 miles outside of Maui and 100 miles to the east of Oahu, there's still a chance for tropical storm force winds to come on. In fact, 2 o'clock is the time that tropical storm force winds were expected here on Oahu, so we could see those winds start up pretty soon.
Yeah, at least as the afternoon goes along, we can still expect those winds to continue speeding up. As far as Kauai, we're still looking at about 2 o'clock in the morning, and it could still be definitely at least a Category 1 hurricane because you can see it's already going to be to the northwest by Monday morning. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, still going to be a Cat 1 at 75 miles per hour.
And like we talked about all morning long, and since the storm has come on now more so that it's closer to us, we have a lot of confidence in this forecast track, a lot of confidence now. Although it could really wobble and wander anywhere inside of the cone, and minor wobbles in its distance and in its track will create much different conditions based on where you are.
Yeah, because even though we have high confidence in the cone itself, it is now so close to us that really a difference of 20 miles in either direction is going to make a difference in the amount of wind we're going to get, or how strong the winds are going to be, how much rain we're going to get. So we're still definitely nowhere out of the woods yet, especially where Oahu is concerned.
Yeah, you cannot take comfort in this, even though the forecast track for the eye is just to the north of Oahu. The storm is expansive and big enough, the wind field expansive and big enough that we could get really beat up, especially tonight.
Yeah, winds right now, they don't look that strong, they don't look that impressive, but you can see the strongest wind field just to the north, because if this could, if this purple area that you see here continues just to the west rather than going off to the west-northwest, this is going to be impacting Oahu if it decides that it's going to take a harder left turn.
And also notice the direction of where the winds are coming from with relation to the storm, right? Ahead of the storm, we got these northerly winds. A little bit closer, the winds shift more to the northeast. And then as the storm pulls away, like what's happening over on the Big Island, we're getting these southerly winds, bringing up more moisture from the south. Very humid conditions over there on the Big Island, and some of those humid conditions expected to pull up to Maui County pretty soon. And there's also more moisture coming up from the tropics.
Yeah, and Chelsea was also saying that she was reporting that some of her friends on Maui are already reporting that the winds were very still. When you look at the lack of color here, we've got the weak winds to the strong winds, and this area looks like it's practically calm, almost dead calm right now over the Valley Isle.
So it's the same thing what happens if this storm were to move a little bit more to the north and pass by, and that happens oftentimes. What happens is we end up with light winds, with humid conditions, and to some extent that's what's happening right now for the places that the storm is blocking that circulation.
Yeah, so as we look at some of the gusts right now, we're still anticipating some of the stronger gusts, but Lihue getting gusts up to 30 miles per hour, 25 mile per hour gusts for Kona Kakai, but still the strongest gusts at least are showing up on our map for Maui County, but we're starting to see some of those gusts make their way, 22 mile per hour gusts for Honolulu.
And then again, to reinforce what's going on, we want to tell everybody, if you live in those areas normally associated with stronger winds, like up in upper elevations, in downsloping areas, those are the places that are going to be most susceptible to the storm damage, to the wind damage, especially tonight here on Oahu, and then in the overnight hours over on Kauai.
Yeah, as we look at what's happening with the storm on radar, you can definitely see what's going on. In fact, there's that moisture you're talking about starting to head into the South Point area, up Na'alehu, up into the Ka'u area, and some showers coming in from the south. And we also got this area of rain. It looks like some moisture up by Lapahoihoi, up toward the Honoka'a area.
That's right.
Yeah, and then let's take a look at what's going on Maui County, and you can definitely see where all of the heaviest rain and showers are moving, as the center looks like right now. It's just literally, like you said, just 50 miles north of Kahului.
Yeah, think about it this way. This is a car crash, right? And we're really close to watching that car crash happen. We're really close to watching it happen too. So if that, and this is expected to turn a little bit to the west and clip us, that makes Oahu closer to the fury of the storm as opposed to the rest of Maui County, at least right now.
Yeah, we can't really reorient this map right now, but even though there's these heavy showers, just look really quickly here. There's a couple of flashes of lightning right now that are firing up just on the backside of Douglas. A little bit of a closer look at the islands of Maui County right now, still showing a lot of cloud cover, but it looks like at least for now, the shower activity is starting to back down just a little bit.
Yeah, so it looks like they can start kind of, getting ready to ease up, but I wouldn't say they're out of the woods just yet. Just to be safe, I would still hunker down on Maui for sure.
Yeah, quick look at Oahu. We've still had some heavier showers moving through. Winds picking up from the northeast right now. And just a quick look at Kauai and Ni'ihau. Things look relatively calm at the moment, but of course that is going to be changing once again. Let's check in with Bob Ballard from the Central Pacific Hurricane Center for his input on what we're seeing right now as far as the track and what factors are basically affecting Douglas right now. What's up, Bob?
Right now, we are seeing Douglas in a battle between warmer water near the islands and stronger wind shear. And it appears as though the wind shear is slowly winning out, where we'll see a gradual weakening trend. But I'm looking at radar right now, and there is some new thunderstorm activity, as you mentioned, firing up around the eye wall. If everybody's wondering where the really strong winds are, if you measure out from about the windward side of Oahu, about 40 miles, that's where the really strong damaging winds start. So we're really shaving this closely right now.
We were expecting that turn as soon as it hit Molokai and turning more to the west, bringing it closer to Oahu and potentially Kauai. That is still happening. It looks that way with regard to the latest satellite pictures that we can see.
Yeah, we're tracking it on radar pretty carefully, and of course we had the Air Force Reserve hurricane hunters in there this morning, helping us out big time, sending us lots of valuable information from the center. With every passing hour, as long as it keeps going toward the west-northwest, we are in better and better shape here on Oahu, and we don't want to see a westward jog at this point, but we hope that it continues on the direction that it's going. If that's the case, then we won't see weather that gets too bad here on Oahu. Nevertheless, we want folks to really pay attention. It's pretty rare that we have damaging winds from a hurricane just 40 miles offshore. So we really need to watch this over the next 6 hours or so. Kauai, of course, needs to keep an eye on it a while longer because it's still moving in the general direction of Kauai. And so those folks need to pay attention and keep an eye on Douglas. You're definitely not out of the woods yet.
One thing we're noticing, or we've heard, at least during the 1 o'clock update, there was a quick update about an hour ago where we talked about the hurricane hunters in the storm, and they were able to get a pretty good handle being up in the air, in the atmosphere, to be able to have the dropsondes and tell us about the pressure, the different upper and lower level winds. And so we're really, as you said, talking about that little battle, and that's really starting to show up on satellite imagery, where we're looking at the clouds, the convection from the top layer, really start pulling off, getting kind of shredded a little bit, not quite that strong yet, but being pulled off to the north.
Yeah, and that's a good point. So when you see changes in intensity like that, we're definitely on pins and needles because you can get changes in direction. We saw that with Lane, right? Remember what Lane did? It came at us from the south. It was a very intense hurricane. And then as it started to get sheared, it made a fairly quick westward turn. We don't think Douglas is going to make a really sharp westward turn, but we are watching because of the changes in intensity that are going on, whether or not that might induce a little westward nudge as it's going by Oahu. So that's why we're really careful right now about what's going on. It wouldn't give us much time between the conditions that we have right now. We actually have the sun out here for a few minutes between the showers that have been going through, and then getting something much worse on the west side of that eye wall. So, Bob, so again, just bear with us the next few hours.
Yeah, Bob, any indication of that westerly turn? Anything like that? Do you see anything showing hints of that westerly turn?
Not yet, and so we've got our eyes on it. We hope that it does not materialize, and we don't think it would be pretty subtle. But nevertheless, it's within the margin of our typical error at just 6 or 12 hours. We know that tropical cyclones over a 6-hour period can wobble, say, 30 miles back and forth. So this is something that we're really watching, whether or not parts of Oahu could get scraped with that wind field, or whether we get out of this without any real direct effects, which we're all hoping for at this point.
Yeah, we're definitely on the edge of possible disaster, so we'll keep this very close watch for us. Bob Ballard over at the Central Pacific Hurricane Center, thanks for keeping us updated throughout the afternoon. Lynn, back to you.
Thanks, guys. And joining us now is Lieutenant Governor Josh Green. Now, Governor, this is a very difficult time because we've got the COVID cases and we've got people who may need some sheltering. Are you concerned about the mix of these two things right now?
Yeah, it's a bummer to have a hurricane and a global pandemic at the same time, but we're going to be okay. Not too many people are out there right now with the disease. They're staying at home. The Department of Health has assured us that they can do that and quarantine at home or in isolation. So if people need shelters, they should go there.
You know, Lieutenant Governor, 64 reported new cases today, and public health officials, after other disasters, have always been concerned about the spreading of disease because, as you know, sanitation might decline. There's water issues, not to mention E. coli and hepatitis. What are the range of diseases that you're concerned about in addition to coronavirus?
Storm is not going to create those kind of massive floods and breakdowns in the infrastructure. So I think one disease will be enough for us on this one, and it'll be COVID next week that we're still dealing with. But, you know, if we were to get big floods, if we were to have an overwhelming surge in our, in our sewer system, sure, we'll be watching for those kind of bacteria around the beaches. But let's just assume we just have one pandemic after this storm.
When you talk about the people in quarantine right now, the governor had said they can leave to get supplies if they absolutely have to. For those who are sick and in quarantine versus those who are visiting in quarantine, is there a difference in how this is being handled?
Well, people who are sick and in quarantine are able to get, first of all, a lot of services from the Department of Health. We do provide wraparound services if someone has been stuck in quarantine, or if they've gone into one of our quarantine hotel rooms. So that's kind of a different thing. The way you have to look at this is we're triaging crises. So with the hurricane crisis, if a hurricane does really emerge and we have no choice but to go into shelters, that's what you got to do, because that could be an imminent threat to life and limb. But after that, most people are just going to stay home and they're going to ride this out. The weather has been settling down a little bit. We're still worried about Kauai, of course, and in a few hours, Oahu is going to see increased winds. I think overall, most people are just going to ride this thing out till tomorrow morning. We'll be okay.
Lieutenant Governor, I know you're always in constant contact with the hospitals, and hospital capacity is always an issue, and it has been during this coronavirus pandemic. What is the hospital capacity right now?
That's a very interesting point you make. Hospital capacity is good. We've not been too much over 50% for total beds out of our 2,773, and our ventilators have remained utterly unused, down at 11%. But there is a phenomenon that happens when you get big storms, and that's that a lot of people go to the emergency department if they're homeless, to find shelter, basically. That has happened historically, but we're okay. We certainly are not using many of our intensive care unit beds right now. Only 7 individuals with COVID are in the ICU and only 4 on ventilators. So we really have good capacity as far as COVID goes, but you always worry about some kind of big problem. Roads go down, car accidents occur, that kind of thing. So we're lucky in that sense right now. The much bigger concern is that people stay home, shelter in place, stay very safe, and let HIEMA and those guys respond if the crisis surges with the storm.
We've had this surge of cases several days in a row of record highs. I know that with Hurricane Douglas here, we've stopped these drive-up testings, and we're not doing a lot of testing this weekend. So we should see the numbers go down. Are you worried, though, then that people are sheltering with their families, may potentially have the virus, not getting tested because of the storm?
I mean, it's a drag. We'll be okay for 2 or 3 days. I would expect that we'll do at least 50% fewer tests today and tomorrow. So we will see artificially deflated numbers, but we're going to measure all that in, and we'll calculate weekly averages so that people can get a good sense of where we are. It's a good point. If someone is feeling very symptomatic, as long as the roads are safe, you got to go to the hospital. If you're having shortness of breath, if you're having any other crisis, once again, we're triaging what the challenges are to life. You'd have to go in, but we do note that some people will be in close proximity with their loved ones, and there could be spread. It should be very minimal, though. This storm actually is moving quite quickly as compared to many other hurricanes, so it's kind of pushing right through the islands over the course of 24 to 48 hours. But those numbers will be relevant next week. Always, we watch the hospital numbers too, so it's not just the count of positive cases; it's the count of people getting full services in the hospital.
Lieutenant Governor Josh Green, we always appreciate talking to you. Stay safe, and thank you so much for your information.
You bet. Take care, everyone.
Let's check in now with Howard Dykes. Howard.
Hey, hello. Hawaiian Airlines canceled all its passenger flights today, but a lot of Hawaiian personnel were still working. What the pilots were doing was repositioning the aircraft to get them away from the worst winds. The inter-island fleet consists of 20 Boeing B-17s that Hawaiian owns outright. All but 2 of them have been repositioned at Kona Airport, the airline taking a calculated risk that the winds will be less severe there. And Empire Air, the mainland carrier that provides the aircraft and the pilots for Hawaiian's Ohana division, flew those planes to Koa as well. Hawaiian also parked an A321neo at Kona Airport, but flew most of its long-range jetliners over to the West Coast. Mokulele Airlines grounded all its flights today. Southwest canceled all Hawaii service. Alaska flew one of its 2 SeaTac flights to Honolulu, but has canceled the other. United, Delta, and American did most of their COVID-era flights to Hawaii today, many of them arriving in the past hour and a half. United and Delta have flights from LAX landing in Honolulu and Kahului by 4. American has flights from LAX and Phoenix that should be on final in just a few minutes from now. 2 air cargo carriers, UPS and Kalita, also flew here this morning, which brings me to the subject of our supply lines. Matson and Pasha both have ships in open water ready to come into port whenever the harbor reopens. Matson got a container ship in and out last night. Young Brothers canceled its next 3 barge sailings and sent all its barges and tugs into open waters where they are relatively safe until the storm blows over. So we've got a lot of supplies that are just basically waiting to be unloaded after all of this passes, guys.
All right, Howard, thank you so much for all your information. We're going to go to Ernest Lau. He's the manager and chief engineer for the Board of Water Supply. Thanks for joining us, Ernest. A lot of us old school folks have already filled up the bathtub. We've got those inflatable bobs now. We also filled up our trash bins and recycling bins. Are there any concerns in terms of water supply from the Board of Water Supply stands?
Well, thank you. At this time, there's no concerns. Fortunately, we still have electricity at most places around the island, so our facilities are still running as normal. But, that could change in an instant with the high winds that we expect from the storm. So we encourage what you've done about the water bob, filling up a trash can with water, are good measures, and we encourage everybody to be prepared because it's only a matter of maybe a few hours before we start to see the effects of the storm. So good job.
Well, thanks, Ernie. Are you keeping an eye on the reservoirs?
Yes, we are. We have the ability to monitor all 172 water tanks around the island from one centralized location, and we're doing that, and those tanks are doing well right now. But keep in mind, if we lose electricity across the island in large regions or across the island entirely, we depend on electricity to pump our water. So I know Hawaiian Electric will do their best to restore power. But when the power goes out, we only have a limited number of generators to pump water, to run those facilities to pump water. So we will ask everybody to store water right now, and if the power goes out, to use it very carefully, because the tanks may run dry in a day or two.
Wow, in a day or two. And we spoke to Hawaiian Electric spokeswoman earlier. She said there were no major issues at this point, but a day or two. Just in terms of folks preparing right now, what are some things that they need to do?
Well, I think right now they need to do things like, if they have a automatic sprinkler system, make sure that sprinkler system doesn't go off right now until this hurricane's past us. We want people to use water wisely. Don't waste it right now. Don't do unnecessary uses. I want to focus on making sure everybody has enough water for basic hygiene and for drinking purposes. So remember, at least a gallon per person per day for a 14-day period.
And Ernie, you know, people are always concerned about the safety of the water itself. I know you do frequent testing. Are there any concerns of any contamination of water in a storm event?
Yes, in a major storm event like a hurricane, as a precaution, after the hurricane passes us, and if there's pretty widespread impacts, damages to the infrastructure, then we would ask people to look at boiling or disinfecting their water before they drink the water. And the reason for that is we won't be able to go out there and test. We test all the time our drinking water to ensure it's safe. But after a hurricane, it's going to take us a little while to get out there, especially if the roads are clogged with debris, to test the water to see if the water is safe to drink. We also don't know the full extent of damages, if there are damages to the water system, to our tanks, to our pipelines, our pump station. So as a precaution, we say boil the water until we can let you know that you don't need to do that anymore.
All right, so you're saying, just to clarify, Ernie, people should boil their water now, or wait for some sort of cue from you?
Okay, yeah, wait till we let people know, which we'll issue those messages through Oahu ELC right after the storm if there's major damages to our water system. But right now, it's basically the system is running normally. So the water is safe to drink. You don't need to boil it. It's a good time to store it, because for pennies a gallon, you can store as much as you want, and it's delivered right there to your home through the faucet in your kitchen.
All right, Ernest Lau from the Board of Water Supply, Chief Engineer, we really appreciate all your information. We've got our tubs filled. We are prepared, and we always appreciate you keeping us informed. Thanks,
well,
Ernest
everybody,
Lau.
Thank you, and be safe, everybody.
Will do.
Right, let's take a look at Hurricane Douglas, the latest forecast track just issued by the Central Pacific Hurricane Center probably less than a half hour ago. And you can see the characteristics now of Hurricane Douglas starting to change a little bit on our satellite imagery.
Yeah, like Bob Ballard talked to us about, there's some upper level shear going on, and you can tell because notice the storm is broadening out, the tops of the storm being kind of sheared off, not enough to significantly impact the strength of the storm, however.
It's also keeping a lot of the most dangerous weather off to the north. Winds are still 85 miles per hour, still a Category 1 hurricane, gusts going up to 105 miles per hour, and it is moving along to the west-northwest at 16 miles per hour, and it's going to continue that way for quite some time. But we are taking a close look at where it's going to go, and it's still uncomfortably close.
That's right. The hurricane track takes it just slightly to the north of Oahu, and that's just the eye of the storm. Remember, the storm is so broad that if it gets this close, we will likely get roughed up by the strong winds as well as the big surf as well as the flooding rainfall.
And all it will take is really just maybe about a 20-mile difference. Just that much is going to give us the possibility of some stronger winds, some heavier rain, and more severe conditions. And so we're basically literally right on the edge of some of the strongest storms. Some of them are right now just about 40 miles offshore.
That's right. And those wobbles that we talked about, both north and south, can happen without us predicting it, because something like that margin for error just cannot be accounted for.
Yeah, you've got the lower level winds, you've got the upper level wind shear. Right now you can definitely see the center of the storm just off to the north of the islands of Maui County, but you can still have a little bit of action. We've had some thunderstorms firing up just very briefly on the northeast area of the eye.
Now take a look at this. This is where the strongest winds are. On the west and the northwest sides of the storm, that's where we're seeing those hurricane force winds now, and that's too close for comfort.
Yeah, right now we just had word that the tropical storm watch or warning has been dropped for the island of Hawaii. We're still getting quite a bit of tropical moisture, and so we're expecting and we're actually experiencing some pretty high humidity levels right now over there.
In fact, Ben, let's go over to the Hilo side right now with the live cameras over there, and notice there's actually some blue sky out there.
Yeah, they're also showing up a little bit on radar, but you can also look very closely at the palm trees. This is a look, I think it's looking toward Pepe'ekeo, Papa'iko Point. Those areas, and the winds are actually coming in more from it appears more like the southwest or southeast at the moment.
Yeah, from the southeast. And that's typically what happens as the circulation moves away. The winds switch from the northeast to the west, down to the south, and then now the Big Island's getting it from the south and the southeast.
Yeah, and then just very quickly, this is what's happening right now for Maui County, and you can definitely see the center off to the north along with those thunderstorms. Still a lot of cloud cover, but looks like the showers, at least for now, have been dissipating for Maui.
Yeah, that's right. Still very cloudy, and they're still in the woods yet. They're not out of the woods just yet, but hopefully, slowly, as it moves up to the north, Maui should start to clear up.
And hopefully all this stuff will remain off to the north and not come that close to us on Oahu. And that's the thing we're going to be watching very, very closely over the next couple of hours. Let's head back over to the desk. Lynn, Mahia, back to you.
All right, Ben and Guy, thank you so much. Well, the United States Coast Guard is monitoring the conditions of Hurricane Douglas.
Lieutenant Junior Grade Eric Jubak joins us now. Eric, thanks for being here. What are the conditions that you're seeing? I'm sure it varies along the waters across our state right now. Maybe we don't have Eric's audio right now. Do we have Eric?
There.
Oh, there
you are. Yes, you there?
Yes, we're just wondering what kind of conditions you're seeing statewide. I imagine varying conditions based on the island.
That's correct. The U.S. Coast Guard is monitoring all the Hawaiian Islands currently at this time, along with our partners within NOAA and FEMA and our federal, state, and local agencies. We are currently tracking some port assessment teams out in Hawaii itself, the island of Hawaii, and have just opened up the ports of Hawaii Kai and Hilo back after the storm has passed. So very little impact to the ports there in Hawaii Kai and Hilo. As for the other Hawaiian Islands, we are still monitoring them, and they are still closed as the conditions there meet sustained winds over 35 miles per hour.
Large ships like Matson and Young Brothers have moved out to sea, but what are you telling mariners to do right now?
So that broadcast goes out to, a broadcast notice of mariners goes out to all mariners on the water prior to the storm. So as we set different port conditions, we communicate with our boating public and with the commercial boating public to ensure that they have a location where they can go for a safe haven. Most vessels in the port here have actually gone to just south of the island chains where it's a little safer for them to operate until the ports open back up.
So they would physically move their boats, right? What about going to open sea? We know that some of the bigger ships tend to do that to ride out the storm, that it's a little safer the further out they go. Is that what you're seeing?
Yes, correct. So our job will help give them the proper guidance to where we think the storm track is going to go and where the safest place for them to head to is. Currently, before the port closed down, we gave a lot of guidance to some of the vessels that have left, and a lot of them have left the port. So even Coast Guard cutters have left the port. They're standing by offshore to respond back for search and rescue missions and aftermath response to the hurricane.
Eric, are you getting any distress calls at this point? I know you're monitoring a lot.
So our command centers are still on that. There's no significant search and rescue as of this time. We are coordinating with FEMA and have I reallocated some search and rescue assets from pre-positioned locations on the Big Island of Hawaii back to Oahu as the storm rolls into Oahu and Kauai.
All right, Lieutenant Junior Grade Eric Jubak, thank you very much for joining us and getting all the insight. Stay safe out there. And you know, we've received dozens of amazing viewer videos from across the state. That was our Ke'ahi Tucker getting into place, and he joins us now with some of those highlights. Ke'ahi.
Aloha, Lynn. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you're all staying safe out there. We got a whole bunch of videos coming into our newsroom from people all across the state, so we're going to start right here on Oahu. Thanks so much to Ellen Jin Kaufman for sending in this, taken about 11 this morning. The waves coming up on shore at Kailua Bay, and a sense of what we're seeing all along the east sides of all the islands, just rough ocean conditions. The high tide was this morning at about 9 or 10 o'clock, depending on where you were, but it wasn't all that high, nothing like we saw with the king tides the past few days. It's more of a moderate high tide, and we're looking at a low tide here coming up around 3 or 4 o'clock. Let's take us to the other side of Oahu, Ewa Beach now. Same thing, waves coming up near the shores of Fort Weaver here in this shot. The video was taken this morning about 10 a.m. by Ryan Cooper. He tells us the water never comes this high. The pipe in the water is normally always visible, but now it's covered. He said the clouds are also totally shrouding the city of Honolulu, which he can normally see from his vantage point during the day. I think we're all seeing that, just kind of dark gray everywhere outside. Ominous, but not a whole lot of rain, frankly, for most of us. Let's go over to the Big Island now, and I think it's safe to say the Big Island's in the clear at this point. The storm came and went north of them, but they did get some rain, light rain mostly. This is Waimea here. It was fairly dry and the winds stayed low, but of course the Mauka areas did collect that rain, and of course it turned into this muddy water. This is the Kianui Omano stream across from Kamuela View Estates. I'm here with Ben as well. Ben, you have any sense of the rain totals on the Big Island?
We don't have anything yet. I haven't been able to get that close of it, but judging from this video, and this is one of those streams that's normally dry actually during the summertime, so it would be dry to a trickle at most, and so a lot of this rainfall up in the Kohala Mountains coming down through Waimea and heading down toward the ocean, you can still see there's enough to cause some muddy runoff, not necessarily flooding rains, but still enough rain to pick up some water and some speed in the stream.
Yeah. Let's take it over to the Valley Isle now. On Maui, strong winds actually brought down kiawe trees near the old Paia Mill. They fell on some utility lines shortly before 11 this morning on Baldwin Avenue. Thank you, Tony Coletta, for sending in these photos. Remember, everybody out there, if you see down lines, stay at least 30 feet away. Do not touch them or anything the line may be touching. Of course, you could get a good shock if you do that. What you need to do is report those down power lines to Hawaiian Electric's 24/7 trouble line. There's the number on your screen. Write it down if you can. Take a picture with your cell phone, 1-855-304-1212. They have crews all over the place on standby, ready for this storm. Scattered areas of outages so far, but nothing widespread. They are still really waiting for the brunt of the storm on Oahu especially. We're all crossing our fingers it doesn't happen, but they are ready. Back over to Maui, boats tied down in Ma'alaia Harbor were rocking gently this morning as the storm approached. This, of course, is on the south side of the island. Would probably be a little bit different on the north side in Kahului. This is about 9:30 this morning. Anthony Mickle sent in the video. Ben, big difference from the north-facing and the south-facing coasts of all the islands during this storm.
Yeah, definitely. And the changes came in pretty quickly because the winds were coming in from the north at first. They're now very gentle, at least for the island of Maui. Coming in more from the south, we've got southerly Kona winds that are starting to settle in, and winds have been very, very calm. So that's a sign that Douglas is passing, at least to the north of the islands of Maui County.
And now let's check out some rain on Maui. You can hear the sound. A good drenching here at Highlands at Kehalani neighborhood in Wailuku. Thanks to Dylan David Dre for the video. So there are pockets of heavy rain coming down. Good watering for all of our lawns and the Mauka areas out there. But so far, no reports of major flooding. Ben, you were talking about the winds changing around, and I think it's a good reminder for all of us that in a hurricane like this, the weather will change by the hour, every 10 minutes.
Practically. It's been happening.
People probably ask you all the time, what's going to happen with the storm? And you have to just say, who knows? You got to wait and see.
In a little bit, but we did have a flood advisory for the East Maui area around Hana. We didn't have extremely high amounts, but we did have enough for the flood advisory to be issued. But you can also see a little bit of the wind that is pushing that rain along in some of those showers. And so even though it was brief a little bit earlier this morning, we did get those downpours in the Wailuku area.
Yep, and now let's go the other side of the island in Kihei and check out the gray skies and rain coming down there in the tourist area. Kalani Khan shot this video this morning. Gray skies everywhere, all over the state. The satellite really tells that picture. We'll go back to it in a little bit. That big red blob shows you where all the cloud cover is. There are still parts of the state where the sun is shining, but maybe not for long. And here we go, the other big story with this hurricane, big surf. This is on Maui's east side. The waves are rolling in at Hamoa Beach. Mahalo to Kavika Kaina for the video. Wow, what a difference, Ben, from the east side of Maui to the south side. For all the islands, frankly, we were, as surfers, waiting to see where this swell energy would end up. It was pretty obvious the east sides were going to get it. But we're always really hoping for a little bit of a wrap to the south side. It really didn't happen on Oahu, at least.
It's probably not going to happen because the winds from the south are a lot weaker than the winds from the north. There is still a high surf advisory up for the north-facing shores, and still have the high surf warning for the east-facing shores, including places like Hamoa.
The swell energy from a hurricane is still such a mystery and hard to figure out because we've been watching the north shore of Oahu for the cameras. We're hoping, surfers are, that a beautiful swell will come in maybe a day or two in advance of the hurricane. And it hasn't happened this time. The swell energy has actually stayed relatively close to the storm, preceding the main brunt of the bad weather by just 12 or 24 hours. Not much more than that. And of course, when it's that close to the storm, it's trash. You can see the waves out here. This is not a good day to go surfing. It's just a bunch of junk.
Basically, Victory at sea conditions and a very small, very rough, very choppy, not rideable at all, although there are some spots on Maui where Chelsea Davis was a little bit earlier today, and some people were chancing them, trying to go in and just see if they could catch something.
You know, we're speaking of the waves. Let's take a live look right now on Oahu. The world's most famous wave, completely unimpressive right now. That would be Pipeline. Where is it?
Yeah. Probably a little bit later on, because we still have some of that energy coming in from the north that hasn't made it to the waters north of Oahu yet, but we did have those waves come up around Kahului and northern shores of Maui. They weren't gigantic, but they were rough, they were choppy, and they came up quick.
Yeah, and that's what's driving all the surfers crazy because they're thinking, oh, I'm going to get on this thing before the storm comes, and surely it's going to sweep to the northeast-facing shores of the islands. And on Oahu, at least, it just hasn't happened. There's a 6-inch set rolling along at Pipeline for any boogie boarders who want to jump on that. We want to say, again, big mahalo to all the viewers out there sending us your videos and photos. This is where to do it. You can send it in through email, on our website, tag us on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. We're all over the place. And we really appreciate you being a part of this and sharing it with us. Citizen journalists at home, you're seeing it when we're stuck here in the building. Of course, we have our teams all over the place, but they can't be everywhere. So again, thank you. And now, from Kalihi Kai, Jim Mendoza on the roof of our headquarters here at Hawaii News Now. Windy out there, Jim?
Well, you know, Keahi, it's picking up just a little bit, and I really appreciate the opportunity to give a real feel to what the weather's like outside. You guys do a remarkable job inside. Outside, it's the cameraman's nightmare because the sun comes and then it goes. You have to iris up, iris down just to make sure we get the pictures. But we wanted to show you a little bit of what it looks like off in the distance. We are standing on our roof in Kalihi, but if you look over toward the docks back there, you can see some blue sky. A bit of white clouds out there. We've been watching it for the last 20 minutes or so disappear from right to left on your television screens as we lose more blue sky. Fortunately, on iPhones, you have a compass, so I could figure out the direction where the wind's coming from. Right now, it seems to be coming from the northwest, and in the last couple of minutes, we can feel it picking up just a little bit. Not enough to make me hang on to my hat here, but enough to, you can feel it. It's still a bit muggy. The air seems to be getting a bit thicker out here. We were doing some traveling earlier today, and we were covering the spots toward Waikiki, and we'll kind of pan our camera off in the direction in that way. It was jacket on, jacket off, jacket on, jacket off. Some rain would come, it would go away, and that's how it has been. Right now, the sun is shining. You can see your shadow out here. It feels a bit warm. But let's take a look at the mountain range. In Kalihi and the Nu'uanu area, that's where the clouds are starting to build up, and that's where we're going to see some of that precipitation. It was an ominous sound to hear that rainfall that somebody sent in from Maui, and just to think that we might get that same sort of downpour over here. It doesn't feel like we will right now, but things will change as the afternoon progresses, and according to everything that we are hearing, it's going to deteriorate somewhat over the next few hours on Oahu, and we will be watching it for you folks out there. Thank you for staying tuned to Hawaii News Now, and we'll send it to my colleague Lynn Kawano with the very latest on her end. Lynn?
Thanks, Jim. I know it's clear skies, but really humid out there. Thanks for that report. And joining us now is Shane Enright from Emergency Medical Services. Shane, how is ocean safety preparing for the rough surf expected across Oahu?
Hi, Lynn. Well, we've been out there since 6 a.m. Typically, we would start the day at 9 a.m. So we came in early. We wanted to be ready. We're out there. We just made a big rescue actually about 20 minutes ago out at Irma's. It was a 911 call that came in for a surfer in distress. We were able to respond, get to the guy, get to that surfer, and get him in safely. And we're hoping by this point that surfers have got their fill in, have gone out, and are able to just come on in and get home before this all comes through.
You say got their fill in, but we know that when things start to get rough, the surfers are going to start heading in. What is ocean safety planning to do with that? You know, is it just a warning? Is it the parks are closed? What do you do to get them to turn around when the conditions start to deteriorate?
Well, ocean safety is built on preventing rescues from happening, preventing people from getting into trouble. So the beach parks have been closed all day. We've been mobile patrols. We've been in the UTVs, ATVs, jet skis, and trucks. We've been out making warnings. We've been letting people know that the surf is rising. We've already seen it rise at spots such as Makapu'u and Sandy Beach. And we'll be out there. We'll be out there till about 5 p.m. That's typically the time we would get off anyways. We do want to allow for our personnel to get home safely to their families as well. And bottom line, we're just asking people to not come down to the beach. At this point, I think we're all sitting and waiting what's going to actually happening. But as Keahi was noting, the surf really isn't that good right now. So it's storm surf. We saw a lot of people out at Pounders Beach earlier, and the conditions, they weren't that great. So it's time to pack it up, go home.
Yeah, you mentioned that your cruise started a little bit earlier today. What about tomorrow, as this is expected to last us through the night?
We're going to stick to mobile operations. The beach parks are going to be closed again tomorrow, so we'll stay in our vehicles. But we'll probably come on about 9 a.m., which is normal for us. We're not expecting that we'll have to come in any earlier than that.
Not just ocean safety, also EMS, the paramedics, the EMTs out there. I know that this is also a dangerous time for them. How is the staffing and everything coming up and going into the night as we expect it here in Oahu in the later afternoon into the evening hours?
This group of people, they've been put through the ringer the last couple of months, 5 months or so with COVID-19, and this is just another day. That too, I wanted to mention, we're still in the middle of a pandemic. We're asking the public to please eliminate non-emergency calls to 911, to EMS. We really should only be responding to those people that truly need emergency medical treatment. That's anybody. Please never hesitate to call if you're having a stroke, a heart attack, imminent childbirth. Please call, but don't take any risky behavior that might end you up needing 911. Again, every paramedic and EMT must wear PPEs due to the pandemic, and wearing PPEs is tough enough during normal weather. And if you throw torrential downpours and windy conditions on top of that, it's going to be tough. It's going to be a struggle. You folks have been mentioning flooding. Driving an ambulance through flooding is not an easy task. Windy conditions. These are big trucks. So, as much as we can try to keep these men and women off the road, the best for everyone. So they'll be there when you really, really need them.
Yeah, we really appreciate our first responders. Thank you, Shane Enright from the Emergency Medical Services.
Thank you.
And be sure to keep sending us your footage of the severe weather. Pictures and video can be sent to our website, hawaiinewsnow.com, in our special Hurricane Douglas section. Submit your photo. You can also tag us on social media with the hashtags HNN and Hawaii News Now, and you can also email us at hawaiinewsnow.com. And we're constantly getting updates on Hurricane Douglas. Let's go to Ben Gutierrez for the latest on the storm. Ben?
Yeah, right now Hurricane Douglas is still about 50 miles to the north of Kahului, about 100 miles to the east of Oahu and Honolulu, and you can definitely see a little bit of a change in the characteristics of Douglas. Right now it is still a Category 1 hurricane, but we are now looking at the wind shear starting to take an impact on it. Right now, off to the west, we are still looking at a lot of these clouds heading off to the north. You can see that the top clouds are starting to spread out off further to the north, and that means that the upper level winds are starting to have an impact on it. Current winds, once again, sustained maximum winds of 85 miles per hour rather, with gusts up to 105 miles per hour. Still moving to the west-northwest at 16 miles per hour. It's going to continue on this track, moving relatively quickly for a tropical cyclone. But once again, we are looking very closely at the forecast track. The line, which you really shouldn't pay that much attention to, but rather the cone, still shows the center coming uncomfortably close to the north of the island of Oahu around 8 o'clock tonight. And then as we head into about the 2 o'clock a.m. time frame tonight, we are looking at the center coming again very close to the north of Kauai, still as possibly a Category 1 hurricane with winds anywhere sustained between 75 and 80 miles per hour. Right now we've seen some of the strongest winds and the heaviest rain continuing to be for the north and west sections of the storm in relation to the center. In fact, we still have some thunderstorms that are firing up just off to the west of the center as it continues tracking off to the west-northwest. One thing we're looking at very, very closely is if the storm, if Hurricane Douglas makes just a very slight left turn and goes a little bit more west rather than west-northwest, then we're looking at a lot of this stuff impacting the island of Oahu later on tonight. So literally we're going to have very severe weather just about 40 miles offshore or even closer. For the island of Hawaii right now, the tropical storm warning has been canceled, and so we're now experiencing some southeasterly winds bringing up a lot of tropical moisture up into the Ka'u area, and we still have quite a lot of cloud cover from the outskirts of Douglas. Meantime, we still have the center of Douglas once again just off to the north of Kahului as it continues off to the west-northwest. Still a lot of cloud cover. The winds have definitely died down for the islands of Maui County. And then for Molokai and Lanai, looks like it might escape the most severe weather conditions because it looks like the center is continuing just off to the north, but it wouldn't take much as far as changing weather conditions, especially for Oahu. There still could be a chance that it could come down a little bit closer. Meantime, for Oahu right now, we are looking at those bands coming very, very close. They're starting to creep into the picture in the last few frames, and so there's still a possibility that some of this may make its way to the northern part of the island of Oahu, and the winds should be picking up very shortly as well. Kauai right now, you're in the clear, but by evening and into late tonight, early tomorrow morning after midnight, we are seeing the possibility of the center coming very close to the northern part. In fact, just to go over very quickly what the forecast models are showing, we are expecting just a bit more of those lingering showers as no major impacts are anticipated, and we are seeing some of those showers right now. As far as Maui County, we are looking at the center again remaining to the north of the islands of Maui, and it looks like the center will stay about 35 to 45 miles to the north, and that's what we're seeing right now. Lynn, back over to you.
Ben, thank you. The University of Hawaii is closing all campuses and facilities on Oahu and Kauai tomorrow. Officials say only essential university employees should report to work as directed by supervisors. UH will assess conditions and determine when campuses and their facilities can reopen. Douglas has also prompted state and city officials to announce closures. Statewide, all state parks are closed. The only exception is on the Big Island, where only all east side parks are closed. Many of the other closures are for Maui County and Oahu. Tomorrow, what will be closed? All Hawaii State public libraries and offices, state courts and administrative offices, also all state DOE schools and offices.
Also, shopping centers, grocery stores, and restaurants have announced they are closed or will close early, including Foodland. We are compiling a list on our website, hawaiinewsnow.com. To share a cancellation or closure, just send us an email.
Wind and rain hitting the Friendly Isle. This is what it looked like this morning from Kalaupapa Lookout on Molokai. This is at the end of Kalai Highway. Thank you to Julie Lopez for sending in this video.
Well, cloudy and windy conditions on Molokai. This is Kuala Pu'u, and mahalo to Taylor Tanaka for the video.
And that is heavy drops of rain coming down still on Molokai. This is the Halava Valley in the northeast end of the island earlier this morning. Thank you to Joanne Pruitt for this video.
Now around 2:15 this afternoon, it was overcast with light rains in Kalaupapa. This photo from Momi Hooper. We understand that several patients were evacuated from that area just as a precaution. And be sure to keep sending us your footage of the severe weather. Pictures and video can be sent to our website, hawaiinewsnow.com, in our special Hurricane Douglas section. Submit your photos section. You can also tag us on social media with the hashtags HNN and Hawaii News Now. And you can email us at news@hawaiinewsnow.com. Well, joining us live right now by phone is State Representative Stacelyn Eli. She joins us from the leeward coast of Oahu, which she represents. Aloha, Representative, and thank you so much for joining us. We understand that there are about 50 people sheltering at Nanakuli High School. What else can you tell us?
Aloha, mahalo for having me. We're actually doing well. We have National Guardsmen here, as well as a lot of volunteers that came out from our community to volunteer with Red Cross. The clouds are covering Palehua right now. It's a bit windy, but so far we're doing fine.
So, Representative, are you sheltering yourself, or you're just there monitoring the situation for your community?
I actually came here to volunteer. Just wanted to make sure that we had enough hands to kokua if needed, but also monitoring, what's been going on around my district. Just praying everyone stays indoors and stay safe.
You know, the Red Cross had said just a few days ago that it needed more volunteers, especially because of the pandemic situation. Some of the volunteers were older. Does that particular shelter there in Nanakuli have enough help?
We actually do. We've actually had to let some of our residents know that we are okay, that we have enough volunteers. Everyone's complying with, COVID guidelines, wearing masks, taking temperature checks. So far, no pilikia out here in Nanakuli, but we're doing well, so we're good. I'm just appreciative that they put out the kahea earlier in the week so that we could get enough people here to volunteer.
Stacelyn, tell us about the mood there. I mean, obviously, we're dealing with a pandemic and dealing with Douglas at the same time. How are people feeling as they're trying to cope with these two very serious situations?
I think everyone is holding up as well as we can. I'm just grateful that our residents and evacuees here are working with each other and, working with the volunteers. We're just being patient and bunkering down. I think the main thing is we want to keep everyone safe and, comply. This is a different situation that none of us have ever had to deal with before, working through a pandemic and a hurricane. but I'm blessed. My community members are just doing well and working with each other.
Stacey, certainly the people there are taking this very seriously. Do you think others in your district are taking this seriously? I know there were concerns when we were listening to a news conference with Governor Igwe a few hours ago that people may not have been taking it seriously. What are your thoughts on that?
I actually drove through my district before getting here earlier today, and everyone seems to be complying. I had residents, tying down things in their yards and just being prepared to shelter in place. I have great outreach workers here on the coast that, went to some of our encampments to make sure that everyone had a ride to shelter and, had an opportunity to get indoors and be safe. So I'm not sure what it's like, on the rest of the county, but here in Nanukuli and on the west side, we're doing well, and everyone seems to be complying.
All right, Representative Stacelyn Ely from the Leeward Coast, thank you so much for representing our area and for keeping an eye on things at that Nanukuli shelter. Stay with us for more. We'll be right back.
From Hawaii News Now, this is a breaking news special report.
Welcome back on our continuing coverage of Hurricane Douglas. You're looking live at Maui. This is our camera from Waehu right now. Our crew on Maui, as you can see, rough surf heading in. A couple of hours ago, this was all very calm, very nice. You can see the clouds have somewhat cleared out in that area.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to watch the changes over the past few hours where the water actually seemed calm a few hours ago and then it seemed a lot choppier just more recently, and then there was heavy rain. It's really been erratic out there on Maui right now.
Yep.
Let's go to Ben Gutierrez for the latest on our forecast in Hurricane Douglas. Ben.
Hey, thanks very much, Mahia and Lynn. Of course, things, when we're talking about the weather changing as rapidly as it is, that's because this is a relatively fast-moving hurricane. Douglas, over the last 6 hours, has started to experience some shearing. You can see a lot of that convection starting to get pulled off to the north. You can also see more of those clouds heading off to the north as well. That's pretty good news for us as far as the strength of the storm. It could sap some of the intensity. However, that also means we are still in the danger of having the center of the storm move closer to the island of Oahu. Right now, the forecast track still has Douglas as a Category 1 hurricane. Winds near the center are actually to the north and west of the center, right around 85 miles per hour, gusts of 105 miles per hour. And some of the radar has actually shown even stronger winds really in this area here, up to 115 miles per hour. It is currently moving to the west-north northwest at 16 miles per hour. It's going to cover a lot of ground over the next 5 days, and it's also going to be taking some time to lose its intensity, according to the latest forecast track from the Central Pacific Hurricane Center. We're looking at it moving and comfortably close to the north of the island of Oahu by tonight at 8 o'clock. Winds could still be as strong as 80 miles per hour and some higher gusts as well, maybe up to 90 to 95 miles per hour. And somewhere around 2 o'clock in the morning, we're anticipating that it's going to get close to the island of Kauai as well. The forecast line has the center just to the north of the Garden Isle, but there's still a chance it could fall anywhere between these two areas of the forecast cone. And a wobble of even just 20 miles will make a huge amount of difference in the effects that Kauai and Oahu will get. Most of the heaviest weather is still only as close as 40 miles offshore, and so if any of this moves down just a little bit, geographically speaking, we could experience not as much or a whole lot of the intensity of the 85 mile per hour winds with the gusts. Right now you can see the center about 50 miles to the north of Kahului, and this is where we're seeing once again the heaviest weather as far as the heavy rain. We also have had some brief sporadic thunderstorms that have been firing up both ahead of and behind the center. And you can also see a lot of cloud cover. So we're getting a few peaks of blue sky for Maui and Maui County. But by and large, for now, we're looking at most of the extremely heavy weather just off to the north. But we're hoping that the center once again stays off to the north of Oahu. We're getting a lot of tropical moisture coming in from the southeast now for Hawaii Island. The tropical storm warning has been dropped for the Big Island, and also some heavier showers firing up just around the Honoka'a area up to Waipio Valley. Here's where we're looking at the center right now as it moves off to the west-northwest. Right now, it looks like it's starting to get more due north of Molokai. Molokai not getting that much as far as rainfall, and again, most of the wind is really up in this area on the north and western portions of the circulation. Quite a bit of cloud cover for the island of Maui itself, as well as for Lanai and Kaho'olawe. Meantime, on Oahu, you can see that we're going to start having some of the effects possibly in the form of the heavier rain. It's touching the North Shore Kahuku area down into Laie, and some of the stronger winds are still anticipated down through Waimea. And then as we get to Kauai, we are still looking at relatively calm conditions. That's going to start changing this evening, and the possibility of some very severe weather as we get into the late night and early morning hours. Lynn, Mahia, back to you.
All right, certainly the calm conditions on Kauai giving folks some time to prepare. Thanks a lot, Ben Gutierrez.
And now we're going to go to Lisa Kubota. She's at Wailua High School, where one of the shelters is set up. Lisa, not a lot of shelters out there in the North Shore for people to go to. Are you seeing a lot of people taking advantage of this?
Right now, we're told that only about 10 people have signed up, and they started arriving at about 11 this morning. When we first got here, the skies were actually blue, but now it's gray and just started raining on us. But once people show up, they come up here, and the National Guards members will take their temperature. I'm told that if anyone does have a temperature or is not feeling well, they will be kept in a separate building away from the other people staying at the shelter. We also have Red Cross employees and volunteers here ready to do the intake forms, and then they would head into the gym. Of course, face coverings are required, also social distancing due to the pandemic. If anyone has pets, they can bring them, but they're asked to bring them in a kennel. Of course, people must bring their own food, their own supplies, as well as hand wipes and other supplies. We did have a chance to speak to one woman who was staying with her 3 kids out of the cabins at Mokuleia, and here's what she had to say.
It's really good considering the space here. Obviously, you're at a high school, you kind of have that spacing, and they have mats to help with the spacing. And along with that, you also have workers that help provide the needs to space everything out. So that actually helps out with COVID as well.
And we're told that the next closest shelter is either in Mililani or over on the windward side at King Intermediate in Kaneohe. And we have heard that BYU Hawaii has also opened up a Cannons Activity Center in Laie for community members who feel unsafe. Of course, the shelters are a last resort, and you should be staying with your family or friends if possible. But if you do need to come here, again, you need to bring your own supplies, your own medication, food, bedding, things like that. That is not going to be provided here at the shelter, but they have other social distancing measures and other steps in place to help keep everyone safe. That is the latest from Waialua High School. Back to you in the studio.
Well, that's good, Lisa, that there is that option at BYU, because I know some folks who are concerned about that. You know, the weather on the North Shore has been erratic. What are the conditions been for you like over there?
When we were first driving up here, we saw some gray skies, some patches of blue, and then we got closer. It was just gorgeous blue skies. And then once we started getting out here doing some interviews, all of a sudden it's just completely gloomy, gray, and overcast. Drizzle, a little bit of a harder rain now, so it looks like we're starting to see more of the effects of Douglas.
All right, Lisa. And I know that you can see some rain on your camera. This is a cameraman's nightmare if you're not ready and all of a sudden it starts raining out there. Does it look very ominous out there, or is it kind of like how Chelsea had, where it's just an off and on, unpredictable, you can't really prepare for anything out there?
You know, when I glanced up at the sky about a minute ago, it looked very dark and ominous, and now I'm starting to see patches of blue again. So sort of similar to what Chelsea was experiencing, whereas the rain would kind of come and go and come and go. So we'll have to wait to see what happens next.
All right, blue sky, even just a sliver. We like seeing that. Lisa Kubota reporting live from Waialua. Thank you so much.
And we're going to go back over to Maui, where Chelsea Davis has been all morning reporting on the unpredictable conditions there too. Chelsea, I see you lost the rain jacket.
Yeah, Lynn, the rain has stopped, the wind has stopped, actually kind of getting a little hot wearing that rain jacket, so I took it off. But the real change in story is the surf that's behind me. We're in Paukukalo right now, and you can see the surf is pretty dangerous. It is very big, very unorganized, very choppy, very erratic. Now, this is a look at Kahului Harbor, and if you've been watching us since this morning, you know the dramatic difference. Earlier this morning, it was calm, and just in the past couple hours or so, I would say the waves have really ramped up. Also a huge difference is the visibility. Just in the last hour, it was impossible to see Haleakala. That mountain right there is Haleakala. Now you can see that there is visibility. It's clearing up quite a bit. You can see that the clouds are starting to go away, and that big dark cloud that was over our heads all morning long is slowly going away as well. I did get a text from someone in Kihei who said that they're seeing blue skies out on the south side, and so I believe it's starting to clear up, at least what I've been seeing in the last hour. I can also see EL Valley. It kind of looks clear from this vantage point as well. We are also at Wai'ehu, which is just down the road here, just down the coast, and it was packed as well with surfers and spectators. The winds, I don't think it was bad, but not as choppy. It was a little bit more organized. So a lot of surfers were going out. They're able to paddle out. Talking to some residents here, they said that it's just too rough, too unorganized. There's no way they're going to try to paddle out. But you know, the mayor is asking everyone to just stay indoors. This is not the time to be out in the waters. It's very dangerous, potential for life threatening conditions out here. So, and you can see just how messy and unpredictable and inconsistent it's been all morning long. So that's the latest. Not raining. The wind has died down quite a bit, but the surf is still ramping up.
Yeah, fluffy conditions out there, Chelsea. As you've been driving around, we know officials are telling people stay home, stay indoors, shelter in place. But what have the roads been looking like? Have they been super slick, or has it been problematic as you've gone from one place to the next?
Well, you know, if you've been watching, you remember earlier this morning when we were live at Kahului Harbor, we were just getting poured on. There, it was just downpour for a good hour, maybe two straight. We were drenched. There was flooding on the roadways, and that was really scary. I did see several cars still driving up and down Kahului Beach Road, which was not ideal. That was, I would say, the brunt of it, the worst of it. So now, not too bad. The wind and the rain, like I said, has stopped, so I don't see too much flooding as the issue as right now. But yeah, for the most part, there's still a lot of people out on the roadways, and this is the best time to be at home with your families. So interviewed the mayor last night. We've been talking to him all morning long. You know, I interviewed Senator Gil Keith Agaran, and we've been talking to Senator Kalani English as well. And, they just want everybody to just stay indoors. This is not something to take lightly. This is very seriously. This morning at 8:30, the hurricane warning sirens went off, and we could hear it from all over the island. And that was just a warning to residents to shelter in place. This is not the time to be out in the roadways. This is the time to take shelter. We've been saying all week long to get your supplies, get your food, get your water. We've been talking to residents all day yesterday, and we saw them boarding up their windows, tying things down. And so this is what they were preparing for. We did see a lot of rain, strong winds as well, and then now we're seeing the surf. Also got some calls and some texts from some friends out in Hana, and they were seeing pretty bad conditions. So we know our friends and family members out on the east side were impacted heavily this morning as well.
Right, the road to Hana just treacherous on a nice day, and I can't imagine what it's like right now. Chelsea Davis, live from Maui, thank you so much.
And we're going to go live now to Mark Carpenter out in Laie. Mark, Lisa Kubota mentioned that BYU Hawaii has opened a shelter out there to help all of those people on the North Shore. That was one of the criticism, was there really wasn't a shelter available to them. Have you seen many people out there trying to seek shelter?
Well, as of now, not many people out at the BYU Hawaii shelter, but we'll see how the activity really develops. Really a lot of variation in activity. So we spent the day patrolling basically the East Oahu coastline. We started off at Sandy Beach Park. We went over to Makapu'u. We are now at BYU Hawaii in Laie. It has been discussed at length. There is a lack of shelters on this side of the island. You have King Intermediate, you have Pope Elementary, you have Castle High School. The next one all the way up is Waialua High School. And so that's where BYU Hawaii comes into play, all right? They have stepped up as a lifeline for residents in this community. Now, the max capacity is 2,000 to 3,000 people. However, with the coronavirus pandemic ongoing, that has been significantly reduced percentage-wise. And then they also want to say that this is not affiliated with the American Red Cross. This is BYU Hawaii stepping in, trying to help out the community who are in these flood-prone areas. Let's hear from the coordinators of setting this shelter up.
It takes a lot of coordination with our facilities managers. We have our campus project service custodial area that helps set up the tarp here. We get the tables, the chairs. It takes trying to get volunteers within our own Ohana and in the community to come and set up. We have our students who work with us in our safety office who are a big help, and also our security department who assists us with this.
What is the capacity of this shelter?
This shelter, if you include all the seating, I'd say between 5,000 and 6,000. We're talking about seats, but for the flooring for this shelter, we're probably about 1,000. And because of COVID, probably maybe a third of that we're able to house in this shelter.
So dovetailing what was said about the COVID procedures, they have full safety protocol in place. Everybody that checks in will need to have face masks. They need to have hand sanitizer. There will be temperature checks. They need to put down their information. There is social distancing within the facility itself. Now, we also want to echo, and what the officials want to echo here at BYU Hawaii is what city officials have said is use a shelter as a last resort, all right? You have the supplies here. However, a shelter should be your last option when seeking refuge. But if residents in this community need a place to hunker down and stay safe from the storm as conditions will start to pick up over the day, there is an option here at BYU Hawaii. Let's throw it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, Mark, we were hearing from Chun James. She's a Laie resident, and there was a lot of consternation in the community of a lack of shelter space. And we heard from Mayor Caldwell that Kahuku is a flood-prone area, but I believe he said that BYU was also a flood-prone area. So this particular shelter, as you mentioned in Laie, this is not part of the American Red Cross or the city system, right?
Yeah, that's right. It is not affiliated with the American Red Cross. BYU Hawaii stepped in and set this up. Now, they said that they have been setting up this shelter for over the last 30 years, and in the past it has been an American Red Cross shelter, but they saw it as, you know, considering that there is such a great lack of shelters, you still need to have some place for residents to stay. Now, as we were there moments ago, we were inside, only about 2 or 3 people checking in, but like they said, they want it to be a last resort and safety procedures are in place.
Right. Well, that's good that they have that option, because one of the concerns and the issues for North Shore communities was that if there is a problem and potentially power poles go down, or, as you know, just driving along Kamehameha Highway can be treacherous with surf and surge and those narrow roadways, they were really concerned that they would have to drive all the way down the windward side to Castle High or King Intermediate, or even go all the way around to Waialua. So at least that option is there. I wanted to note, Mark, the weather actually seems, in your live picture, seems okay right now. Why don't you give us a picture of what's the weather like over there?
Yeah, it really is a lot of variation activity, because it seems fine right now, but just a few minutes before we went on air, wind and rain, and the rain was coming down, and so that's kind of how it's been as we were going up the coastline. All right, you'll see pockets of activity where it is really coming down. Next thing you know, we got sunny blue skies. We will say this, though: when we were at Makapu'u, when we were at Sandy's, when we stopped over at Laie Point, the waters were treacherous. We're talking about hurricane swells here, so although the conditions when you look outside, it's not too windy or it's not raining right now, conditions are dangerous, and as we're seeing how Hurricane Douglas is moving, that is a sign of things to come.
Right, and as you drive up to the North Shore past Ka'ava, or you go by Hau'ula, I mean, it's so good to see that Kamehameha Highway has been refortified by the Department of Transportation, because literally the roadway was crumbling into the ocean, and just the pounding surf from the king tides. Residents in those areas were very concerned about that. It is a constant problem, as the state is going to have to spend millions, potentially billions of dollars over the next decades just to refortify that area, which keeps falling into the ocean. But do you think that people are taking this seriously from the folks that you've been talking to?
Well, it's difficult to say, because the places that we stopped off, we're going to the beach, we're going to Makapu'u, we drove by Pounders, we're seeing so many people in the water, all right, but when we talk to residents, all right, they're seriously concerned about what could unfold over the course of the day, all right? We talked about the measures put in place along Kamehameha Highway. There are barriers put up, and the residents appreciate that some efforts are being taken. However, that is still not enough. We spoke with residents near Laie Point who have boarded up their homes, but are still asking, is BYU Hawaii still available? Because they want to have that option. They necessarily don't want to go there. They want to treat it as a last resort, but there is concern, and a lot of residents in the community are really concerned about what could be playing out.
And, a lot of people have been already planning, getting their supplies, their toilet paper, their water because of the pandemic. Any problems that you have seen in terms of people getting the supplies they need? Because we know that the city mills, for example, have shut down at noon, so the businesses are already starting to close. Any problems out there in terms of people getting supplies?
So from what we saw along Kamehameha Highway is a lot of the residents who live directly on, the roadways or living in front of the coastline there, they have already made preparations, whether that's boarding up their house, whether that's getting food supplies. And that is a good thing they did, because as we're going up, we're seeing how businesses have already shut down and have already closed down for the day. But the people who live at Laie Point, who live along Kamehameha Highway, they have seen what can happen when there is a quote-unquote normal type of storm, but when you have a hurricane on its way, they really have gone above and beyond in making preparations and being prepared early.
All right, it is being called that triple threat. Mark Carpenter, thank you so much, and stay safe out there.
And now we're going to go to Ben Gutierrez and Jennifer Robbins for the very latest on the track of Hurricane Douglas. Guys, it appears that it's kind of heading a little bit toward the north right now, which is what we wanted to do, right?
Yeah, it looks like it's heading a little bit off to the north, but the thing is, the picture is a little deceiving because what you're looking at really is a little bit of the shear, and so it's starting to become a little bit more asymmetrical. The center is still right about here, about 50 miles to the north of Kahului. Jen, tell us what we're looking at, because this is like a 3D model right now. What's going on here, because it is experiencing some change.
So you can see the center of the system right there. You're talking about being 50 miles north of the islands, and that has been just far enough north that we're not seeing major impacts at this point. But the big concern is we're talking about that wobble. If it goes ever so slightly towards the south on the southern end of the cone, that's when you can see all that dangerous weather that you see that's over the ocean shifted to the islands. But right now we've been in really good shape, so I'm hoping it continues with that center track well north of us. Right now we're predicting anywhere from 25 to 50 miles to the north.
Yeah, and that's still very uncomfortably close, especially when you're talking about 25 miles. That's not very far at all. It's like a drive from here to like the North Shore.
I know, very close. And as you take a look at the satellite image, these cloud tops that you see in this three-dimensional image here, that's about 60,000 feet. We're talking about 55, 60,000 feet, where airplanes fly even higher than that. So these are towering clouds. Luckily, we're on the weak side of the storm, that front right quadrant we've been talking about. If we were on this side of the storm and that side of the eye of the front right quadrant, this would be a completely different story.
Yeah, and the thing is that if this is still close enough where if this cone goes down just a little bit and the track comes close enough, then all this stuff comes over Oahu. That's not a good thing.
So as we take a closer look at the rest of the track too, we're talking about the wobbles. You can see over open waters, it's not this straight line just coming towards us. No, not at all. You can see that it has traveled ever so slightly towards the north, dipped down to the south, to the north, to the south, almost like a little gradual roller coaster ride, right? Yep. And that's what we're watching for. So any deflection towards the south is something we're concerned about. And that's why that hurricane warning is up for all of us, at least for the western end of the state.
Yeah, we're looking at now the chance of tropical storm force winds. And these are winds that are 39 miles per hour up to 73 miles per hour. And right now the tropical storm force winds are expanding. That's this orange area out to 115 miles. And that again is also pretty asymmetrical off to the north.
Yeah, you can see the bulk of it right there over the ocean. So we're on that southern periphery of the most dangerous part of the storm. So luckily on the weak side, and I'm just crossing my fingers as we continue on with this track.
Meteorologists do cross our fingers, believe it or not. Yeah, sometimes we do that. Yeah, but we can see this calls for the probability, and we've already seen the 100%, but you can still see that Oahu, parts of Maui County, and especially Kauai, we're still in that purple area that shows the danger.
And there's still room for that error for it to dip down south, especially as it's moving towards the western end of the state. The big question is it going to make a little bit more of a westward bound? But right now it's moving west-northwest. That keeps it just far enough to the north that we're not seeing extreme weather, which has been great news. But as it makes a turn over the North Shore, we'll see how close it gets. But the latest weather models have been pretty good. Where yesterday it was actually pretty close to us, a little bit closer than what we saw. But for today, we're seeing a little bit of a buffer zone.
So let's talk about that west quadrant too, right?
So it's really interesting when you dissect all of these storms. So where the wet quadrant of the hurricane is actually all the way over the ocean. So Ben, these are the impacts that we'll likely see as we go into the next couple of hours.
Yeah, but again, things could change because it is very close. We're right on the edge, and we'll continue to track that for you here at the Weather Center, and also updates anytime on the Weather Now app. Lynn, Mahia, back to you guys.
All right, we are all crossing fingers. Ben and Jen, thank you.
And Jelani Martinez is live now in Kailua Beach. It looks like, again, like we've been seeing with a lot of these reporters, a lot of gray skies out there, Jelani, but not a lot of rain falling right now.
Right, Lynn, there's definitely not a lot of rainfall right here. We're actually near the entrance to Lani Kai, overlooking Kailua Beach. As you can see, we're not alone. We have other people out here checking out the surf. Now, we did get here around 2 this afternoon. You know, there's been some light showers here and there. There's been some gusty winds, but take a look at the surf. The waves are looking about 3 to 5 feet high, and it definitely did not keep surfers from testing the waters. There were actually several out there, and one of those surfers that was out there was Nancy Argelis' son. She lives here in Kailua. Nancy, you were telling me that you can actually see the beach from your deck. Can you just tell me how much has the weather conditions changed since this morning?
From about 9:30, it was like about 1 to 2 feet. The weather was all sunny, a little bit of wind, not too bad. Came back out about 11:30, 12 o'clock, and it had increased. The wind had increased, but still sunny. But then about 1 o'clock, you could see the waves just coming up, the white caps right up over Flat Island. And my son Kainoa, he's like, "Mom, I'm getting on the surfboard." And he was out there having a blast. So
was he able to catch some waves out
there?
there?
Oh yeah, he caught a few waves out there. Yeah, he's in his element.
Now, what have you folks been doing to prepare for Hurricane Douglas?
We got our food, of course, you know, all of our things to keep us for 14 days. We did board up our windows because we live right across the street from the beach. So we're not sure how the wind's gonna do it, but flashlights, water, things like that. So we're ready just in case power goes out. So.
All right, thank you so much for your time, Nancy. You stay safe out there.
I will, thank you.
All right, Lynn, back to you in the newsroom.
All right, Jelani, we're glad you're wearing a mask because we are still in the middle of a pandemic. But we saw a couple of surfers out there in the background. How many people are in the water right now, at least behind you at Kailua Beach?
You know what? Actually, a lot of the surfers have already come in, but earlier there were about, like 12 of them out there near the island out there, but most of them have gone in already.
And it looks like there's been a small crowd, just people gathering to kind of watch the surf and see Mother Nature happen. How many people are there around you just kind of watching things?
So it looks like there's about 15 to 20 people. So, you know, we actually, like I said, there's some light showers here and there, and then we have the wind-whipped drizzles. And when those wind-whipped drizzles come, that's when a lot of people kind of like run away, and then when that goes away, they all come back to check out the surf.
All right, Jelani Martinez, stay safe out there, and thanks for that live report in Kailua.
And our Jonathan Sapi is in Kalihi as a few restaurants and shops are still open despite the storm.
I just came over here to Dillingham Shopping Center to see what was going on. Just wanted to take a little break from my desk. And you can see Foodland here is shut down. They got it taped up actually, prepared for the hurricane. Really not too many folks around. Parking lot completely empty. Yep, this person just passed me. She said it's dead out here, and it certainly is. But let's see if we can find anything that is open and see why they're open. Most of the restaurants and other businesses in this shopping center are closed, but Honu Sushi is serving things up. And Popeye's Chicken here in Kalihi's got a little bit of a line forming. It's always busy here at Popeye's. But yes, folks are still hungry, and it really is beautiful out right now. Might be the calm before the storm. People just wanted to get that last hot meal before any possible power outages that would cut off any heating source. The Hele gas station here in Kalihi is still open for now, but a worker just came out and told me they're going to be closing in about an hour as well. There were a few people inside as well, stocking up on some items and some ice. Well, for now, I'm Jonathan Sapi. I'll toss it back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. It's great to see that there are some places still open for you at this hour. And we've compiled a list of some places that are closed as well on our website. In the meantime, we want to show you a look at some videos and pictures from our viewers of the storm impact so far. Starting off with this one at around 1:30 this afternoon, barely any visibility at Kavela Plantation on Molokai. Normally, residents say they can see Maui from this point, Kaho'olawe and Lanai from here. But as you can see in this picture, the clouds are blocking those islands completely. And this is the scene on the Big Island. Heavy rain this afternoon in Ta'oilo. This is around 2:30 this afternoon. Fortunately, the Big Island was spared the brunt of the storm, some rainfall here in this area. And on the windward side of Oahu, strong winds brought down a tree this morning on the Pali Highway. This was around 11:30 near Waukanaka Street. A big mahalo to Eric Takasawa for getting these pictures to us. Kaneohe-bound lanes, we should mention, were also closed for about an hour. Waves are still pounding Oahu's windward side. This is the latest view from Kailua Bay. Pretty windy and overcast. The video from Ellen Kaufman shows the ocean conditions this afternoon. This was around 2:30 in the afternoon there. And surfers, well, they took their chances this afternoon off Oahu's windward side. This group paddled out near Flat Island off Kailua. This coming from our viewer Blue Jay Emnot. And of course, being in the water at this time, as we've heard several times from officials, not advised due to the unpredictable nature of the ocean with the large surf, storm surge, and of course, unexpected rip currents as well. And now to an eerie sight here on Oahu's south shores, a completely empty Waikiki Beach. You can see not a beachgoer in sight as everyone here preparing for Hurricane Douglas and hunkering down. Kalakaua Avenue also empty. Pretty good sign to see that people are heeding the warnings and taking this seriously. A big mahalo to Alyssa Pendavaris for these photos here. And a great shot from the Valley Isle. You can see the palm trees swaying in the gusty winds at the Sugar Beach Resorts in Kihei. Overcast conditions there. This was sent to us on Facebook at around 2:30 this afternoon. Big thanks to the Albright Farmstead for the footage. And be sure to keep sending us your footage of the severe weather. Pictures and video can be sent to our website, hawaiinewsnow.com. In our special Hurricane Douglas Submit Your Photo section. And you can also tag us on social media with the hashtags HNN and Hawaii News Now. And send your email to us at news@hawaiinewsnow.com. But of course, above all else, we have to say, please don't put yourself in any danger. While we do appreciate your pictures and videos, your safety is of the utmost importance. Okay, we're going to send things over now to Lynn Kawano. Thanks, Steph. Let's check in on the Friendly Isle. Allison Blair is on Molokai with the very latest on the conditions there. Allie.
Hey Lynn, so far so good here in Kaunakakai today. The winds have been almost non-existent. Go ahead and take a look behind me. You can see the palm fronds are barely moving over there, and we really haven't seen any heavy rain today. Here are some of the latest images viewers have sent me from across the island. This is from Kalaupapa, taken about a half hour ago. I'm told just some light rains and gray skies over there. It's my understanding there are about 9 patients and some state workers who are currently in Kalaupapa tonight. Now, I spoke with P.F. Bentley on the west side of the island. He's in Mauna Loa. His exact words to me today were pretty boring weather. So far, it's been way worse on non-hurricane days. That's definitely something to be thankful for on a day like today. And going east, the river was running about 10 miles outside Kaunakakai. This is some of the only flooding we've seen today. With all of that said, we are still under a hurricane warning. Officials urge folks not to let their guard down. There is still a threat of adverse conditions, and should something arise, there is an emergency shelter set up at Molokai High School right now. At last check, there was one person there. We're live tonight on Molokai. Allison Blair, Hawaii News Now.
Well, we just want to get a quick question in with you. Earlier today, it seemed like, the conditions weren't too bad out there. It seems to have deteriorated since we last spoke with you. Is it kind of an off and on situation like it has been for Chelsea Davis on Maui?
I feel like it's kind of been about the same. I got a very lucky assignment, I feel like. I really haven't had to stand in the rain or the wind or anything like that. And people have been so wonderful here. I've gotten deer jerky and all kinds of cookies and goodies. So I feel very lucky. The wind right now, this is probably some of the gustiest we've seen. And really, it's far less than a trade wind day when the trades are really going. So really not much to show here in Kaunakakai.
All right, that's why we love Molokai, and that's why it is the Friendly Isle. Thank you very much, Allison. Be safe out there.
That is right.
All right, certainly a tight community there. Well, we have Maui Mayor Mike Victorino live right now. Mayor, thank you so much for joining us. I know you've got a bird's eye view of what's happening in the county. Is there any damage or any problems at this point because of Douglas?
We've heard of no major damage or problems across. I mean, there's still some flooding up in Molokai, as you can see, and they're approximately 3 to 4 hours behind of us as far as rainfall and the residual passing of Hurricane Douglas. So, as you can see out my window right behind me, you can pretty much see clear skies, and there's actually some blue skies down in South Maui coming off from Kihei. So the main thrust of Hurricane Douglas has passed Maui Island, has been affecting Molokai, did not do much on Lanai, and so again, we dodged the bullet, and we're so very thankful.
Mayor, how worried were you going in with 5 shelters out there and only 22 people taking advantage of it this morning when the sirens are going off? Did you feel that people weren't taking it seriously enough, or do you think people just heeded your warnings of hunkering down at home, especially due to the COVID situation?
I believe many people hunkered down at home, following directions, and we're taking it very seriously. I mean, all the tracking that was done, and most of the models having it hit very close over, right over Maui County, people took it seriously. So I know there's friends and family and acquaintances that called me and, actually tried to reinforce in their minds that I believed it was the real deal. And I said, yes, absolutely. I'm thankful that it passed us with very little damage and very little incident to be reported to all of you. We'll see what happens on Molokai right now, but you cannot say more thank yous to the people for listening, for people really following through on their commitment to stay safe, keep their health, their families, and their communities healthy and safety and safe. And I'm very glad to say that if we can do this on a hurricane, we can do this with COVID-19, guys. We can. And we can stop the spread again if we all just hunker down, stay at home when not necessary to go out, and don't gather. Again, using good hygiene and face masks. We did that in all our shelters also, and it worked out well.
Mayor, we know that you've been telling people to stay home and shelter in place. Our reporter, Chelsea Davis, is in the Wai'ehu area and has been driving to several different areas. We actually saw 2 surfers in the water. She said that she saw a couple of windsurfers out there as well. Mayor, we know that there have been no major incidents, but we're going to give you the time right now. What can you say to those people who are still out there just wanting to recreate or just take a look at Mother Nature? Because doesn't this put a strain on your resources if there has to be a rescue?
Well, you've heard me use this term, and I'm going to use it again. There's always some knucklehead out there that has nothing better to do but tax our resources, make our emergency responders in harm's way when they have to go out and rescue these people because they didn't use common sense. And so I'm not very happy about that. And let me be honest with you, if we had laws in place I could arrest them or have them cited for that, I definitely will. But, at this point in time, other than COVID-19, there's really no law that said if you're not too smart and bright enough to know when your life is in peril and you're going to go out and do it, you are putting other people in harm's way. Oh my God! I don't know what else to say. Where is the common sense? Hey, maybe I'm missing it somewhere. I think people are missing it also.
All right, Mayor Mike Victorino, that's why we love you. You never mince words, that is for sure. Stay safe out there. Thanks for joining us and being patient with us.
Stay healthy, and mahalo to all of you for reporting. Thank Chelsea very much for being here and doing a great job reporting what was going on here in my county. I want to thank you all. Really enjoyed watching you folks. God bless you all. Stay safe and stay healthy. Aloha.
Aloha. Mike Victorino, Maui County Mayor. Yeah, we don't like the knuckleheads out there, but Jen and Ben, tell us what we need to know so we stay indoors and shelter in place.
I was waiting for that word to come up from Mayor Mike, but it's very useful in this point because once again the storm is still dangerously close, and we actually even have, you can barely see it here, but an area of thunderstorms just off to the wettest area of the storm. Tell us what we're looking at right now as far as radar and some of the activity that we're seeing with Douglas right now.
So this is the satellite image overlaid with the radar. Not every day, if you could advance the graphic here, Ben, that you see the eye of the storm on the radar, and check out how close it is. So we're talking about just about 50 miles to the north of Molokai, and now we'll likely see it turn ever so slightly, and it's going to take its closest path probably to the western end of the state. But right now, the latest weather models, the latest track takes it just offshore, but still too close for comfort. Taking a closer look at the center of the storm in relation to each of the islands, you can see only 45 miles there, 35 to Molokai, and right now about 65 miles away with the center of the system. And then you can see some of the thunderstorms that are forming near the eye wall right now.
Yeah, it's still uncomfortably close at the moment. You can also see that we're starting to get a little bit more cloud cover, particularly for the windward side and creeping into portions of the north shore of Oahu. We haven't talked that much about a storm surge, but we are looking at some high waves. The high surf warning remains posted for east-facing shores. There's a high surf advisory for north shores. Not the hugest waves, but they are still very rough, but we still have the possibility of waves coming in from Douglas.
Yeah, we're very, very fortunate. So if you advance the graphic, you could see usually with a Category 4 or even a Category 5 system, easily the storm surge is above 10 feet or even 8 feet. So fortunately for us, it's only about 1 to 3 feet. And also on top of that, in combination, we'll see the big waves. But we have yet to see that. Most of the energy has just been on the north side.
15 to 25-foot waves have still been possible for the east-facing shores, and it doesn't look like it's really going to last that long either, because this particular swell from Douglas is going to go up, it's going to go down very, very quickly, and really this event is likely going to be down, quite frankly, by early tomorrow morning, except for the island of Kauai, but we'll still have a trailing swell behind that. Let's head over to Keahi Tucker right now for more on Hurricane Douglas. Hey, Keahi.
Ben, Jen, thank you so much. We're going to take your graphics and go with video now to continue that discussion about the surf, the storm surge, and what this storm is doing along our coast. First, Kailua, here on Oahu, the east side. It's big stormy surf starting to roll in past the Mokulua Islands, making it all the way to the beach there in Kailua, and all kinds of people having fun in the shore break. Now, I know we're talking about the knuckleheads out there, right? The mayors and the other emergency officials, they want everybody inside right now, hunkered down. But I'm just going to put it out there. People are judging for themselves, their own safety, and they're deciding. They have this window. It's not terribly windy or rainy, and the waves are there, and it looks doable, and they're out there at the beach having a great time. Frankly, there are a couple of hundred people at Kailua and other hot spots around the east side. Kahana Bay right now is going off. Makapu'u and Sandy's have a whole bunch of people out. We're going to get to that video in just a moment. The point I'm making is, with this storm still offshore and potentially staying offshore, I think people are judging for themselves, looking at the graphics and saying, I'm going to hit the beach for an hour. Let's take a live look here at Waimea Bay. The storm energy is not producing any surf here. It's not that kind of storm or direction, just a regular day at the beach. And I'm pretty sure the park is closed, so there's nobody on the sand.
I saw somebody on Jump Rock, though. There's
Oh,
two
is that
people
right?
on Jump Rock just a second ago.
You know, folks are figuring, hey, I might as well.
Yeah.
On this long, boring day waiting for the hurricane, I'm going to go jump off the rock and just get a little thrill.
Well, you
We
can-
have video
yeah.
also from Makapu'u. I can't wait to see that because I've been wondering all day what the waves look like out there. Here we go. And it's rough. You can see all the way down across the east side, a few guys out.
Yeah, probably really not the best conditions to be out there, especially it looks like the shore break looks particularly hazardous. not as pounding, but look at all that white water as you go around the bend over to Baby Mox, and also the windsock over there is blowing pretty good.
Yeah, so far this is the biggest representation of the storm here on Oahu, at least, without major wind or rain. It's the surf. That's what we got, and it's finally reaching us. Frankly, it just started ramping up this morning, and you're right, Ben, when you say it doesn't last long. It'll come and go with the storm, and the storm will be above us by this evening and then gone by tomorrow morning. And so everybody out there knows if they're going to catch a wave from this thing, it's happening right now before it gets much worse. And of course, the problem is finding the right spot where you can safely get some waves and make sure you can get out of there before anything gets too serious.
Yeah, it looks pretty ugly though out there. I mean, you can still see the whitecaps, but the waves are breaking. The sets are so close to each other, and they're just crashing up on shore. No space on the sand itself, but people taking their chances, trying to have their fun with this particular swell from Douglas coming in.
Yeah, now let's take it around the corner and hit Sandy Beach. And of course, body surfers loving it today. Sandy Beach is a little more offshore because of the way it's situated around the bend. We have these strong north and northeast winds from the hurricane, and it's keeping it fairly decent and clean at Sandy's. All kinds of folks in the water. You'd almost think it's just a regular high surf day out there, except for the gray skies. But again, a lot of folks are using their own judgment, thinking it's not bad right now. I'm going to enjoy myself for a little bit before it gets worse, and then hunker down later on once we see that the storm is actually hitting. And we're in this in-between period now where no one's really quite sure. And in fact, Ben and Jen, I wanted to ask you about that if I could. For the viewers at home looking at these models, right, you look at the big red and yellow and it looks awfully scary. Could you please explain to our viewers the difference between the satellite picture, which shows all the clouds, and the radar, which shows the rain and most of the wind?
Well,
because I think right now it's safer for all of us to focus on the radar and not get super freaked out about the big red blob.
Okay, the big red blob is basically here, and you can see still parts of it over the islands of Maui County. But then when we look at the radar, that's this area in green, and you can also see some of those thunderstorms that are firing up. Jen?
And we're talking about the front right quadrant being over the water. So if you dissect a hurricane, here's the center of it. So it's this front right quadrant, that's the wettest part of the hurricane. So we're on the back side, the safer side of the storm, which is the drier side. So fortunately, this is not going to be a big rainmaker for us, especially if it keeps that distance of 45 miles or even if it's about 30 miles to the north. But if it dips ever so slightly, some of those thunderstorms that you see just flaring up on that side, even if it's on the left side there, we could have a few thunderstorms flare up. And it just takes a little bit of rain for us to see some flooding here. But fortunately for us, most of the rain has been offshore over the waters. And as far as what you're seeing in red here, these are towering clouds. So it's an infrared satellite. It's taking the heat of the clouds. So the higher these clouds are, that's why it's more red. And then as far as the radar, it's taking all the rain. And we have radars on a few islands. Which are the islands do we have radars on?
Right now we have them close to Po'epū. The Molokai radar is just about right there. And then as we head backwards just a little bit, we have the North Kohala radar as well as the South Point radar. And so there's those areas, and they go out about 200 miles. Kiahi?
All right, so thank you guys so much for breaking that down. In the end, a lot of bark, not a lot of bite so far over land.
So far, so good.
As if the storm stays offshore, even 50, 90 miles offshore, not so bad.
Not so bad, but if it just comes just 20 miles to the south of us once again, that could make a really big difference, and that's what we are keeping our fingers crossed about.
Always preparing for the worst, and we're going to stay with you through the night to make sure we come out all right. Thanks so much, you guys. I'll send it back to the desk.
All right, thanks a lot, Kiahi. You know, the folks on the Garden Isle are preparing for the worst. At least that's what they were doing several hours ago. Let's check in with Ashley Nagaoka. She joins us live. Ash, where exactly are you, and what's the weather like right now?
Hey Mahea, we are in Lihue right now. It is gray skies. There's a little drizzle. We can see some rain coming in from the Mauka area towards us. We are at Kauai Community College. It's one of 3 shelters that the county is opening right now to residents. And joining me now is Cheryl Stiglmauer. She is the head here at the Kauai Community College shelter at the Performing Arts Center. Hi Cheryl, how are you doing?
Very good, thank you. How are you? Thanks for being here.
Of course. So if residents do want to come here and seek shelter, what are the rules here at this shelter?
Excellent question. So here at the shelter, we welcome families and community members. Our shelter, though, we cannot accept animals. So if you do have a pet, then we recommend that you go to Kapa'a Middle School, which is open to families and individuals that have pets. We not recommend, but it is required that individuals wear facial coverings and masks. And if you're not part of the same family unit, that you need to abide by the social and physical distancing.
Right. And the reason we're not indoors is because there are already people inside, so we have to respect their privacy. But for people who haven't been here, it's an auditorium. We've had several concerts in here in high school. So how is the setup in there?
So we have all of our amphitheater chairs. So individuals and families would be placed in their pods, if you will, and we are separating families or individuals by 6 seats, and then there's also another row behind them where there's nobody. And then we will start again and allow 4 individuals or family pods to be placed in those units to allow for the physical distancing.
Right. And just a reminder for people, they need to bring their own supplies as well, right?
That is correct. So we don't have any provisions, so everybody needs to bring their own water and food. Make sure you have your medical supplies, anything that you need to make yourself comfortable for the evening.
And we were talking about volunteers. It's a very bare bone staff here right now, right?
Absolutely. So at this time,
yeah, the clouds have gotten darker. The breeze has picked up just ever so slightly, but it's still dry out here, and there's still just a few people out here. Now, some of those people I found are a group of fishermen from Kalihi. This is Carl and his friends. I'm going to mask up so I can go over and talk to him. Hi, Carl.
What's up?
So what are you guys doing out here?
Stay fishing.
And why would you come out to fish before a hurricane?
Because this hurricane is nothing major.
How do you know? It's starting to drizzle right now.
Always drizzle every time. Act like we're going to get swept away.
So tell me about the fishing, because you were saying the ocean seems a little calmer than usual.
Yeah, I just catch on fat fish, take them home, flex on them.
Okay, so are you concerned at all? Because you did tell me that you had prepared your hurricane kit at home.
Oh, yeah, small kind prepared. I went in Costco buy some stuffs, but only go here for do what I like do, yeah, fishing.
Yeah. So what is your sense? Because you lived through Hurricane Lane and Olivia, a little bit nervous?
No, just like usual. Not going to really do damage, roofs flying, not going to do all that.
Oh, you better hope you're right.
Yeah, I am right.
Okay, so this is Carl and his friends. We're going to wish them some luck and hope that they catch some fish. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
So guys, it just started drizzling out here. I hope that this is not the beginning of anything major, but like I was telling you, the weather's been a little bit unpredictable and obviously inclement, but just kind of on and off, sunny sometimes, drizzling at others. Mood out here, as you could sense from Carl, has been a little bit relaxed. He did say he prepared a hurricane kit, but for right now, he was just kind of taking advantage of the lack of competition from other fishermen here at Kewalo Basin. So we'll continue monitoring what's happening out here in urban Honolulu. For now, reporting live at Kewalo Basin, Diana Ko, KITV4 Island News.
All right, thank you for that, Diane. Now, we're going to take things out to Honolulu Mayor Kirk Caldwell joining us live. Hey, Mayor, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you for all your coverage around the clock and getting information out to all the residents of the city and county of Honolulu.
We heard from you, during this press conference earlier today. Can you kind of give us an update since then, just what's happening around Oahu?
Well, it's all hands on deck at this point. People are really hunkered down. All of our first responders are ready to respond. We're all monitoring in the EOC on what's going on. We're very anxious to get the update at 5 from the National Weather Service to see what's out there. We haven't seen some of the effects we expected to be seen by now. That could be a positive thing. We don't want to let our guard down, but perhaps the track has moved a little bit more north, which is a good thing. And then the impacts would be less dramatic. And that's my hope. So I'm going to have to see what comes out at 5, and then we'll have another briefing. Everyone, the mayor, the mayors, the governor will talk at 6, and then we'll probably have more announcements. But I think people should assume that we need to shelter in place at least through the evening, when the impacts will be strongest as Hurricane Douglas passes by Oahu. And tomorrow morning, we'll see what it looks like. And, if things are not as bad as what we may anticipate, we could give the all clear sometime tomorrow.
Mayor, hi, this is Rick Kwan talking to you. You mentioned there are 13 shelters around Oahu. About 300 or so, you said, turned out to the convention center. Were you surprised that many people came out there?
I was a little surprised, and I did pay a visit down there about an hour ago, and was really impressed with all the people down there working with those who are seeking shelter. A lot of them are a homeless population. Some of them were bused there by our Honolulu City buses, the bus, and people needed to go somewhere, and the convention center can handle a lot of people.
Like the surf was really starting to pick up, starting to pound up against those walls. Are you seeing some of the problems already, even as Douglas is not yet showing us the effects of the outer bands, not at least here on Oahu?
Definitely. We're seeing the concerns that everybody had as this storm comes through. I mean, the triple threat with storm surge being one of them. That's the big concern that we had for the northern side of the island. We wanted to make sure that we buttoned up the shoreline as much as possible, because we expect that storm surge to be pretty big during this storm. We're happy to see that the storm is moving away towards the north and not as close as we had originally anticipated. But still, we don't want to get comfortable yet. We know that there's potentials that anything could happen in a storm like this.
And really quickly, Ed, we know that you've just finished that work, but are you concerned that the storm surge, the pounding surge, could undo some of the great work that you've done?
We're comfortable with the work that we have out there, but definitely, like I said, we always remain concerned anytime a system this big comes through. So we have our crews and our contractors standing by with more material to get out there and fix it if anything does get pulled away. We do feel comfortable with the material that we have out there, but we're ready in case something happens.
All right, Ed Sniffen from the Department of Transportation, Deputy Director for the Highways. Thanks for joining us, and we'll be right back on Hawaii News Now as we continue to track Hurricane Douglas. Stay with us.
The amount of thought that's been put into this, I want to thank Keith Reagan, the acting Executive Director of the Hawaii Tourism Authority. He was there, all hands on deck. He used to be the Managing Director under Mayor Arakawa, so he understands, city issues. He stepped up and said, we want to work with you, City and County of Honolulu. But everyone is, they're kind of developing it as you go. And I think they've done about everything they could to address the challenges under COVID-19 situation with a Category 1 hurricane approaching close to Oahu.
It is definitely a tough and not an ideal situation that we're in here. But speaking of that, are you aware of anybody that did test positive who was trying to come into the shelter today?
I'm not aware of anyone who tested positive. I'm aware of a number of people whose temperature was either above 100.4 degrees or may have talked about symptoms that could lead to suspicion of that they could be positive. And so they've been isolated in a separate part of the convention center. And I think that protects the general population.
Yeah, sorry about that.
We didn't want to turn anyone away and send them back out into the wind and the rain.
Of course not. Well, and then also I know there's the shelter up in Nanakuli that you were talking about that had about roughly 44 people or so. Any updates on if there's more people taking shelter there?
I don't have any updated numbers, but I'll try to get them for you. And I understand that many of the people in the shelter out at Nanakuli were also our people who did not have homes, who are seeking shelter away from the beach that was more exposed to wind and surge.
And I know during the news conference, someone asked you, why don't you have a shelter at Kahuku High School where it looks like the storm will probably hit? And you explained it's just not that simple.
Right. You know, that's a very good question, and I wish we could have shelters up and down all the coastline. But many of we use schools and city facilities that are way back when concerns were not as great and way back before we had climate change. And so we do not want to invite people to evacuate and go into shelter somewhere where it could become a dangerous situation, and then we'd have to re-evacuate the height of a storm, a whole bunch of people. So an abundance of caution has been exercised. So there may not be shelter spaces in certain areas, but we do have sufficient shelter space, we believe, to shelter all those who don't have an ability to shelter first priority in their own home, second with family, friends, or neighbors, and then they move to a city shelter. They may have to travel a little further, but that's the reason why we set off the sirens at 11 to give people at least 3 hours notice. And as you can see with the weather conditions, it's still relatively safe if people are concerned to get in their car and go to one of the other 13 shelters we have around the island of Oahu.
And Mayor, is there anything else you'd like to get out to the public right now?
Well, I'd just like people to let your guard. If you look outside, it's not very windy. In fact, I saw some sun even driving back from the convention center to our emergency management operations center. And there's not a lot of wind and not that much rain. But we still need up-to-date information. I think people should stay in their homes. And the good news is there are very few people traveling down down Kapiolani Boulevard or down Beretania and down no one in the parks. That was all good news. Let's follow that through the evening, and let's come out tomorrow, hopefully with no damage, and we can get back our lives back, and then focus with the huge challenge.
As it spins, that it's hard to say, front quadrant is actually the strongest part of the system where most of the moisture has been collected in the storm. Also, the backside of the storm, not as strong.
Yeah, as you can see, even though the center appears to be right here, you can see where most of the heavy weather is off to the north. We're not really seeing as much. We're seeing a lot of clouds, which show up as the red on satellite, but not as much. You can see just how tight this is as far as the amount of moisture compared with where the center is. And you can also see some of these thunderstorms that have been firing up just off to the north. And that means that even though the center is relatively close to us at 45 miles per hour from Kahului and even closer for Molokai and at least right now for Oahu, it's getting a little bit closer. The effects aren't as strong, but you know, if we were in here, we'd be in a world of hurt right now.
Yeah, so if you just advance the graphics here, you can see as we take a closer look at the system, look how close it is to us. We're talking about the center of the system, just about anywhere from 40 to, and eventually by the time it gets to the western end of the state, as close as 25 miles away. And then it's that front right quadrant, that's the danger zone that we're seeing. We also see in the left quadrant some of the thunderstorms that could fire up, and that's exactly what we're seeing. But then as far as the weaker side of the storm, that's the side that we're on, the drier side of the back side of the storm. Now that we're seeing that over on Maui side, eventually as this makes a fetch more towards the north and it continues to pull towards the north, if that were to wiggle ever so slightly on a southern track, that's when you could start seeing these outer bands reach the islands. But fortunately for us, it's been staying over the ocean for the most part today.
Yeah, it's still only about 40 miles off the ocean right now, so any even small deviation in this could bring this quadrant, and again, it's this half of the hurricane that's going to be the most dangerous for us. And again, if we were just a little bit closer than that, and there's still the slight possibility that we could have that, we will definitely be still in the line of sight. And even as it continues, some of this energy may still be able to make it over to the island of Kauai. So we'll have a deeper dig into what's going on with Douglas. In the meantime, back over to the desk and Lynn and Mahia.
All right, the hurricane does wobble. Thank you for keeping an eye on it, Ben and Jen.
And we're going to go back to Mark Carpenter in Laie. Mark, earlier we had some problems with your audio. I think that we've got it all fixed. It looks a little bit rough out there behind you. Tell me what's going on.
Yeah, this really is. We're seeing how the situation is unfolding minute by minute. We've been in this area at Laie Point for about 10 minutes, and in that time, we've seen how the surf has picked up, how the winds have picked up, how it started raining, and just really getting a lay of what has been happening out here. We want to bring in a longtime Laie resident. We want to bring in Kekela Miller here. Kekela was out here surveying the situation. Now, you know, as a lifelong resident in this area, how would you describe the conditions where we are right now?
Well, I think we've seen worse conditions than this. This is not really as bad, but when you start to see the waves come over this island right here and come through that puka, then you know that it is really intense. But I just wanted to thank you guys for coming and covering. One of the things that we really, really need is a shelter. As we all know, I'm grateful to BYU Hawaii for opening their doors and just doing it as a shelter. And so maybe this is something that our representatives on this side can work hard in trying to get why we don't have a shelter. We did during hurricane when we had Lane. So it's just kind of wondering why are we not having a shelter. But I'm glad that BYU just opened it. It is not a Red Cross, but at least they're opening it for the people.
What kind of measures have you said that you live right up the road? What kind of measures have you taken to get your home ready for what would be coming?
Well, we had to lock down everything. We had to close our windows. We had to do the things that everybody else was doing. And so we had to take the necessary precautions to make sure everything was tied down. And I live right on the highway, on Kamehameha Highway. So, and it's kind of close to the ocean too. So we had to take that kind of measures. I mean, everyone in the community is doing their part. The thing that scares me when you see people out there, and hopefully that they will come back before the waves, because the waves are going to come over that part.
Yeah, I mean, can you tell us how unpredictable it is in this area just on a normal day? And when you throw in a hurricane, I mean, what could be playing out over here?
You're going to see that the waves are going to get much bigger, and it's going to cover that part of that part that goes out. So if the people is there and they're there, they're going to get washed into the ocean. So the best thing is to have them come off. Maybe somebody, I understand that somebody can go and tell them to come off. They need to stay off, yeah. But to our Laie community, we want to say thank you, Ha'ula, Punalu'u, Kahana, Ka'ava. We are left open with no shelter. And thank you to BYU that we were able to open. And, we want you to stay home, of course, but we also want you, if there is no way that, and you feel very uncomfortable and you need to be in a shelter, BYU will not turn away anyone. So please, and thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you. Kekela Miller, lifelong resident here of Laie, giving us a sense of what could be unfolding here at Laie Point. And what we were talking about with the spectators out here, that completely goes against what city and safety officials have been saying all week long as Douglas has been trending toward the Hawaiian Islands, all right? Yes, you will be having impressive, spectacular conditions, all right? But don't get up close. Go shelter in place. Go stay safe. And so, that is the latest here at Laie Point. We're seeing how it's developed just over a course of minutes. Difficult to imagine what we will be seeing as Douglas makes its way closer to Oahu. Let's throw it over to Lisa Kubota, who is covering the preparations over in Haleiwa. Lisa?
Thank you, Mark. The weather conditions out here in Haleiwa have been constantly changing. When we arrived about half an hour ago, it was hot, it was muggy, it was very, very sunny. Then about 15 minutes ago, we got caught in a heavy shower. Things seems to have eased up a bit, but it is starting to drizzle again, even though there is a patch of blue sky off in the distance. We are at the edge of Ali'i Beach Park in Haleiwa, looking back towards the harbor. There are about 64 berths and 26 moorings there. Lots of ocean activities are also offered there: sport fishing, shark cage encounters, whale watching. We've seen some boat owners coming down, securing their property. We also talked to a few folks down there who said they've seen owners of other vessels take their boats out of the water in the last few days ahead of the storm. Now, during the drive out here, we saw most of the businesses were boarded up. They had tape on their windows. We did see a few that were actually still open. They included the McDonald's, the L&L Drive-In, as well as one sit-down restaurant. But for the most part, Haleiwa is basically a ghost town. Now, looking out into the water right now, pretty empty except for one lone kayaker out there. He's been catching some waves in. It's calmed down right about now, but a little while ago, you could really see the wind-whipped waves and the waves and the surf crashing against the rocks. Also, the lifeguard tower here at Ali'i Beach Park is closed. The trees were bending a lot more earlier when the winds were gusting, but right now conditions seem to have calmed down quite a bit. As you can see, though, the skies are still gray. There is that patch of blue off in the distance that I mentioned, so we'll have to wait and see what Douglas has in store for us. But that is the very latest from Haleiwa. Back to you in the studio.
All right, looks like that kayaker enjoying things out there. Lisa Kubota, thank you.
And joining us now is Honolulu Mayor Kurt Caldwell. Mayor, thanks for joining us. Earlier today, you said there were about 300 people at the convention center. Are you seeing more people seeking shelter out there, or do they seem to be sheltering in place?
So, Lynn, I just got back from the convention center about an hour ago, and I say there's still about 300 people there. It's a relatively dynamic situation. People are coming in, people are coming out. The vast majority of them are homeless population. Many of them are being bused there on our city buses. They were in places that they were in danger because of surge and strong winds. And now they're in the convention center. Is air conditioned. It's a huge space. Everyone is physically distanced at least 6 feet apart. They're allowed to bring their pets. I saw dogs and puppies. The folks with dogs and puppies are in one part of the exhibition hall. There's restrooms. There's people there, Red Cross. There's medical personnel there. Anyone whose temperature, everyone has to wear a face covering throughout. Temperature taking done before you're admitted. Everyone has to be at least 6 feet apart in the line. If you test in a temperature above 100.4 degrees and you have other symptoms, you're given another room in the convention center to be isolated in, just in case. So a lot of protocols are being followed. But for me, I saw homeless folks who are so grateful that they weren't getting wet, that they were safe, that it was air conditioned, that they had clean and sanitary bathroom facilities. And in addition, we have the Hiehie shower facility down there so people can avail themselves of that. We have a EMS ambulance down there with EMTs and paramedics to take care of anyone who may have other medical challenges. There's a lot of love being provided to our homeless population here at the convention center. And I don't think it's going to grow much above what it is now. We do have, for Neo Valley, last reported we had 7 people there. There's now 11. But pretty much all the other shelters remain about what they were when we described it at the press conference with the governor earlier. And some have just 0. No one has moved in whatsoever. And I think it's not going to occur unless they see a worsening of conditions.
Right, and the North Shore, Mayor, certainly is not out of the woods, and we understand that BYU has opened as a shelter. This is not part of the American Red Cross or city system, but do you feel that the North Shore community is covered in an emergency? Because we did hear from residents who were concerned that there were no shelters on the North Shore, and the closest ones were in Waialua and King Intermediate.
No, I wish we could have more shelter space on the North Shore. Part of the problem is our assets, city assets, and also DOE assets are in areas where we have flooding, including the BYU facility, although we're very grateful that they've agreed to open it up. But we as City and County of Honolulu don't want to take the risk of inviting people, saying you can evacuate to a shelter that itself could have to be evacuated from if we see storm surge and flooding from both high waves and rain and flooding from streams. And so we've picked 13 shelters that we know are safe, that people can evacuate to and stay there. And we set off the sirens at 11 o'clock to give at least 3 hours advance warning for people who may have to drive a little bit further to get to shelter space. But I wish we had more shelters on the North Shore. And in the long term, we are talking about it, but it's easy to say it. This involves construction and funding and EISs. It's not going to happen soon. So we're doing the best we can with the challenges we face.
And one of those challenges right now, we're still in the middle of this pandemic, Mayor. So You know, has that been a bigger challenge because these shelter spaces now are at a capacity, or the capacity has been cut in half, basically?
Right. So capacity has actually, it went from 10 square feet to 60 square feet per person. So a lot of additional space was needed, and that was a great concern. But I think what we're seeing so far is the capacity is sufficient to address those who are moving to shelter. And the really good news, I mean, we can't say thank you enough to the Tourism Authority, who manages the convention center, that they provided us a large exhibition hall and additional space on other floors that really addressed the challenge that we had. I think that took a lot of the pressure off of the other shelters. So people can come to shelters, be physically distanced. Of course, everyone wears face coverings. Everyone has to have their temperature taken. And so far, it's working okay. But yeah, this is a first ever challenge, and we're learning from it. But I think our guys have adjusted very quickly and addressed those challenges.
Mayor, you mentioned masks, and we do know that there are 64 new COVID cases statewide. And, I'm not sure if you saw our images earlier, but our reporter was out there overlooking Kailua Beach, and there was a small crowd of people just watching the surf, and no one is wearing a mask. So again, tell us, what is your mask mandate, and do people have to wear it when they're outside just looking at the surf?
So under the mandate, our Restore Honolulu mandate, an order that we amended not too long ago, indoors, you got to wear masks everywhere indoors, inside malls, inside offices, everywhere, except when you sit down at your desk. If you're sitting down at your desk, Lynn, you no longer have to wear it. Outside, if you can't practice physical distancing, in other words, if you're closer than 6 feet from another person that's not part of your family unit, you have to wear your mask. So on the images that you're showing, if people are 6 feet apart, and outdoors is relatively safe if you have wind blowing and you're not close together. And so I didn't see those images, but I have seen in parks people sitting at baby luau's before the hurricane, where they were practicing no physical distancing and not wearing face coverings. And I think that's why we're seeing the number of cases we're seeing. And we are talking about maybe limiting the number size for gatherings outside to try to protect against the spread of this virus. But for me, I wear my mask outside. If I'm jogging, I wear my mask. Everywhere I go, I wear my mask, trying to set a good example. And I think, that's another thing we could mandate, is people wear their masks everywhere outside and everywhere inside. But right now, only if you can't be 6 feet apart or less outside.
And Mayor, we saw some images also up and down the west side, the windward side rather, and the east shores, people trying to get a little bit of a surf in before the brunt of the storm. I know Mayor Victorino called them knuckleheads out there. What's your commentary on the situation?
Well, first, the surf is not very good. It's very disorganized. It's breaking all over the place. It's not ideal for surfing in. And I don't know why someone would want to go out in those kind of conditions other than to put their life in jeopardy. And here's the thing, our ocean safety folks are all out there, and they're the ones who have to go rescue, as Mayor Victorino calls them, those knuckleheads, and put their lives in jeopardy. And I really wish people would think twice. Today is not a day to go surfing. The surf is not good. It's very disorganized. Stay home with your loved ones, protect them, and in addition, protect yourself. That's the request.
All right, Mayor Kirk Caldwell, thanks for joining us. Stay safe out there. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Lynn. You too. Bye.
Bye.
And let's go to Stephanie Lum with more video from our viewers across the state. Steph?
Thank you so much, Lynn and Mahea. We wanted to show you more pictures and video coming into our newsroom of the impacts from Douglas so far. We're going to start off on Molokai, where heavy rains there led to some swollen streams and some flooding. You can see a stream of water going over one of the roads on the Friendly Isle. This video coming into us this afternoon from our viewer, Leon Gonzalez. And so far, it's been a wet and cloudy day here on Oahu. This is the dreary scene of Kaka'ako at around 1:30 this afternoon. This is the weaker part of Hurricane Douglas, stays offshore so far of Oahu. We want to thank Chelsea Yamashiro, our viewer, for tagging us on Instagram of this video here. And surfers, as you just heard from Mayor Caldwell, and you folks were just talking about it, undeterred by the severe weather. This is a scene on Oahu's North Shore in Laie. Julia Kim took this video, some beachgoers out in the water trying to catch waves, some of them even playing in the shore break. As you heard from the mayor and other officials, including Mike Victorino, this is not the time to do so, not recommended with the strong storm surge and possible dangerous rip currents. So use this as a reminder to take a day off from those beach activities. And the power of the ocean on full display right now. A lot of whitecaps, turbulent conditions. Another look at Laie Point on the North Shore. We got a live look earlier from our Mark Carpenter. Our viewer John Myers sent us this video, and he estimates that the waves there are about 20 feet. Also on the North Shore, strong winds made for a tough day at the world-famous surf spot Pipeline. Powerful gusts blew away the tarp of some beachgoers, and they had to pull it out of the water there. Eric Cabot caught shots of this scene this afternoon. And be sure to continue to send us your footage of the severe weather. Pictures and video can be sent to our website, hawaiinewsnow.com, and our special Hurricane Douglas Submit Your Photos section. You can also tag us on social media with the hashtags HNN and Hawaii News Now. And you can also email them to us at news@hawaiinewsnow.com. But of course, above all else, don't put yourself in any danger. And while we do appreciate your pictures and videos, your safety is of utmost importance. That's going to do it here. We're going to turn it back to you guys on the desk.
Steph, you know, before you go, we want to ask you about some of these pictures and videos. I guess some of us expected it to be a little bit worse, and that's what their videos are reflecting, that it maybe wasn't as bad as they expected, so they were going out and kind of enjoying some of it.
It looks like it, especially that picture of some of the beachgoers there trying to pull the tarp out of the water. It looks like they had maybe some kind of a gathering on the beach to take the sight of those waves in. And we're seeing a lot of images and video out there of some folks in the water. Again, as Mayor Caldwell says, he isn't sure why they would be out there. But again, this is not the time to be out in those uncertain conditions. Of course, anything can change. Right now, while it might not seem so bad, we don't know about those dangerous rip currents out there as well.
Yeah, this is one of those days, Steph. It's okay to just stay home and be a couch potato and watch TV, you know, just stay safe. Stephanie Lum, thank you so much for the update. Well, on any regular day, there are dozens of homeless tents set up feet from the water in Waimanalo Beach Park. Jolani Martinez is live at the park with new details. Jolani.
Yes, we're here at Waimanalo Beach Park, and along Kalaniani'ole Highway, you'll find nearly 24 homeless tents. And, you know, some of them have actually taken down their tents, while others have added an extra layer of tarp. Some of them have also tied them down. We have some of them also hanging out right outside of their tents, but for the most part, there's nearly 24 of them out here. And right now, as far as the weather conditions on this side, it's not as windy as it was near Kailua Beach. It's still pretty gloomy. There's some very light showers here and there.
All right, Jelani, thank you so much for the update.
Back to you in the studio.
Thanks for the update, Jelani.
And let's go back to Jen and Ben, who's been monitoring the storm. We've been talking about the wiggle room, you can say, but what does it look like right now?
Yeah, it practically has come down to wiggles at this point, because once again the storm is close enough where any just slight deviation in its path could mean some big differences, and that's because of some big differences in the quadrants of the hurricane.
We've been very fortunate where the most dangerous part of the storm has remained over the ocean, and the center of the system has stayed about 40 miles away from Maui County. It's going to take a closer approach to the eastern end of the state, but that front right quadrant, the deep tropical moisture, the wet part of the storm, the most dangerous, has been over the ocean.
Yeah, fortunately, we're about here more in the right back quadrant. As you can see, this is what's happening. And even though the center is here, you can definitely see that most of the heavier rain and thunderstorms are in those two quadrants that we talked about that are the most dangerous.
Here's the eye wall of the system that you can see. So this is really close to us. If you take a look at where we are in relation to it and dissect the system in the direction that it's moving west, northwest. And the key component that has been our saving grace is the north component, northwest, But if it moves ever so slightly more on a westward bound, and that would take us closer to the edge of this system that has remained anywhere from 25 to 45 miles offshore.
That's at least for Maui County and the island of Oahu, but it's still tracking, and it could, up here is Kauai, and so it could still track close enough to Kauai where this front right quadrant with all of that energy could still affect the islands as well. Meantime, we've been getting the weak side.
Yeah, so let's break it down for us. We're looking at Chelsea Davis's live shots, and she was in the drier part of the storm. She took off her jacket, peeled it off, and was like, where's all the wet stuff, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's because she's on the back side. It's the weaker side. And if you think of this as kind of like a fan that's blowing, it's counterclockwise, and most of the energy has been generated on that top for forward momentum of the system. On the back end, it slows down ever so slightly, so you can see the convection is not as strong on that side of the system.
Yeah, because you're getting a lot of this with that forward motion, getting into that convection, a lot of that moisture getting squeezed together. And so we also have in the front left quadrant, which is where the thunderstorms have been firing up. This is where the thunderstorms are, and also this is what's been responsible for the storm surge that's coming in for the east and in some cases the north-facing shores. And you can definitely still see some of those thunderstorms that have been firing up.
And we've been very fortunate again with the storm surge. Here in Hawaii, it's more of a wave generator with the center of the system piling up all the wave energy our way. As far as storm surge, with a weak system like a Category 1 hurricane, it's going to be minimal. We're talking about 1 to 3 feet. But then in combination with the big waves that we're expecting later today, anywhere from about 20 to 25 feet along east-facing shores, plus higher tides, that's when you could get all that flooding on the east side. So that is still a concern for us.
Yeah, so you can see 35 miles. This is a little bit earlier. The center has gone a little bit further north, but you can definitely tell the difference between what's going on radar on the south side, the weak side of the hurricane, and the stronger side, the front right and the front left quadrants of Hurricane Douglas.
So we're talking about as it approaches the western end, it will take a closer approach to the islands. Right now we're about 44 miles away, and the big question is when it starts turning and then goes towards the North Shore, how close is that going to be? How close is that margin of error to that front right quadrant, or even on the left side where we're seeing some of those thunderstorms? So fortunately, we've been far enough away from the system. We're not seeing all the damaging weather, but you could still see too close for comfort.
Yeah, because really, if it makes that slight left turn, once again, a lot of this is going to move through. And this, again, not only the heaviest rain, but we've had some of the hurricane hunters go through and record some wind gusts up to 115 miles per hour in that right front quadrant. And so if it does get close enough to us, and we're hoping it does not, but we should be able to see what Maui County has on Oahu, but we still have Kauai to get through, and the forecast models are still taking it very uncomfortably close to both Oahu and Kauai.
But we've been talking about this the last couple of days, the GFS model versus the European. The European kept pulling it closer and closer to the islands, and then the GFS took it a little bit farther away. That's why we look at various models, and we can't put all our eggs in one basket and say, oh, this is going to happen. That's why we have to look at variations of the models and really decide what is the best case scenario, because Mother Nature is on its own path, not the path of the computer models that we're seeing, that it could make ever so slightly a wobble. There's so many factors that we can't see in the middle of the atmosphere, even in the surrounding area. Some of these areas have, vortexes, little pockets of warmer air versus cooler air that we can't see, that models can't determine. That's why you have to look at it in the whole big picture to really decide. And that's why our friends and family at the National Weather Service and also the Central Pacific Hurricane Center has been doing a great job giving these warnings to prepare for the potential worst case scenario. And unfortunately for us, so far so good as it shifts ever so slightly towards the north.
One last note, and that is we've got the forecast track still dipping to the south, but look at where it's been over the past several days. You can see that variation, how it wiggles back and forth, up and down. down, and so we're still expecting this, even though this is a nice curved line, that it's probably going to be wandering a little up and down once again over the next several hours, and so we are anywhere but in the clear. Mahia, Lynn, back to you guys.
I got a question for you. You know, we spoke earlier about the wind shear and how it comes down and it usually breaks this apart, kind of makes it a little more messy. Are you surprised it's still a Category 1 and that wind shear hasn't done more damage to Douglas?
Well, the problem is it's not that strong of a shear.
Yeah, that's right. Because in past years, when the system's coming in from the south, we've been getting the westerly winds that cut right into the system. And also you have Mauna Kea, Mauna Loa playing a role into how it interacts with the system. It has stayed over the north, and we haven't seen a system like this for quite some time approaching us from the north. But at least the good news, the silver lining in all of this, even though wind shear is taking a toll on it ever so slightly, we're seeing 85-mile-per-hour winds. Earlier today it was 90, so a slight toll on it. At least the saving grace, we're on the backside, the weaker side of the system as well.
At least right now.
Yes.
that's the thing. We're still not out of the danger just yet. And also, when we're talking about the wind shear as well, you can definitely see more of that energy heading off to the north and less of that energy here. But it, again, wouldn't take a whole lot just to move some of this over us, over Kauai. And so once again, we're keeping a very close watch. In about half an hour from now, Central Pacific Hurricane Center is going to come out with a new update, and we'll see what sorts of changes have occurred since our last update at 2 p.m.
And also we were talking about earlier, remember when it was a massive Category 4 system just offshore as it crossed into the Central Pacific? We knew because it was a Category 4, it was going to take a gradual decline, slowly weakening, and that's exactly what it's doing. And that's exactly what we've been seeing the last couple of hours as well.
All right, back to you guys.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Jen.
All right, as they've been saying, it's slowly weakening, but we know that Governor David Ige is monitoring the situation from a bird's eye view across the state. Governor, thank you so much for joining us. Certainly, we shouldn't let our guard down, right?
Certainly, we should not. As you know, the storm is actually passing very close to the islands. We know that the north side of the track is probably is where the rain and the high winds are, and the south side of the track is a little calmer. And we're fortunate that it is passing north of the islands. And just want to assure the public that these storms are unpredictable and they could change direction. And we could go from where we are today, where it's relatively calm but very humid, to high winds and a lot of rain.
And Governor, you know, we hit 64 cases of COVID-19 today. We've seen consecutive days of these record numbers. The shelters seem to have adjusted to some of these COVID restrictions, the limited capacity. Has that been very difficult to get these shelters to not accept as many people as they normally would in a situation like this?
It has been difficult for a number of reasons. We do try and plan for a certain percentage to be able to accommodate a certain percentage in the shelters. We don't want to ever get into that situation where we have to turn people away. So I think the counties and the state has been concerned. If the storm was very bad and we saw a lot of rain and flooding, that we would not be able to accommodate everybody. And as you know, many of the Red Cross volunteers typically tend to be retired people who would be at risk of COVID-19 as well. So I think all of us as a community really need to examine what a COVID-19 emergency shelter needs to look like. And I think we all need to identify additional volunteers and really get ahead of the next storm that might come through.
You know, Governor, everyone in this entire state has been feeling a collective angst because of the hurricane and because of the pandemic situation. And from your view, dealing with things on the financial front, already feeling strain, how does this hurricane affect things from your end in terms of budgets?
It definitely has an impact, but as you know, Mahealani, we are always focused on making sure that we can keep our community safe. So as the emergency declaration that I signed allows me to make emergency funds available, we will always take action to protect the public, and then we'll account for the funds and make adjustments in the budget as necessary.
Governor, Mayor Victorino said they feel like at least Maui County has done the proverbial dodged the bullet. Oahu, mostly Kauai now in focus of Douglas. Are you shifting some of that attention then? You know, I know that we can't shift our crews because some of the flights are grounded, but are you shifting your attention toward the western part of the state as Douglas has moved through?
Our first responders, state, federal, and county, are in communications, and we are monitoring the conditions as we speak. We've already began to make plans about how we would move assets and resources as necessary. We want to be in position to get help to wherever that's needed, whether it be on Kauai or here on Oahu. I think that all of us felt comfortable, especially in the early tracks of the hurricane, that we should pre-position assets on Hawaii Island and Maui. And now as the storm has moved by, we recognize that we need to redeploy the assets as necessary.
Is that possible to do, Governor, as a lot of the flights are grounded? Are you making arrangements to try to redeploy those?
We are looking. We can't make any changes at this point in time. As you said, the weather is too bad, but we are looking at Coast Guard assets as well as National Guard assets so that should the storm impact Hawaii and we need to move, for example, swift water rescue teams or assessors and other personnel to Kauai, that we would be able to at first light as soon as it becomes safe to do so.
Governor, since we have you on the phone, as you know, there was much conflict over the reopening of schools on August 4th for public schools. How does the situation impact that as the Board of Education is still in the midst of making a decision?
We are focused right now on Hurricane Douglas and making sure that all of the preparations and then recovery activities will be in motion. I did have the opportunity to speak with Superintendent Kishimoto today, but all of our conversations has been on Hurricane Douglas. We will look at other issues as soon as we can get through this crisis.
All right, Governor David Ige, thanks for joining us and stay safe.
You too. Stay safe. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Absolutely. Certainly a lot of people, I mean, geez, Lynn, the things that we have to deal with in this state, you've got the pandemic, you've got Douglas, you've got the reopening of schools. I mean, people have to just hunker down right now and just be thankful that we have our friends and family in place, because I'm not sure how much more that we can take with this situation.
Right, and the budget shortfall, as you mentioned, with the governor as well. We're going to go now to Kauai. Ashley Nagaoka is at Kalapaki Bay. Ash, it looks like you're next. The storm's coming your way.
That's right, Lynn and Mahea. It is sunny right now in Lihue. There have been some showers off and on, but it hasn't been too bad. We're standing outside the new Malu Canoe Club. They moved their canoes inside the hale yesterday to prevent them from flying around. And I want to swing over this way because I know this is what Keahi's interested in, the surf. So this is Kalapaki Bay. There have been some really nice sets rolling in. There's lots of surfers, bodyboarders, stand-up paddlers in the water. What you don't see is the long line of cars lined up watching everyone in the water. I mean, at least 12 Toyota Tacomas I can count out there. And this has kind of been the scene at beaches and surf spots around the island, people taking advantage of these swells. We started our morning early this morning here in Lihue at the Lihue Walmart. We were talked to shoppers. We're getting some last minute items. A lot of people were picking up ice for their coolers to keep their food cold. We then made our way to Kapa'a. On the drive to Kapa'a on the east side, we saw lots of long lines for gas. Then we made our way to the North Shore. The North Shore was really devastated after the April 2018 rain bomb, and then they had another big rain event here on the island back in March. And we spoke to taro farmers out there who are busy moving their heavy equipment to higher ground and just preparing their properties for what may come later tonight, early tomorrow. We also spoke to some businesses in Hanalei town that have been boarding up their storefronts, putting some sandbags in front. It's an area very familiar with heavy flooding, so everyone is getting ready for that. And of course, we did just visit a shelter at the Kauai Community College, which is an unusual location for a shelter. The head over there said it's usually a secondary spot. Usually they open up some schools first, but that shows how seriously the county is taking this storm event. That's what's been going on here on the Garden Isle. Back to you guys.
Ash, 12 Toyota Tacomas, that's 36 surfers in the water probably right now. You know, do you get the feeling that they're trying to get it in right now because they know it's coming and they are going to clear out, or you think this is what they're going to be doing all day, even as the storm approaches Kauai?
Yeah, you know, I think they're just taking advantage of it. Kauai people, we are always prepared. That's kind of our mentality. Anytime a storm comes, you know, we know that we can't control what's going to happen, but you can control is how prepared you are, how ready you and your family are. So I'm sure, and I hope all these people out here have everything settled at home, and so they're just getting some waves in while they can.
Yeah, Ash, you know, we heard from Mayor Derek Kawakami earlier. He's urging everyone to be prepared, stay safe, get all your provisions, and that his wife did not let him go out surfing today. So sometimes the other half knows best, right?
That's right.
All right, Ashley Nagaoka live from Kalapaki Bay. Thank you.
And I believe we have Senator Ron Kotchie, Senate President Ron Kotchie on the floor. Oh, wait, we're being told that we don't have him just yet. So we are going to toss it over to Ben for the latest of the forecast. Ben, you heard Ashley talking about all the surfers out there at Kalapaki Bay. They're trying to get it in as that storm approaches. They've got some time, though, right, before we're talking about Kauai.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of time. And the thing about Kalapaki Bay on Kauai is that it is on the east shore, but the beach itself faces south, and it's right by Navilivili Harbor. And so when Tropical Storm Ana was passing by, there were some rough surf conditions there, but we saw a lot of people. I didn't count the Tacomas at that time a couple of years ago, but there were a lot of people who were heading into the water. In the meantime, we still have Douglas, which is still churning off to the north of the island chain. We're still awaiting the latest update from the Central Pacific Hurricane Center. You can see some clouds being sheared off to the north, and the center is still just about 55 miles to the north of the Kahului area. 85-mile-per-hour winds, 105-mile-per-hour gusts moving to the west-northwest at 16 miles per hour. Current forecast track is still taking it to the west-northwest, but you can see in the tracking here, we are anticipating it will be over the island of Oahu, likely this evening around 8 o'clock as a Category 1 hurricane, and then pass over or very close to the northern point of the Garden Isle of Kauai with 75 to 80-mile-per-hour winds, and we're anticipating that to happen sometime around 2 o'clock in the morning. Any deviation in this track, even just a little bit to the south, could bring the center much closer or even over the northern areas of both Oahu and Kauai right now. Let's go to Kauai at the moment, and in fact, a live look at Kalapaki Beach right now is showing some of the surf coming in, not as quite as big as we saw for Ana, where it was crashing over the wall there with the point in the background. And then we go off to Molokai, looking toward Lanai from the south shore. It has calmed down quite a bit as we have seen most of the bulk of the energy of the storm remaining off to the north. Very nice view there. And of course, there's that huge fringe reef that does break up any waves coming in from the south. We'll have the latest update for you coming up from the Central Pacific Hurricane Center. We're expecting that any minute now, but right now, back to the desk with Linda Mejia.
Ben, thank you.
All right, and as Ben mentioned, this is really going to be for Kauai, an overnight event, 2 a.m. So joining us live is State Senate President Ron Kotchie. Senate President, thank you so much for joining us. So what do you make of the latest forecast, and how is the Garden Island preparing right now?
Well, I've been in touch with Mayor Kawakami since last night, and as they continue to say, the Garden Island has gone through Eva in 82, Iniki in 92, and so they've been boarding up and everybody's getting their supplies and, following the advice of getting off the roads. And, hopefully it will continue to track north. It wound up missing the Big Island essentially. And, I'm actually on Oahu today. I had a full day of meetings scheduled tomorrow, and I oversee the Vineyard on-ramp. And so it's been pretty dry. There was one period of rain. I've talked to my wife in Lihue, and she said that there's been intermittent rain, and we're all hoping for the best for Kauai.
Senator, in addition to Douglas, we are still in the middle of a pandemic, and there are 2 new cases on Kauai, also 7 on Maui, 64 total. Are folks on Kauai concerned about the travel? Obviously, there's no travel right now inter-island, but are folks concerned about Oahu people coming to Kauai?
The Kauai people have done a great job, and I think what they really would like to do is, Mayor Kawakami would be happy to voluntarily pilot the digital application. They've done more at the airport for people during the quarantine period than any other county. And so I think that, if you give them the correct tools so that they can monitor the people coming in and out, that, they stand committed. The police department has worked with the National Guard, with DOT, DOH, and they've got the best program in place on the island of Kauai under Mayor Kawakami's leadership.
Senator, a lot has been talked about in the Senate as well as in the House about the budget, with COVID-19 just, decimating our economy. And now we have this. Now we have, Hurricane Douglas, which could potentially hit Kauai pretty hard. How much do you need to prepare as you look at the budget and as you look ahead at what needs to be done?
Well, there's two big significant changes from the last 2 hurricanes that hit Kauai. One is that we would still, with the declarations, be eligible for some support from FEMA. And so that would be incredibly important for us. And then the second thing is, when we were hit the previous 2 times, we were owned by an investor-owned utility. Now that KIUC, the electric cooperative, is the owner, if it does come in and there's damage for the electrical lines, the residents of Kauai would not have to pay for that by themselves as well. Cooperatives are eligible for FEMA assistance. And the one thing that seems to be tracking, like Iniki and Iwa, Kauai, when we took the brunt of it, the rest of the state rallied to our help and could focus on helping Kauai, recover and rebuild. And so, with the damage being minimal in the rest of the state, at least we're assured of getting the help from everybody statewide.
Right, Senator. It seems like as though people on Kauai, not to say that they're used to this, but this is something that they've been through before. Perhaps out of any other folks in the state, Kauai people really know how to handle these things, right?
And, in both instances, as a community, everybody was out cooking their freezers. In fact, they welcomed in the National Guard and the military personnel who had come to assist us. The community effort that we see as they've been dealing with COVID-19, really shows the kind of resilient community Hawaii.
We seem to have lost Senate President Ron Kouchi. We got most of that in. Thank you very much for your insight, and stay safe to your wife out there in Lihue.
Senator, thank you. Let's go to Allison Blair, and she continues our live coverage with the latest conditions on Molokai, the Friendly Isle. Allison, how does it look right now?
Mahia, I think we might see some sunshine before the end of the day here. If you take a look behind me, you can see that there is blue sky peeking out behind the clouds. I want to show you some of the latest images our viewers have sent to me from across the island over at Molokai Airport. There was just a light breeze about 3:30 this afternoon and cloudy skies. It rained off and on in the area throughout the day. And going east, the river was running about 10 miles outside Kaunakakai. This is some of the only flooding we've seen. It's been so dry here. The rain was a welcome sight to folks across the island.
Douglas has been very nice to us. No damaging winds, big surf, rivers running because we got some nice rain. And that's all Douglas brought to us.
With as close as this storm tracked to Molokai, there is definitely a sense of relief here tonight. People happy that they don't have to clean up, that there's no mess to have to pick up in the morning. And we just got word that the shelter at Molokai High School will be closing at 5 o'clock.
All right, Allison, thank you very much. Allison Blair on the Friendly Isle of Molokai.
And let's go to Lisa Kubota. She's been covering the North Shore. She was in Haleiwa last. Now she's at Turtle Bay. What's the latest there, Lisa?
Well, the weather has been quite gray and gloomy as we've made our way up to Turtle Bay Resort. Take a look at the ocean out here in Turtle Bay. The waves are rough. It's angry. There's actually a blowhole that goes off along the shoreline from time to time. The wind has picked up at times. It has died down a bit right now. But of course, in preparing for a hurricane at a resort, it's been made a little bit easier because of the pandemic. There are no guests currently staying here at Turtle Bay. Joining me now, we have Vice President Jerry Gibson. And thank you so much for joining us. Can you tell us about the preparations that have been underway?
Sure, Lisa. We've had the opportunity to prep all week. So that's been a really good thing, making sure that there's no projectiles or anything like that around the property. We also have had a lot of construction, so it's been important that we were diligent about that. And we just about have finished the restaurant in back of me up here. We got another couple weeks up there, and in back of us we have the cottages that are going to be finished in about 2 or 3 weeks, 42 cottages. So an awful lot of construction going on. And as you said, we have no guests, but we do have 42 horses that I've been worried about all day, so I've been spending a lot of time over in the barn with them. And they're nice and calm now, but as you can see by the bay, we're just starting to pick up and the action's about to begin, it looks like to me.
There are also some sandbags that we noticed down there earlier in front of some of the shops.
Oh yeah, lots of sandbags. They're all around the hotel. Very important that we have those so we don't get any intrusion with the water, wind, etc. And we have many entrances to the hotel, so it's important that we do that for sure.
Can you tell me when you folks shut down and what happened to the employees because of the pandemic?
Yeah, the team members since what was it, March 28th? We shut down for the pandemic. So we have had one food drive about a month and a half, 2 months ago, I believe it was now, and we had about 424 team members. And I can't tell you how wonderful it was to see everybody when they came. And we're going to do another one in August. But, so far we have no dates for reopening. We're still doing a lot of construction with the pandemic, with hearings September 1st for the Alaska plan, which is, will open up a little bit of tourism to Hawaii. So we're looking forward to that.
And how many employees have been impacted, and are they on furlough, or what's their situation?
We have a total of 742 team members with the 2 golf courses and the hotel and the 1,340 acres that we sit on.
And you said there's about a skeleton crew of how many here? And I can see a gentleman doing some work in the background.
Yeah, we have right now on property about 25 total, 3 shifts a day with security and engineering and that kind of thing, just to make sure that all the systems run properly and that we're ready when we get the word to open and all the, we get the construction going, et cetera. So.
How concerned are you as we sort of take a look back out of the coastline, given that this North Shore area, when the storm comes through, could be right in that path.
Well, the last one I really remember was Iniki on Kauai, and I'll tell you, this storm didn't pass the normal channel as they usually do and dissipate over the mountains of the Big Island and Maui. So it's coming in a different way, and so I am concerned, and it's just starting kind of to get going right now. So definitely concerned. These things, you can never take them for granted. And it looks like 90-mile-an-hour winds, 75 to 90-mile-an-hour winds. So, you know, it can do a lot of damage.
So you're just going to be here throughout the night monitoring and then having to clean up whatever Mother Nature leaves behind?
Yes, the team will be here all night just in case there's anything that, you know, we can do last minute, or just to make sure that everybody remains safe and that the resort is taking care of the best we can.
Jerry Gibson, thank you very much. So again, preparations out here at Turtle Bay have been completed. They're waiting to see what Hurricane Douglas brings. Back to you folks in the studio.
Thanks very much, Lisa. And of course, we are still watching Hurricane Douglas. Latest update has come out from the Central Pacific Hurricane Center, still keeping it as a Category 1 hurricane with winds of 85 miles per hour and gusts up to 105 miles per hour. Still moving to the west-northwest at 16 miles per hour. We're going to take a first look at the track together, really, for the first time. It looks like we're continuing to see it move off to the west-northwest, and it looks like the actual speeds have been increased just a little bit. However, it looks like the forecast track has shifted a little bit further north, which is good news for Oahu. Not quite as good for Kauai, but you can definitely see that it will be stronger yet further to the north, and that's going to keep us on the weaker side, the drier side of it for now, and hopefully that will continue to hold through the evening. But once again, the brand new forecast track from the Central Pacific Hurricane Center has it moving further off to the north as shear begins to take its toll on the storm. Even though it still has 85-mile-per-hour winds, the center is remaining further off to the north, and the forecast track, even though it is stronger over Kauai, will be heading off to the north as well. We'll go into further detail on this coming up in just a few minutes. We'll continue to track Douglas throughout the evening. Our team of reporters will have you covered tonight on air, online, and also everywhere around the state over the next 24 hours or however long it takes for Hurricane Douglas to continue through the islands.
Yeah, and Ben, before you go, you know, it looks like the hurricane is on track. It's got some wiggle room there. Does it have to make that left turn between Kauai and Oahu? It doesn't seem like it has to do that, but it looks like on the track it's set to do that, and most of the forecasters believe it's going to do that.
Yeah, right now it looks like it still has the probability of making that left turn, because you can still see we still have that cone, although now the center is outside of the cone for the island of Oahu. But once again, the effects of Hurricane Douglas will still be felt outside the cone, you know, depending on where the center is. But right now, this particular track makes me feel a little bit better, at least for the island of Oahu. Still a little bit better for Kauai, but it's still a little too close for comfort, particularly for the Garden Isle with winds of 80 miles per hour. Most of the energy, once again, is still heading off to the north, but it is still close enough where it could still potentially jog just close enough to the south, make a little bit enough of a left turn to bring us some very severe weather.
Right, Ben, you know, the timelines we find so helpful, especially right now for people on Kauai. So it's a 2 a.m. event. Yeah, overnight, right?
It's going to be in the middle of the night. It's going to be one of those things where the winds are going to start increasing this evening, and then they'll really be picking up as we get into about the 8, 9 o'clock hour. And then as it passes off at 2 o'clock in the morning, the winds are going to make that shift from north to south, and then we're going to have it continue out. And that's the good thing about the storm. If there's anything good to say about it, it is still moving along at 16 miles per hour, and hopefully it can continue that forward momentum, because that means it will not be parked in any one spot for particularly long. That's a good thing.
Oh yeah, I remember Hurricane Lane, and it parked right over the Big Island for a very long time. So I'm glad this one's moving very fast, about 16 miles an hour.
You could outwalk Lane.
Well, yeah, I could have outwalked Lane. That is absolutely true.
Lane just parked, right? And dumped.
Yeah, it was rough. All right, thanks, Ben. Thank you for joining us.
And we'll be continuing our team coverage after this break, so stay with us. Go to our website for the latest on Hurricane Douglas and for all the shelter information that you need to know.
From Hawaii News Now, this is a breaking news special report.
Good afternoon. Welcome back as our wall-to-wall coverage of Hurricane Douglas continues.
Let's check in now with Ben and Jen for the latest forecast. We've been having this wall-to-wall coverage at 5 a.m. and it is 5 p.m. a little after. It's still a Category 1 hurricane. Ben?
That's right. We still have some changes on the way, however, and it's a little bit better for most of us. It is still a Category 1 hurricane, and you can still see a lot of energy that's developing just to the north of the island of Oahu.
Looking at this 3D image of the satellite, Ben, you can see the convection of it, and there it is for you. And you can see the center of it just offshore. We've been seeing the center of the system anywhere from about 50 miles to 45 miles north of Maui, and then Molokai about 35 to 40 miles. And then over Oahu, we've been seeing the distance away from about 45 miles. And then the question is, it might get a little bit closer to the North Shore, and then we'll see how close it gets to the Garden Isle.
Right now, winds are 85 miles per hour near the center. That's still keeping it as a Category 1 hurricane. Gusts still at 105 miles per hour, west-northwest winds at 16. None of this has changed in the last 6 hours or so, but what has changed is basically the forecast track, because it looks like it's a little bit further north than we have seen previously.
And this is great news. Douglas has been behaving. This is what we've been hoping for, that would stay to the north. We're on the weaker side of the system, which has been great news for us. That front right quadrant, the most dangerous part of the system, has remained over the ocean, and that's looking good for us as it continues on that west-northwest track.
Because if you look at where the center is right now, you can definitely see that most of the energy is going off to the north and not as much over the southern portion. Maui County was able to stay, or at least Douglas was able to stay far enough north of Maui County where the weaker southern portion of the storm moved over those islands. And so there was rain, there was wind, but not as damaging. But we are still looking at the possibility, a slight one at that, of it coming closer to Oahu. But we're once again part of Kauai, the North Shore, still the possibility that the center could cross over that area, especially as we get into the latter part of the night. We're talking about maybe about 2 o'clock in the morning when this happens.
That's right, and the European model is something that we look at. It has been bringing it awfully close the last couple of days to the Garden Isle, but luckily now with the latest track, you see the center of the system maybe just offshore, but still too close for comfort, as we know. With the high terrain over the Garden Isle, we could easily see on Honolulu side, if any thunderstorms form, still flooding a possibility. Also the surf that will materialize later this afternoon into the evening hours as well. And then the eye of the storm. You don't see that every day here in Hawaii Island on our radar.
yeah, we still have a lot of cloud cover coming in for Oahu, but like we said, most of the energy is off to the north, and you can definitely see that on our radar imagery. And once again, as far as the quadrants, we've been able to keep that dangerous front right quadrant, the wet side, windy side, away from us. And we also have the weak side of the storm where it's much drier, a lot more mellow, which is not a meteorological term, but it works for us. And so far it's been working out for the islands, but we could still get thunderstorms and a generated storm surge for the island of Kauai a little bit later on. So we'll continue to track this closely for you. Keahi, Steph, back to you guys.
Ben and Jen, I have a question for you. Earlier, Mayor Kawakami was concerned about the change in wind direction, saying that if the winds came from the south, the Kauai would be seeing more damage. Is that still the case with this new forecast?
Overall, we've been very fortunate because the most dangerous winds have been in the center. We will see a switch in south winds eventually, but overall, mainly muggy conditions maybe is what we're seeing. As far as wind intensity, all of that has stayed over the ocean, but we could see a tight pressure gradient as it makes that turn. So we could have a burst in the winds, but it looks like it's not going to be a long duration of time at
It'll
least.
be a brief period of south winds, and then it's going to turn more easterly. We're going to have a pretty quick return of trade wind weather after that. So as we get into late Monday and into Tuesday, it looks like trade wind weather will likely be returning, but it's going to be muggy, at least for a couple of days. And so you've got two choices, either dangerous, damaging wind or incredibly warm and muggy weather. Your choice. And I think I'll go with the muggy weather. By the way, Hilo hit a new record high today because of the muggy conditions, because of those southerly winds. It was 93 degrees in Hilo today.
Oh my.
Wow.
That's really hot, especially for Hilo. Okay, Ben, Jen, thanks so much. You two will catch up with you in a bit. And now let's go to Jim Mendoza live at the Hilton Hawaiian Village in Waikiki with an interview. Jim.
Well, I tell you what, Keahi, we decided to swing by here to see what it was like in the lagoon area, because normally it's busy out here in the afternoon with paddling and people out in the water and all. And there are some folks out here still, but it's a lot quieter, it's calm, and really some nice breezes have been blowing through to cool us off. You can feel the air getting a bit thicker, though, and you can see the cloud buildup, especially to the north of us. You can see that cloud building up here. But behind me, I've got the three amigos. Hey. These gentlemen were walking down the beach, so I figured I'd hijack them for a few minutes to talk to them. We got Michael here on the right-hand side, in the middle, Steve, and Todd on the left. So we'll talk story with them for just a little bit. And we'll start with you, Michael Lee from Kapahulu. You guys started your day off early today. What did you want to do?
We went to the Leeward Bowl and had a few sessions of bowling since they were open. They have since closed at 4, so we came down and wanted to see if there was any surf that we could hop in the water for.
Just out of curiosity, what was it like at the bowling alley?
It was about a quarter full, so we got a lot of space to ourselves.
Very, very nice. And you said you're a waterman, so you wanted to come out here and get some session in?
Yes, but as you can see, there's not much surf out, so we decided to get some exercise and take a walk.
Are you surprised, and we'll move over to Steve. Thanks, Mike. Are you surprised by how calm things are right now?
Yes, I am, actually. You know, I was expecting things to kind of kick up here by now, but seems like it's going to be about 8 o'clock, I guess.
It's really a blessing right now that we have this calm weather. But you were telling me you can kind of feel it's getting a bit stickier out here.
Right. The humidity level's picking up. Seems like the calm before the storm, but we'll see what happens.
Just got to ride it out.
That's right.
And wait and see. And fortunately, right now, it seems to be tracking a little bit more north. Yep. That's welcome news, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
Last but not least, let's slide over and talk to Todd.
Got to save the best for last.
That's right, Todd Shishido from Kaka'ako side. Yeah, and you live in a high-rise. Did you do anything to prepare your lanai?
The only thing I did was just fill up buckets of water and just for the bathroom, and that's about it. And then recharge the battery banks. That's all I really did, actually.
If you don't mind my asking, how far up in the building do you live?
On the 10th floor.
Okay, I got you.
Not too bad.
You have an emergency generator that operates an elevator?
You know what? I don't know if they do, or actually, I just moved in maybe not even 6-7 months ago. So I don't know if they do. I don't mind walking though. So I got to exercise anyway, so I don't mind.
You did the right thing by getting water ready and all like that. I'll ask you the same question I asked your compadre here. Are you surprised by how calm things are right now, and what do you expect over the next couple of hours?
I actually thought it would be raining right now, actually. And as far as a couple of hours, I just continue with rain. I really thought it'd just be maybe not heavy, but at least some rain, but not strong like flooding rain just yet. But yeah.
Something we don't want.
Yeah.
So you guys going to go home and watch Hawaii News Now for the rest of the coverage tonight?
Yeah, I guess so.
Gotta watch Hawaii News Now.
As long as you're on, we're going to watch.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen. Really appreciate you guys hanging around and stopping here. Really like that perspective from folks just walking along the beach.
Thanks for talking to us.
Yeah, thank you. Take care. Well, that's it from this side. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
So much. It looks like a lovely day out there at the moment. I'm sure things might change. We want to take a moment to take you through the entire state using the live cams that are available along the coastline. So we're going to start on the Big Island. Here's a look at Banyans on the Kona side just in the past hour. Calm, gray skies, hardly any waves.
I think there's one person out there too.
One guy out there. This is just up the coast in Kohala. Just nothing.
Yeah.
You know, a couple of raindrops, but it's just fairly mellow. Taken out to Paia now on Maui. The storm has passed, but this is the leftover wave energy just kind of jumbling up the surf there. And we're going to now take a look across the bay to Kahului. Same thing, you see the texture on the water there and some waves outside. This is really just the leftovers. It was rougher earlier, and here we are in Lahaina. Again, just kind of the leftover slop from the storm as it moves to the west. And switching to Oahu, Turtle Bay, looking east. That's where the storm is coming next. Offshore, maybe 90 miles, all that dark gray sky, that's the outer edges. And just down the coast of Rockpile here, this is near Pipeline. The wind's picking up a little bit. You can see the texture on the water. And now we're going to jump over to Kauai and beautiful Poipu with sunshine.
Wow. Yeah, and you know, earlier we checked in with Mark Carpenter. He was at Laie Point where folks were describing the waves there up to 20 feet and it looked really choppy out there. But we also saw a lot of surfers out and about Keahi Kailua, also Laie Point, and even on Kauai.
Yeah, well, this is Hanalei Bay right here,
Yeah.
and I wouldn't be surprised if there's some folks out at Pine Trees right now because you can tell it's a fairly calm moment before the storm arrives.
Yeah.
And so surfers gotta surf. And if the waves look good and it's not 90-mile-an-hour winds and it's not pouring rain, they're going to surf. And that's what's happening all across the island chain. We've been so fortunate that this storm is just staying to the north, just far enough away where you can go to the beach and not die. And that's what a whole lot of people are doing.
But it's good to be informed and stay on top of it. And I thought we were going to go to our Ashley Nagaoka. She's live on Kauai right now at Kalapaki Bay. How does it look out there, Ash?
Hey guys, it's sunny out here right now and the surfers are definitely taking advantage of these sets. This is Kalapaki Bay. You can see some pretty nice waves rolling in, lots of surfers, bodyboarders, stand-up paddlers. So this guy getting out of the water here, and the water is even going over the break wall. That's pretty usual when the surf's big here. They've actually closed that gate so cars can't go all the way down that road over there. You can see the long line of people watching. It's been pretty entertaining since we've been here. A lot of wipeouts, which are fun too. But yeah, so we started our day here in Lehue. It's kind of been off and on drizzling, but nothing too bad. We did have a heavy downpour in Kapa'a earlier today, but my friends on the south and west sides have been just sending me pictures of blue sky and sunshine all day. So that's what's happening on that side. We actually went to the North Shore today to check on businesses there. You know, they were heavily affected by not only the April rainstorm, but they also had a big weather event here back in March. And so we spoke to one business owner who said he's boarding up for the first time. He's from here, and I asked him why, and this is what he had to say.
Today we're just kind of getting ready for the storm that's maybe going to come, but I guess I feel a little bit like I'd rather over-prepare than not. This is maybe the first time I've ever done this, though. I've kind of just kind of waited to see what would happen, but we got one board up, so we're feeling prepared.
And Hanalei taro farmers in the area were moving their heavy equipment to higher ground just in case they get flooding. You know, that area is very prone to flooding, the Hanalei Valley area. And again, there are shelters open now, but as you can see, sunshine here, you wouldn't be able to tell there's a storm coming, but that may all change later tonight. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I just checked the rainfall summary for Kauai. maximum of 1.5 inches of rain at Kilohana in the past 24 hours, Ash. It looks like Maui got the most. Pu'ukukui and West Maui got about 5 inches, but looking where you are, the surf spot behind your left shoulder, Ammonia's, looks amazing right now.
It is. The surfers are loving it. I'm surprised the mayor wasn't out here this morning. I'm told his wife Monica didn't let him go because, you know, he had a very busy and long day ahead of him. But still, lots of people in the water. I'm hoping they have all their affairs and everything tied up at home so that they can enjoy the surf while it's here and while conditions are still relatively safe.
Ash, I know that you mentioned that you visited the Hanalei area, and of course we can't forget the devastating floods that happened in 2018. Were you able to speak with the people there and earlier to find out about their concerns? Were they really worried early on, and what has changed so far in terms of the sentiment there?
Yes, so I did. I spoke with Lindsay Haraguchi Nakayama of Hanalei Taro, and she was just telling me that they just recently built the frame of their farmhouse, which was damaged back in 2018 in that flood event. They just got the frame back up, and now they're expecting maybe more rain, possible winds to come. It can be very frustrating for residents on that side, but you know, they know they can't control what's going to happen. They can just prepare the best they can, keep their families safe. And what I love, I spoke to one resident in Hanalei, and she was a business owner as well. And I asked her how she was feeling. And she said, you know, no matter what happens, I know the community has my back. And I think that's great. That makes me so proud to be from here because the community really steps up when residents need it the most.
Yeah, you got that right. They've been through it with 50 inches of rain in that event we were talking about. With those roads washed out and damage all over the island in Hanalei and Koloa as well. They've been doing this for years, going back to Iniki and Iwa before that. So Ash, this one is a very doable storm. Kauai right now is the biggest question mark on the state as far as what happens tonight. But even the worst case scenario for Kauai is not nearly as bad as those other storms. So we'll be wishing all the best to our friends on Kauai tonight.
Thanks so much, Ashley.
You want to move now?
Our team coverage continues now with our Jolani Martinez here on Oahu. She joins us live from Kaneohe Bay. Jolani.
Yes, Steph, as you can see, it's pretty gloomy out here. I mean, it's been this way since we got to the windward side at around 2 this afternoon. It's also pretty calm. The water is calm. You have some people fishing here, and we also have the fishermen's boats. They have tied down their boats. We're actually joined right now by Daniel Russell. He's a resident of Kaneohe, and we found him fishing out here too. Now, Daniel, can you just tell me, you know, how much has the weather changed throughout the day?
The weather's been off and on throughout the day, hit and miss. I know I tried to go golfing and it wasn't raining, and it started raining as soon as I left. I came out here earlier and the waves were really coming up over the pier over here. And the fishermen were tying down their boats because it was pretty rough. But right now it's really calm. So.
And you said you were here earlier this morning?
Yes, I was here around 10 a.m. and the waves were really rough in the bay, and the wind was kicking up. And I know some of the fishermen were pretty worried about their boats, so they were tying them down and doing everything they could to keep them safe and undamaged. You know.
You know, living here on the windward side, do you have any concerns at all?
Not no more. It seems like it passed, and I know a lot of people were getting ready, prepared. Some of us had MREs, some of us boarded up our windows. Some of my neighbors.
Now, you know, we were near Kailua Beach earlier, and there were light showers here and there. Is that the same on this side, on Kaneohe side?
Yeah, surprisingly, it looked real bad, but then it just showered here and there, and that was about it.
Now it's just, you know, praying for the best, but, I mean, yes, praying for the best, but being prepared for the worst, right?
Yes, I'm pretty sure we all were in prayer today, yes.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Daniel. I hope you catch something out there.
I'm going to catch the big one today.
All right, well, you take care and stay safe.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, Keahi, Steph, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Jolani. Well, our Allison Blair now continues our live coverage with the latest conditions on Douglas. She joins us from the Friendly Isle.
Hey, Stephanie. Hey, Stephanie. Looks like it's going to be actually a nice night here in Kaunakakai. Just a little muggy out. If you take a look at the sky back there, You can see a little bit of blue peeking through those clouds. I can tell you, we hardly saw any rain out here today. There was slightly more on the east side of the island. Winds were almost non-existent, nowhere near what you would see on a day with strong trades. The surf is up. We can zoom in and show you the breakers out there. I can tell you there is a sense of relief here tonight after seeing how close Douglas tracked to Molokai. I'm told the emergency shelter that was open at Molokai High School actually shut down just a few minutes ago. 5 o'clock, there was one person who showed up there just in case, and they were able to go home tonight. We're live tonight on Molokai. Allison Blair, Hawaii News Now.
Allison, thanks so much. It looks like it's completely still out there. I mean, how long have you been on Molokai, and how has it changed since you've been there?
It was actually windier yesterday. We arrived here at 3 o'clock on the 3 o'clock flight, and it was definitely a lot windier yesterday than what it's been most of the day. I couldn't really sleep last night in anticipation for the storm, so I kept getting up and looking out the window, and at 1 o'clock, I just noticed how still it was outside. And for most of the day, it's kind of been just like this, just really still. The palm fronds not even moving on the trees. Kind of eerie in a way. We usually have a breeze here in Hawaii.
And it also seemed like a lot of people were prepared. I know you showed us earlier the video of those long lines of folks at the gas station, and even in some cases they ran out of some fuel. Also, we got some viewer video sent in to us of just some minor flooding. I think it was Kamehameha V Road. Did you see any other areas that experienced flooding there?
No, not really. Basically, the flooding that you saw is just rivers that normally run when it rains. And so when it rains in the mountains, those rivers run. And really, that was a welcome sight to the people out here. It is so dry. When we flew in, we could see just how dry it was. So I know people here are grateful for that rain.
Yeah, in fact, Molokai got about 2 inches of rain in the past 24 hours, 2.72 and 2 at Pu'uali'i. And so a lot of people on all the different islands are thinking, this has worked out quite well so far, giving us a good dousing in the middle of a very dry summer and a day of not incredible sunshine, a lot of cloud cover, keeping us cool for now, even though it's getting still and humid out there. The folks that are now in the clear are thinking, all right, we made it, got some rain out of this, a nice day home resting. The folks there on Molokai, have you talked to anybody giving it the sense that they're in the clear and they're relieved it's over?
Lots of people are relieved tonight. I can tell you were talking about spending the day at home. People from all over the island were sending me videos, what was going on, where they were, and someone sent me a video of making a pot of Portuguese bean soup. And that's kind of the feeling over here. People hunkering down at home, making a pot of good soup and just kind of being with their families and waiting this out. And now I feel like people are starting to come outside. We've seen a couple people walking around here. And really the first time today that people have actually kind of been venturing out just to kind of see what's going on.
All right, Allison, thanks so much. Good talking to you, and all our best to the people of Molokai over there. Wow. Glad they're going to be all right tonight.
Well, our Chelsea Davis joins us now live at Paukukalo on Maui with more on some last-minute preparations there that some residents are undertaking, Chelsea?
Yeah, that's right, Steph. We're in Paukukalo, which is right in between Kahului and Wai'ehu, and the sun is shining. It's actually quite hot. If you've been watching us from early this morning, you can see the difference, and you know the difference that I'm talking about. Literally night and day. I'm going to step out of the way just so you get a better look of the conditions here right now. Now, this is looking at Kahului Harbor, and like I said, if you've been with us since early this morning, you can see how much the surf in particular has changed. Early this morning, it was really gusty winds. The wind was the main story, and then by mid-morning, it just was heavy rain, downpours. My photographer and I got soaked, and then afternoon, the wind and the rain subsided, and then the conditions changed to surf. It was all about the surf, and there were surfers heading out into the water. The mayor was advising people to stay home, get out of the water, but those thrill seekers just wanted to get into the water and test those waves. And you know, as you mentioned, Steph, we did talk to Paukukalo residents and asking them how they're preparing. We saw them boarding up their windows. They've never done so before, and they tell me they weren't really taking it seriously at first. They saw the conditions changing, how rapidly it was deteriorating, and they said, okay, you know what, we need to take this seriously now. So they did some last minute boarding up their windows early this morning. Listen to what they had to say.
It looks pretty stormy, and hopefully it's not going to be that bad down the road, you know. Preparing for the Hurricane Douglas and just making sure we tidy things up. That's
Now back out here live at Paukukalo. Again, you're looking at Kahului Harbor. You can see the surf is still up. The sun is shining. It's about to set over the West Maui Mountains. And just like Allison said, I'm sure this is going to be a beautiful night. I'm sure Maui residents are hunkered down at home as well and just grateful that the worst is behind us. Back to you, Ke'ahi and Steph in the studio.
You got that right, Chelsea. Thanks so much. I always feel for the people who have to take down the boards after the rain and wind doesn't materialize. It's kind of a hassle, but you know what? I totally understand where those people are coming from. When you wake up this morning and your island's under a hurricane warning and there's a gigantic storm right offshore, you got to do it. You got to be ready. And we're also blessed here that the Big Island and all of Maui County appears to be in the clear at this point. The hurricane's moving away, and even on Oahu, here we are where the storm is well offshore above us in the gathering place, and we still have pockets of sunshine here. So quite a few people around the state are feeling that relief tonight. Chelsea, out there where you are, is there a sense of people coming back out and they're ready to get on with life? Just yay, we dodged another one?
You know, not a lot of people out right now. Actually, now that I turn around, I do see some residents there. Oh, they're waving to us. Thumbs up. Okay, they're giving me the thumbs up. So not sure if you can see that, but yes, I'm sure definitely a sense of relief. About an hour or so ago, there was a lot of people here just kind of watching the waves. This is really unusual for this area. There's hardly surf here. Sometimes there is, but hardly. So a lot of people were coming out of their homes and just kind of watching Mother Nature do her thing and work in the power of the ocean. And I do see a couple of surfers paddling out. Not Jared, I'm not sure if you can swing around and get that. Nope, he's shaking his head, I'm sorry. But there are people paddling out right now. So I'm sure they're getting the best of the waves conditions right now while they last. Ke'ahi.
Well, that's great to see, Chelsea. You know what, I wanted to ask you, I know that earlier Mayor Mike Victorino gave an update and said that Hana Highway, he didn't see any severe impacts there. But I know early on, as we heard from Senator Kalani English, he told us about the Hamoa Beach area. Were you able to get any update or speak to anybody further about what went on later in the day, and if that's still the case there, where I guess they saw some flooding?
The last I heard from Hana residents was this morning, and they said that it was rainy, it was windy, and the surf was just massive. So I haven't gotten an update with them what conditions are looking like right now, but for sure this morning they saw that triple threat that we've been talking about all week long. And we know that East Maui Hana residents, they're used to getting the impacts first here in Maui County, especially when the hurricanes come from the east. So they were the first to get it, and like I said, I'm not too sure what the conditions are right now, but definitely earlier today they did see rain, wind, and giant surf.
All right, Chelsea, and the sun is coming out behind you. All our